Most live.
And we're live.
I'm trying to hit the recording button. That's the one that's taking so long. Oh, we're live.
And we're live.
Here we are. Painkiller already, episode 273. Most live.
And
we have
we're
several
live.
sponsors
I'm
tonight.
trying to hit the
We just
recording
want everyone
button.
to
That's
take a
the
look
one
down in
that's
the
taking
description
so
below
long.
if you're interested in Club W, Dollar Shave Club, Casper.com, Ring.com, Prosper.com, or Bronze Medal from Sony Pictures. We're going to talk about all those things later in the show. But for now, let's get right into it. What do we want to talk about first?
Sponsorific.
Get right into it.
Taylor, do we start with Kyle's parents' relationship?
You know what? I was going to lead there organically, you know?
Yeah, Taylor had a great segue. Taylor had this segue planned, but Woody just crammed it down my throat. So yeah,
God damn
I
it!
talked to my
I
talked to my dad today.
Future topic.
And he's
my dad's health.
okay.
Future.
So I talked to my dad today, and he said so. Recently, we had some heavy winds, and it blew a few shingles off his roof. So he had the insurance adjuster come out, and they figured it all out. They wrote him a check for everything, and so he says to me this. He says, I tried to speak to your mother the other night about the roof situation. I don't know if I want to redo the whole roof. I want to reshingle the whole roof. I don't know if I want to change shingle colors. I've considered putting on a metal roof, and so I went to her and I said, honey, I want to talk to you a little bit about the roof. He said, and she just blew up right there and started, what do you want to talk about? You're certainly not doing anything about it, and just like went ape shit. So he was just like, he let her go on, and then she went, so what do you want to talk about? And he goes, nothing. I lost my train of thought. And he walks away. He's like, Kyle, I'm going to put blue tarp on the ceiling like we're refugees. He's like, fuck her. She don't like it. She can get up there and hammer some nails. He's like, I'm going to put a blue tarp on that roof, and if she don't like it, fuck her.
He's going to intentionally make it look shitty. Like
Yes.
those houses that like Christian missionaries that are actually
Yeah.
16-year-old kids are building for those poor
It's going to
Mexicans.
look like a Katrina refugee. Like there should be people on that roof like waving for help. Yeah. He's going to put a blue tarp on that roof just to spite her ass and pocket the insurance money, I guess.
Oh, that's great.
So then he tells me that he's been messing with her a little bit. He says the other night, she likes to take a shower in the morning before work. He said, so I figured I'd just go and turn the hot water heater off the night before. He's like, but damn it if that water still wasn't hot in the morning. So I got to turn it off a little earlier tonight so it'll be cold for her.
Wow.
So I started chuckling. He said, she's got her own coffee machine. She won't use the pot anymore. She's got the Keurig machine over there, and I'm not allowed to touch it. He tried to use it a while back after I talked him through how simple it was and how it was really a really good cup of coffee. And she scolded him because he didn't put like distilled water in it. He put tap water in, and so yeah,
That's a thing.
Right?
What is he, a radiator?
So he says. So the other morning I went in there and fixed myself a cup of coffee and had there was a half a Diet Pepsi sitting on the counter. So I just went ahead and filled her coffee machine on the rest of the way up. He's like, bet that tasted like shit, don't you?
So your dad is he's like Dennis the Menace at this point. Your dad is just a 60-year-old Dennis the Menace.
The War of the Roses with like Kirk Douglas and Kathleen Turner? Like, it's like that. Like they're sharing the house. We're not going to split this thing up. We're hammering through it, but
This is like the first half hour of Step Brothers. Like, what did she do in retaliation? Did she poop in his shoes or something? Like,
I know what she did. He had some spicy relish that he was going to put on some hot dogs, and she threw his spicy relish away. And it was intentional, and that's what started this. Because he went in there, he was like, "Have you seen my spicy relish?" She's like, "I threw it away." All right then. And then he goes and turns the hot water heater off. So they've got a real childish kind of back and forth going between a 62 or 63-year-old man and a 52 or 53-year-old woman.
So is that what happens when you go over there? Are you like reverting back to like a 6-year-old mentality? And you're like, Mom, Dad, stop fighting! Like,
no way.
No.
They don't fight.
No.
So first of all, I don't go over there. I haven't seen her in a while. I just visit my dad. I go see him at his shop. He's usually hanging out over there shooting guns or working on cars or just hiding from my mother. So I haven't seen her in a little while, not since the holidays. But they don't fight. They just kind of stay away from each other and try not to, because if they get too close, it goes poorly.
It seems like there's a lot of, there's no war, but they're having
Cold
What they're
War.
doing is like Vietnam between two superpowers. It's just like
Exactly.
a proxy war of pouring soda in the Keurig and throwing away relish. This is going to build up. It's going to hit a critical mass where that spicy relish was all he wanted all fucking day, and he gets
It
home.
really was.
And when it's not there, something's going to explode. They'll tear another
I
hole
don't
in
think
your
I can
goddamn mouth.
co-sign that.
It's that's how it is. It's little petty things. He's like, I asked her to make me some cornbread. She wouldn't do it. It's little stuff like that. It's just like little petty things. They go back and forth with that stuff. So my internet went out Saturday, and I hadn't had internet for it was Tuesday comes around. I still don't have internet, and I'm like, well, this is bullshit. So I go to the internet office. They're closed on Tuesday. So I returned Wednesday, which was yesterday, and I go in there, and this enormous woman who smelled awful.
No.
Tell me more about the smell. Was it BO? Was it?
It was.
Yeah.
It was dirt. It was like a dirty smell, like an unshowered smell. It wasn't
Grime.
like the grime.
Dirt
Thank
and
you.
sweat. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and there was a layer of it. I bet if I licked my finger and then did that, I could see the stripe. You know what I mean? So anyway, I tell this lady, I was like, "Hey, my internet's been out since Saturday. This is kind of messing me up. I need my internet." And I realized that she's really clueless about this whole thing. She's having a hard time. She's having to call a supervisor and stuff. And then I realized that there's really something up over there. She's been checking my account and clicking away and calling for help for like 10 minutes. And I'm just standing there like, what the fuck? I have not been charged for internet in 2 years. $5,000 worth of free internet.
How did that?
That's
did you
about
not
what your
notice that?
internet's worth.
It auto debits out of my account, and when you it just stopped. At some point, they did something to the account, and it stopped charging us. And I haven't paid for internet on 2 lines in 2 years, exactly 24 months, and it comes to roughly $5,000 worth of free internet. So she's like, well, we're going to have to start charging you. And I was like, well, I guess that's fair. And I was like, well, is there an upgrade? And she's like, yeah, there is an upgrade. So I've upgraded from 12 megabits by download by 2 megabits, upload to 20 megabits download by like 2 or 2.5 up. So it's
Can you go over that? What was it before and after? It was now it's 20 by 12 to 22 and a half.
Correct.
That's a step up.
Yeah,
Especially the download. But both really.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I really wish they have 50 by 5 in some locales, but not mine. And I really wanted it because you needed at least 25 to stream 4K. And that's what I want. I got this 4K TV. It'd be cool to watch things like House of Cards is presented in 4K.
Is that
That would be
72-inch TV? Oh, the 4K is your new one. It's smaller.
Yeah, it's the one we're on now. It's a 42, I think.
Gotcha. Yeah. My dad
That's
got
good
out of
for
the
you,
hospital today. A clever segue there. But my dad got out of the hospital. So for those of you who watch the show all the time, I know there's some people on the stream and stuff. Maybe they don't. But my father has this legendary sex life. And as he was going in, he had surgery on his prostate, which can have an impact on your sex life. So he's there like on the gurney thing, and he's all drugged up. Like they put him on something just to make him happy and just chill. And I don't know if you've ever had surgery, but it's my favorite drug in the world. I start looking forward to it. Like if there's something wrong with like my arm or knee, or it's like it's gonna be awesome. And as he's high on the gurney, he starts telling all the nurses and doctors about his legendary sex life and how it's like especially critical that they do a good job on this so that he can get it back. And I was just like, yeah, Dad. I've accused Kyle has a bumpy relationship with his mom. I mock one with mine. I'm like, you wore him out, Mom. Look what you did. The man can only take so much.
I just imagine him whispering to the doctor, if you can give me a little more girth, that'd be nice. And your mom being like, no, don't do it. It's almost a deadly weapon already.
So, but he got home today, and it appears that everything is going to be okay. So awesome. I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Happy
I'm
for you.
sure the first time he makes love to your mother, you'll all know about it.
Welcome to the house.
Like I don't know if your dad has Twitter, but that would be his tweet.
He doesn't even have a cell phone.
Took
But
the wife to Pound Town.
Your dad, he doesn't have a cell phone?
he doesn't. He used to have one when The moment he retired maybe, I'm making this up, 2.5 years ago, something like that. And one of his first things was to get rid of the cell phone. So
Just because it reminded him of work and he didn't want to be at anyone's beck and call.
he's not a phone guy, and he only had it so that he was available to clients. And
Is it because the cell phone is the mark of the beast?
Ooh, just like women drinking beer. Yeah, cell phones are right up there with beer and women driving. As far as I'm concerned.
Lust, sloth, wrath, all that stuff. Cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
he does believe in the mark of the beast thing, which I can't see
I got
eye
taught
to eye
that
on.
growing up. It's creepy.
Yeah, but what's funny is like I don't know. You mentioned the eye. Like I guess there's a mark on your right hand that you show to people, and you need it for commerce. So when you say like, "Oh, are you talking about the iWatch?" He's like, "Maybe." Like it's a viable theory, Like,
Is it my Eagles card? Perhaps.
Yeah.
right? Like your local grocery discount thing where you need this to buy things. It's in your right hand. Like, yeah, this sounds right.
You think when you go to Costco, you think you're just getting good prices on exceptionally quality meat, but really no. It's the
Selling
mark of
your
the
soul
beast.
to Satan. Yeah,
You can't.
right
You can
through
only
there.
buy 6 pounds of Cheez-Its in one box through Satan. Apparently, that's the only way to do it.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that's silly.
yeah.
I made
but
chicken the other night. I battered it with Cheez-Its. It was amazing.
You battered what with Cheez-Its?
Put the Cheez-Its in a food processor, grind them up, and do like an egg wash on the chicken. Roll it in the Cheez-Its, back in the egg wash, back in the Cheez-Its till you got a nice layer of Cheez-Its. Yeah, delicious.
And it was good.
Oh yeah.
What kind of Cheez-Its did you use? Original?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna go to Parmesan or something like that. That's risky.
No, wouldn't want to be low class. Yeah.
No.
What is your favorite cheese?
My favorite cheese, it's like pepper jack. I like pepper jack cheese.
Pepper Jack's good. Colby Jack is good.
In my house,
Colby Jack's-
mozzarella is known as the king of cheeses, and everything else is just a pretender. It's just a wannabe mozzarella. American
You put it
cheese,
on every
which is
sandwiches
nice.
as well.
If it can be. It's my favorite pizza cheese. It's my favorite sandwich cheese. It's the best cheese, and I will
Well,
sometimes.
mozzarella is the best pizza cheese. I think we can all agree.
Or Parmesan.
Anytime another cheese
Rasiago.
is used, I feel like it's because there wasn't mozzarella available. If I go to Qdoba's, is that what it is? And
Qdoba, yeah.
and get like a chicken gumbo, like it's the mozzarella I want in there. It's the best cheese.
Mozzarella. Yeah, different cheeses for different things. To me, that's an Italian food cheese. It goes well with like I don't know lasagnas and pizzas and pastas. But if it's a sandwich, I want like Colby Jack, pepper jack, maybe some sort of cheddar, something like
I want
that.
some like mild or maybe medium cheddar. That sharp cheddar on sandwiches is gross.
Sharp cheddar tastes cheap, like it's poor people food. I don't know any other way to put it. It tastes like it's like government cheese or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not very. It's like if. Do you ever buy the wrong hot dogs? And I don't know if you guys get hot dogs the same way, but I only get like the Nathan's or some kind of all beef Frank.
Yeah.
Bun
Yeah.
length because I'm not a poor.
Yeah,
You
check
know,
your
I can have
privilege, Merca.
I can have a bite of hot dog with every bit of my bun. Thank you. I can spring for 13 extra cents. But do you ever get those shitty like Oscar Mayer ones when you're desperate and it's made of like turkey and pork and it's just a amalgamation of garbage?
When I was a
Pig
kid, like in the afternoons when I'd hang out with my dad, he would go to this country store and there was like a big dinner table set up with big chairs set around it, and all the locals would kind of hang out around that table and eat their lunch or a snack or a Coke or whatever. And there was a checkerboard, and it was that kind of like a country store hangout spot. And I'm losing my train of thought. Rewind for me. What were you just talking about?
Cheeses, hot dogs, the length of buns.
Yeah, so
Not
they served
kidding.
hot dogs at this place. They had a hot dog machine, and she only put the cheapest red. The weenies were red, and I ate them, but I always knew that they were just low class. Like every now and then you'd get a bit of bone that you'd bite into because it's shitty hot dog meat. But yeah, now I get the Nathan's or like the ballpark like big ones. I want all beef.
The Nathan's ones are the best.
Yeah, I like
Those
those
are
a lot.
excellent.
Yeah, I saw that Burger King has started making hot dogs. They call them grill dogs, and those are all beef. But I'm not eating a hot dog from Burger King.
Yeah, it's probably like what they pawn it off as a great deal, and it's like $1.19 or something. I bet.
I
I'd
have
wager.
no idea.
When you can get plenty of hot dogs, you should not be buying. There's no excuse to buy a hot dog ever. anywhere because it's never any better
beg
than what
to
you do at
differ.
home.
I beg to differ.
Nathan?
So, Five Guys Burgers and Fries makes hot dogs. You're probably not aware of this. They split the weenie down the middle. It's still together, but it's split, and then they
I don't think I
grill
can
it
co-sign
on
that.
the grill. It's really, really good, and they pile it high with toppings like Chicago style, and I like it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense if you're gonna, because somewhere like Five Guys, you're not gonna be like, yeah, and then some ketchup and mustard. You're gonna be like, and I throw in some fucking
Bacon,
mushrooms
cheese,
on there, put some bacon on
jalapenos.
there, jalapenos. Like that makes sense.
That's what I get. I
You're
get a
not just
bacon
gonna
and
have a
cheese.
whole, yeah, you don't have a huge assortment of that shit at home to do. But if you're eating a hot dog with just ketchup or just mustard or relish or something, just fucking eat it at home. No reason not to.
I'm a big fan of the Five Guys. I think I know who Woody's talking to.
I'm not talking to
Oh.
anyone. I'm calling wings.
Just to see.
That's
Okay.
That's who I
Trying again.
thought you were. Yeah. Yeah, we want to get a hold of Wings Redemption. Talk to him. So I'm going to Wings' house tomorrow. Are we streaming? Are there people listening to this live?
Yes.
I'm not going to refer to them or anything. I don't want to bring it up and make that a disruption in any way. But yeah, so tomorrow I'm going to Wings Redemption's house up in Conway, South Carolina. And we're going to get the hot sauce thing moving forward. Going to get those photos of him taken. And no promises, but I will take a video camera. I'll take a DSLR and some memory cards and my flamethrower because I thought it would be funny to make sort of like a 30-second promo video for the Wings Redemption
hot sauce, the flamethrower. I didn't put it together until just now.
Yeah,
that's
so
brilliant.
he's going to be cooking. He's going to cook some hot wings with a flamethrower and his own blend of spices and herbs that are incorporated into his hot sauce.
You think a lot of thought's gone into his signature mix of spices and herbs?
I've had him on it for weeks now. I sent him a lot of literature, and I sent him like a 38 herb and spice like mixer kit with like small amounts, and he's been like mixing and matching and coming up with what he wants. It's a butter base, but it's got a little kick to it. It's not too hot, but I like it a lot. None of that's true, by the way.
You mean to tell me that Wings isn't actually sitting over there in South Carolina with a Morton pestle, like smashing up in one of those things?
like watching the powder like pass through light as he like looks at it with one of those like jeweler's glasses.
With the sunlight of the morning sunlight peeking through his kitchen blinds, holding it up like that, sprinkling it. It's too fine. Fuck! You have to restart all over.
In reality,
he has a jeweler's
In
loop
reality,
inspecting.
In reality, we talked about what his sauce should taste like, and we talked to the sauce makers, and they sent us 5 different versions, and we'll settle on one of those 5 that most exemplifies the Wings of Redemption hot sauce
flavor
brand.
do you think of with Wings? Like just thinking of him, and then all the variations of wings that are out there. Which one do you peg him as?
It tastes a lot like Frank's Red Hot, because Frank's Red Hot is buttery, it's salty, and it's spicy, and that's what you want in a hot wing sauce, and that's what I think about when I think of Wings of Redemption.
That's what I think about too.
Just imagine what he would taste like if you licked wings. What do you think he would taste like?
If I licked wings, what would he taste? I imagine him being slightly salty, right?
Slightly salty.
Most people are salty. Yeah, give yourself a lick. Try it out at home.
I imagine that he would be a little buttery too, because maybe he had like a Papa John's pizza with that butter sauce and there were some drippings, you know?
So maybe like a garlic butter.
Yeah, he's always got a slight glaze of butter. Just to,
a slight glaze of butter, so he's salty, a little buttery.
It's an anti-aging. No, I'm not making fun of it. It's an anti-aging technique he uses. People are getting ahead of themselves, I'm sure. That's why he uses the butter.
I bet that you would taste like Taco Bell fire sauce. I bet Chiz would taste like soot from a 19th century chimney.
It's like a chimney sweep's beard.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd taste like some kind of foul.
Woody would taste very rich. I feel like he'd be hard to stomach.
I would only eat Woody because I know given the opportunity he would eat me.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
That's what makes it moral.
Yeah, the only thing that stopped me so far is that we haven't been alone.
I feel like Woody's gamer tag is a meal for kings anyway, not a common man like myself.
No.
I've had sex today twice.
No, that's a stupid question. Never mind. Disregard that. We should move on.
Come on, what are you going to ask?
I was going to ask if you had to, what he was saying, Okay, it gets demented because of what Woody and the implication of what Woody said, saying that I haven't eaten you yet because we're not in the same room. I was going to say, if you could get one person, preferably famous, so people know who they are, into a room, and you have to eat them, who are you going to eat? You going to go for a big fatty because it'll be easier, maybe taste better? Or are you going to go for like one of the Olsen twins, just try and knock it out in one day?
All right, so here's my question. How much of them do I have to eat? Do I have to kill them myself? And how am I allowed to prepare them?
You have to eat at least half of their mass.
Oh my God!
It's not in one day. You're in this room for a while. Get comfortable. You know this is.
Do I have to do the butchering? Give me a butcher. Come on, I'm not capable of butchering an Olsen twin. I'm sorry, I'm just not.
I like to kill babies.
Okay, so you are going with an Olsen twin. So you're gonna eat all that, probably OD. And
Yeah, that's the challenge, because one of my original thoughts was like, I'll get I can't think of his name. Who's the lead's Axl Rose, right? If I ate like an Axl Rose, then that might be a pretty enjoyable experience, right? Like I could get a secondhand high. Yeah, this is a guy like a Joe Rogan. You know, there might still be some LSD rocking in that system. They asked Joe Rogan if he wanted to fight in the UFC at one point, and he's like, I'd pop that drug test wide open. You know, he'd break the measuring device.
I would never eat Joe Rogan. He looks like he'd be made of like corded up monkey muscle, like just really tough and sinewy.
I feel like if I, you know, but in terms of like just quality meat, I feel like Oprah is a nice, like I picture her marbly. No,
there's not even. You know, when you buy bacon and you can see through that back slit. And you can see like, oh, that's all fat. There's only a tiny bit of meat. That's what Oprah would be like. It would be so much fat that it would be overwhelming, and there wouldn't be enough actual meat there. I think you want someone like someone like Brock Lesnar, an O lineman in the NFL. That's who you want. You got a ton of muscle. It's going to be like a ribeye.
No, so here's the problem. Humans live to like 30, 40 years old. You would never eat a 30-year-old cow because it'd be all tough and chewy and sinewy. No, you want to eat baby. If you're going to eat human, you want to eat baby.
Who are the current Disney stars? That might be one of the best ways to narrow this down.
I want to eat it.
I love that you're going to current Disney stars. Like a nice...
I don't know. I'm sure that's so Raven. I'm sure she isn't, No,
she's not. Yeah, I was going to go with... shucks, not Taylor Swift. I forgot who was... I had one in my head.
I'll eat Taylor Swift.
Oh, Hannah Montana, but she's older.
Oh, no. Taylor can't weigh more than, what, like 100 pounds?
Taylor?
I could eat Taylor.
I think he's
Taylor
more
Swift?
than 100. Oh, Taylor Swift. Right.
Yeah.
I was thinking Merca Durka. I'm going with the over on the 100
Yeah,
pounds.
I don't want to eat Taylor. No way.
A little over 100. So. I don't know.
Like
Speaking of the Olsen twins.
No, go ahead.
I watched some of Fuller House. I watched, say, first 8 minutes before I couldn't take it anymore.
Couldn't handle.
I don't like to throw the word cringe around because I feel like it's overused by a lot of people who are really socially awkward and they're cringing when they shouldn't be cringing.
Right.
But that's just my own personal thoughts on the matter. But I was cringing at this a lot. There was a funny joke or two when they brought up Michelle, who is the Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen's character. Why she isn't there. Someone literally says, well, she's off running her fashion empire in New York. And then they all look at the camera and they stare at the camera kind of nodding like, you should be here, you rich bitch. You should have came back and done this for everybody for maybe a good solid 3 or 4 seconds.
A YouTube clip where they're like, $1,000 a shirt. No wonder she doesn't need to act. Or something close to that. Did you see that?
Something like that. Yeah, something along those lines. I watched this last night. But a lot of the jokes are just awful. It's really bad writing. And it is cringeworthy. I didn't care for it at all. I backed out of there. But yeah,
I would make it 8 minutes. I bet I made it 3 to 4 minutes, and it's hard to stomach. It really is. And looking back, I don't know how I ever stomached the original series.
The original had heart.
Chiz watched the whole fucking season. Chiz, get in here and explain this.
Yeah, Chiz, explain yourself with watching Fuller House.
I put on garbage when I'm working, okay, so I let it run in the background, and I thought I had to watch it just to get it out of the way. I like Full House, Fresh Prince, those shows, so I watched the whole thing. And Kyle is right. There are several throughout the season, fourth wall, I hope you don't hear the helicopter in the background, several fourth wall breaking jokes about Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen, and it's terrible. I said it before, every episode, the kids are on their phones, very stereotypical, get off your phones, and they're trying to play with them, and they don't play like they did in the old series because everyone has their phones. They're doing selfies every fucking episode. They're talking about posting on Snapchat and Facebook. It is a terrible, terrible fucking show, and I only like watching when Bob Saget is on.
Do they have
But
really
that's it.
profound little tidbits too? Like when all the adults are talking, like these kids nowadays, they don't want to go outside and play catch and basketball in the driveway like they did, but we
You
did
know what
with
the-
their iPads
what
and their
the-
doodads. And
It's exactly what
hate that.
happens.
I hate that
That's
shit.
exactly what happens.
The low moment for me in the 8 minutes I watched was Dave Coulier emerging from his basement bedroom wearing these cartoon pajamas that were like matching tops and bottoms. And they bring up the fact that he is a 55-year-old man. And it's just like, come on, Dave Coulier. Like, your character still hasn't really pulled his life together. I mean, and they even mentioned that he was doing well financially, but he's still wearing cartoon pajama, like onesie type thing and living in Bob Saget's
There's
basement.
a fan theory out there that he actually was a rapist / killer the entire original series, and that he was hiding it the entire time down there in the basement. Like that's why he was hiding
Ted
things
Cruz.
with noise. And,
yeah, like the Zodiac.
Like Ted Cruz.
We
I don't think
almost
that's a
had-
real fan theory out there, but if you check, there could be something similar. You know,
Dude,
it sounds realistic.
We were gonna have a guest tonight. We were intending to, and it was John McAfee going for the Libertarian presidential nomination. I thought that would have been really neat. He is wanted for murder in Belize, and he had to like escape the country. He was seeking political asylum in like Guatemala, I think, and he didn't get it, but he managed to like escape that country by faking a heart attack, and they burnt his house and seized all his assets in Belize. And like, dude, I so wanted to. I was very excited about having him on.
Yeah.
Wait, what was
yeah.
the story of the murder? Is it pretty much for sure that he did kill someone?
Oh shucks, I don't know. It was a guy
He
who
is a
like, lived
libertarian.
next to him or something, and there was someone who lived next to him that he knew that was murdered, but I didn't see really any evidence that he did it. The Belizean, I don't know, police just seemed
Bolivian.
to think,
No, Belizean. That's it.
Bolivians are from Bolivia.
Yeah.
Yeah,
These are
these
these are Belizeans.
I don't know much about Belize.
Belzonians.
Let's go with
Belizeans.
Belzonians.
Yeah, it's Belzonians.
Yeah, Chiz confirmed the guy was his neighbor, and I don't know. It would have been really neat to
Belize.
have him tell the story of like trying to escape the country, hide in Guatemala, and fake a heart attack and stuff like that. It's but he's also like a genius. Like he started working as a computer programmer for NASA, and then went to a couple other places. He worked at Lockheed Martin while inventing the antivirus software, and then he made millions, and now he's working on other stuff.
Yeah.
It's
Work hard,
crazy.
kids, and someday you can fake a heart attack to get out of Guatemala. You know, Get back
Dare to
your country
dream.
and your millions. Yeah, dare to dream. I saw on his Wikipedia page, it was like at his peak of wealth, he had $100 million, which made me wonder, like, is this guy like destitute now? I wouldn't think so, right? Like,
I don't know
because he doesn't own McAfee antivirus or whatever anymore.
I read a few articles about him, and I read like even before he was going to be a PKA guest, and the articles painted him as crazy, and I don't mean to paint him as crazy, just that that's what they say. Like he's always shirtless. He's pumped himself up with all kinds of anti-aging drugs. He like hires lots of women to be his harem, and he's out of
Nice.
money. They say. I don't know if any of this is true. This is all like.
What would you do if you were John McAfee? 2 chicks at the same time.
Exactly.
I could hook something like that up if I invented an antivirus.
and not
program.
even worry about a virus. Yeah.
Oh, how clever. Yeah, so now he like bought some land in Belize, and he felt like there were life-saving medicines in there that they just had to discover. Like if he started picking all the plants and dirt and stuff, they'd see something in there that hadn't been found yet.
Lorenzo's oil.
I don't know. It's pretty fascinating. I felt like if we had him on, he would explain it in such a way that I'd be unqualified to dispute it. That was my guess.
I want some of that snake oil he's selling if that's the case. That'd be
Well,
nice.
dude, the
Yeah, it's
guy's
a
like
shame he wasn't
50
able to
and
make
looks
it.
20, so I want some too.
Wait, does he look
I-
good?
From the neck down, yeah,
70.
he's got like a young guy's body. Like he's just thin and strong.
But he's 7.
He do, you know how inmates in maximum security look? Like that's kind of the dad bod, you know, that you get when
Yeah.
you're like 50 something. He looks like the ones that lift all the time, you know. And somehow
But he's older, so like all the skin on his body is like 3/8 of an inch lower than it should be, you know. So the body's still tight, but there's like that nipple saggage that you see in older gentlemen. You know what I'm talking about.
I do. Huh. Well, let's look for a John McAfee shirtless picture.
I think he has an old face. He reminds me of who's that rocker with the rough voice? Rod Stewart. Like he's got a rough face. I just Wikipedia'd him an hour or so ago before the show. Whenever we thought he was going to be able to make it, it turned out he didn't have very much time at all. Like he was really cutting it thin.
Yeah, we didn't know how long he was going to be on, but when we found out he was delayed by 15 minutes, he was like, "Well, I won't make it in time next time." So
his face is so wrinkled, but his body looks young. It looks like he's in one of those movies where you freeze time, but time you age too fast when you freeze time, and he took a 10-hour nap with time frozen and then woke up and now looks like shit.
Rip Van Winkle.
picture?
Yeah.
Rip Van Winkle.
Are you looking at the one with him next to all the paintings?
No, the one.
Oh,
he's in it's an OregonLive.com link, and he's just got his forehead is like a
Kyle-esque
topographical map
copy-paste
of
skills,
Montana.
one might say, Taylor.
Oh no, I was just looking for a better one potentially. But here, there, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at how many forehead wrinkles that
It
is.
does look a little
Appreciate that.
70 in this.
Thousands. He can never even
Looks
wonder
like
about
he's seen
anything
some
without
shit.
giving away.
Look how
Yeah.
hot. Look how he looks like he's got like a 1,000-yard stare. He looks like he's really seen some shit down there in Belize.
Yeah. Well, he saw someone die in Belize. At his hands. Yeah.
Got an up-close view of that one.
Yeah.
Allegedly. He is not coming on the
allegedly.
show. No. Just wrote it as soon as I said it.
Just
Allegedly.
wrote it.
Oh, that Wired. I think that's the article I read that talked about that it painted him a little crazy. Like it wasn't a flattering article.
With
But-
that photo.
He doesn't even have the hammer cocked.
It looks like that's a hammerless, isn't it? Unless I can't even see.
No, it's got a hammer.
Oh no, it has a hammer. It's got a hammer. Yeah. Well, he looks like a very interesting fellow.
Yeah, lots
I
of
bet
photos
he'd be
with
a
him,
blast to talk to.
Yeah.
He's lived an amazing life, and to me, the tail end of it is not that enviable, right? There's a lot of stress. I don't think anyone enjoys getting accused of murder, hiding in Belize, finding yourself in Guatemala, etc. That to me just sounds like a really bad scene. He must be stressed. He's faking a heart attack to get out of the hospital. This sucks. But is it worth it to live an amazing life if the tail end of it's awful? I think it might be. We've talked about this before. See, for you guys, 50's further away. But would you die at 50 if you could be like a pro athlete in the NFL? Would you take that ride instead of a normal one that goes to 100?
Probably not.
Probably not.
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. I feel like that would seem like a great idea for 12 years, and then as soon as you hit 43 or something, you just be like, oh my god, shit's getting real. I'm not even the best at this life that I chose anymore. There's a ton of people better than me at this sport. Fuck, I'm not even trending on Twitter unless I do something crazy, like get accused of rape or drunk driving to someone. I'm basically as irrelevant as I would be as an accountant at this same age, except I don't have a family and all this other stuff. And I won't get to live to be 100. I don't know. I feel like when you're 53 years old and you're on a vacation, maybe looking at your wife or family, you're like, you know what? I'm glad I picked this one. Glad I didn't go for the running back route or whatever the case may be.
I suspect a lot of the amazing lives aren't that amazing when you live them, right? Like a UFC fighter, right? That's a life that some alternate universe version of me might think was really cool. But the back room, the working, they spend every day in a gym. That gym's not clean. That gym doesn't smell nice. It's a hard working existence filled with pain the whole way through. It's just 1 or 2 nights where you're a celebrity. It's I don't know. There might be a reason most people choose a regular, comfortable life. It might be better, or not.
Yeah.
I did not enjoy the fights this week. I paid the $60. I felt ripped off in the end. The first 3 fights went to decision, and I don't know, maybe a real fan could appreciate a decision, but they weren't even exciting decisions, I didn't think. And I knew who was going to win the decision in each case before. I didn't even need to listen to. I went to the bathroom. You know, I don't care what the judges say. I don't care exactly what the point spread is or whatever. I knew who was going to win or lose. And then both champs fell, which was good, I guess. But those fights weren't particularly entertaining. I didn't think.
I wanted Holly to win.
I take that back. I really enjoyed the Conor McGregor fight and watching that because I listened to what Joe said about it, and that made me. He said that Conor's all about his left hand, and everything else he does is to hide the left hand. It's to hide the left hand with smoke and mirrors. And so I was watching that, and sure enough, like he's doing, he'd do a cartwheel or something, but it's the left hand, left hand. And if you look at Nick, this is what's fucked. It's the right side of his face because the left hand kept coming in there and fucking him up. And I guess both Diaz brothers, according to Joe Rogan, have a lot of scar tissue around their eyes, and he really opened him up. But I saw him post-fight, and he was speaking fairly well, and it was pretty good. I liked his fight, and I guess the girls fighting was good too. But those first three fights were a real letdown. And in previous events I'd seen, the first three fights were as good as the main two.
It wasn't
the main
a super card, right? Like I kind of felt like we were treating it like a super card. And there were some good fights that you didn't see. Like I like the Diego Sanchez versus Jim Miller fight, but they put that all the way on Fight Pass, like hours ahead of time. And then I can't remember who it was, but the last Fox fight was also a pretty good one. If they had taken all their best fights and put them on the main card like they did old school, it would have been a really great card. But instead, they took 5 great fights, spread it out across 3 cards, and none of them were particularly great.
I feel like this has to take some of the momentum, some of the air out of the Ronda Rousey Holly Holmes rematch.
Mm-hmm. I bet
it definitely does.
Yeah. And the question is, does Holly rematch Ronda for a title shot, or does Ronda get an immediate title shot against Miesha? And it's cool because Miesha can beat Holly apparently. Holly can beat Ronda. And apparently Ronda can beat Miesha. So there's this rock, paper, scissors thing going on between these 3 guys. And
3-way. Oh, that'd be good.
Ooh.
Put all 3 of them in there. I'd like to see that. And a ladder match.
We've watched group MMA before. Like, it's on YouTube. Oh, my God. It starts off like MMA, right? And then what happens? So it's 5v5. And it starts off like any other MMA match. Like
How big is this ring? Same size?
Call it like half court basketball, but it's a padded floor, but roughly that half court basketball sized. And it starts off as kind of 5 1v1s, but then it doesn't take long. Yeah, Group MMA, you're only as strong as your weakest guy. One of the people fall, right? Within like the first minute and a half or so, one guy drops. Then there's 2v1s that just pick off people one by one, and they get brutalized. It's awful.
And then it's a 5v1 by the end, and it's just and sometimes there's a guy who just won't give in. He's like locked up with his original opponent, but everyone's just raining blows down upon him, kicks and stomps, and
it doesn't seem very sporting at that point.
It's like you're supposed to fight. Call it 5v3, right? The 3 of you know you're screwed now. You have got a big problem, and so like I'm locking you up in a guillotine. Someone comes along and just soccer kicks me in the face, right? Because there's other people here. What was going okay for me?
Like, hold him down.
Yeah, and
each other up.
That's how the group stuff goes. It is brutal. It's brutal. But
this doesn't sound like fun at all.
It's fun for the people watching.
Oh, and that's it.
Yes.
See, at most other sports, even like one-on-one MMA, like the person is there because they really love it. Like a football player will be like, I fucking love playing, hockey player, I love the sport. Group MMA, like even interviewing those guys, like, red team, you ready to go up against, Team Cobra? No, I want to fucking go home, but I got about $90,000 in student debt for my arts degree, and so I'm about to get my fucking head kicked in by that Samoan guy over there. So how about you fuck right off with this interview and let me go in there? Like, that'd be horrible.
You gotta be trying to badass to
I would be trying to stay in the back and not hook up with my guy. I would be like hiding behind one of my teammates, so he's really getting like 2v1'd, and I'm just creating space.
Yeah, you're like every time he reaches you to tag in, you lean back. You're like, oh shit, you missed again. Come on.
I'm spitting my mouthpiece out immediately and like crawling on the ground looking for it while the ref's like, yeah, just let him find it. And
it's not tag team though. It's literally like all 10 people in there at once fighting.
Yeah.
It's.
What would you do to get out of that? Would you just? I'd honestly have to be like, I have diarrhea. I'm gonna diarrhea all over everyone in this ring unless I can leave. Like, I'm sorry, brain check.
Diarrhea
I don't
in
know what I would
MMA
do. I would not go in.
means they're druggies. That's the thing.
Wait, what is?
Yeah, so a couple of guys, like there's this guy, Yoel Romero. He's gigantic. He's just so freaking jacked. He's 37. He looks 19. And he's like roided out. He got caught for steroids. But previously, he's had 2 problems that they both called Stoolgate. One was Tim Kennedy had him so knocked the fuck out that he spent an extra 30 seconds. He couldn't answer the bell. And his corner, like, pretended that, like, oh, we spilled too much ice or something. They delayed it to give him extra time to recover. The Stoolgate before that was he shit his pants. Get it? Stoolgate?
Oh,
and,
yes.
yeah, and if a fighter comes into a match with diarrhea like that, it usually indicates they use diuretics to help them cut weight.
This was Jose Aldo?
No, it was Yoel Romero.
We've
Yeah.
watched that video before of the MMA fighter shitting himself in the ring, right?
Probably. I can think of a couple of them. Tim Sylvia
It
did it.
runs.
Yoel Romero did it.
The shit runs down his leg. It's diarrhea. He's very embarrassed. The
You've
crowd
showed me.
boos. They take pictures of him as he walks by.
We did. That wasn't the UFC though. But yeah.
No.
We have
it was
watched
some sort
that
of
one.
off.
Yeah.
off-brand
What was his
shit.
name?
I don't remember.
When he finally makes it to the big league, he's already going to be like the Brown Bomber or something.
Exactly.
His nickname.
Yeah.
The worst part
Fighting
was, like,
out of the red corner, Brian, the Brown Bomber, Cruz.
they just play fart music as he comes
Yeah,
out. No,
just
so the way I remember it is he was from like the Midwest, like maybe Chicago or Missouri, somewhere in there, and it happened. Like the fight itself took place on the East Coast, so like I'm sure that his friends were consoling him, being like, "Look, man, nobody back home's ever going to hear about this." And then the YouTube video is like 3 million views. Everybody's seen it. It's so embarrassing, and it's a lot of shit.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
what are you gonna do to me? Give me the old one-poo punch?
Yeah,
The audience is
It's
great in
not
that
like-
too. There's some that are like laughing and pointing and have their phones out, and then there's like some women who just like seem to have a lot of class and they just like pretend that they can't. I had no idea. You know, they just. It's like I don't know, a social non-event. I can't think of a parallel with it. Like everyone knows it happened, but we just pretend that it didn't.
Like if someone is too drunk at Christmas parties, you know, until they do something, everybody pretends like, oh well, you know, hey Uncle Terry, like crazy cat, but and not doing it. You know what I mean, right? All those family, maybe not Woody, because I guess your family doesn't like. Really
No, not really
partake
drink. No, not in my family. So, what did I have? Oh, Mizzou. So it looks like Mizzou has massive budget issues now. Are you familiar with this? Did you read it?
No, I'm already done there, so I don't care.
Well, let me get. The university will enroll 1,500 fewer students than projected. They will have a budget shortfall of $32 million. It's staggering. And basically, people aren't applying for Mizzou because last year, when you would apply to these things, they had all that like drama and shit on the about the racism. Some of it was fake.
Yeah.
There may or may not have been a poop swastika.
That was fake too. Yeah, it was not fake, but it wasn't from Mizzou.
Really? And
Yeah.
apparently there was a racial slur said off campus at one point. I don't even get
Like-
how this stuff is an issue. Like you sensitive little fucks.
Yeah, like is that a good thing? No, you
No.
don't want people saying racial epithets rudely at you. But is this like a huge degenerative problem at this university where it's just hordes of white kids walking around harassing minority students? Like no, they're fighting a non-existent battle. They're just taking up arms against a big old straw man. It's just I don't know. And then you can't even talk about how their outrage is false, or suddenly you just, by virtue of that belief, are suddenly on the other side, where it's like, oh, so you like when people yell the N-word at black
Except for me,
people on the
'cause I'm a
street.
racist,
It's like,
bigoted
well, no,
prick.
but we don't have to act like this is fucking World War III, do we? Like, this isn't happening at that rate. It's ridiculous. Like when that Paris thing went down, did you hear about the Twitter? Some of the Black Lives Matter people who were involved with what was going on at Mizzou at the time, because it happened really close in time to when the Paris attack happened. They started a hashtag, like hashtag fuck Paris, about like, no, this shit here is more important. Like, yeah, they got people dying and getting shot, but feelings are being hurt campus wide. Like, yeah, it's silly.
Dude, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated that a couple like Tumblerinas managed to cause a $32 million budget shortfall at Mizzou.
I got the answer.
Go on.
What?
It's the Trump train, baby. You got to get on the Trump train. He's going to put an end to all that. All those microaggressions? No more. No. He's going to build a wall around that, too.
Everything is a macro aggression. It's got to be big. It's got to be the best. Fuck you. I don't know. I won't just not use your preferred pronouns.
He just doubled down on his stance that most Muslims hate America, and they're making a big deal out of it.
Dude, this is a problem. I don't even know if that's true or not. I've read stuff on both sides that I don't even know where to stand on it. I believe that most Muslims in certain regions hate America. Like if you were to say most Muslims in Iran hate America, I'd be like, all right, that's probably true. Iraq, I understand we're not very popular there. But then there's all kinds of Muslims in like Indonesia, and I don't know where they stand on America. But
yeah,
I don't know. Like if you actually
Trump stands on top of his wall.
If you actually look at Trump's issues, they're not too far from what I would like too. One of the problems I had with the GOP was they're like I would love a version of the Republicans that wasn't so fucking religious, that didn't try to have like a non-secular government, that didn't try to mandate their religious beliefs into our law, right? I don't want the Bible version of sheer law here in America. Like, I don't want that. They're like some of the Trump stuff, I like, oh, look at this. It's like a sane GOP. But then other stuff is completely insane, and he lies. I really have a hard time with how often Trump lies. And
compared with the politicians on stage, though, I mean, they're all professional liars, right?
Yeah.
Not all of them.
Does he really lie more than Cruz? Lion Ted Cruz, as he calls him?
I believe Ted Cruz lies too. Actually, that's one of the reasons that his coworkers hate him so much, because you'll sit there and fight for like small farmers your whole career, and then if it's helpful to him, he'll be like, "This guy hates small farmers," and they're like, "What the fuck? No, that's like the opposite of everything I've done." And
I heard his nickname in high school was the Lizard.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Why is that?
Kind of looks like a lizard.
Oh, I thought you had like a one-liner.
Bernie Sanders doesn't lie. Bernie Sanders isn't up there like lying, I don't think. I believe that.
Yeah, he's misrepresenting what's possible to achieve, which is lying.
Now, which of them aren't doing that?
No, that's what I'm saying, is they all are. It's just people are way more, I don't know, when they call out the lies, people like to pretend that Trump's lies of, this guy hates small farmers, is somehow a huge chasm of difference between him saying that and Bernie saying knowingly, we're going to get you free education, we're going to get you free health care, all this is going to get taken care of, X trillion dollars we're going to need in taxes, and this is how we're going to do it. Don't really look too close into it. It's not going to work.
Bernie's saying this is what I wish I could do as president is a lot different than Trump saying, what? I have no idea who David Duke is, right? He said that. Did I get the name right, David Duke? That's the guy we're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's the KKK guy.
So David Duke endorsed him or something, right? Trump didn't immediately disavow him, which is a non-story. He did a few minutes later or whatever. And then they start hounding him over it for the next 2 days. And
2 days? They're still going on about it. They still go on and say that he still hasn't disavowed him.
He has, though, right? I think that's unfair.
Of course.
Right.
Yeah, I've heard him do it literally 8 times.
So what happens is they say David Duke endorsed you. Isn't that bad? It takes him longer than it should have to say, yes, it is bad. But he does. And let me just keep going.
He said his earpiece was bad in that interview.
That's possible. So then he does disavow him, right? Like later that day. Like it doesn't take long. He takes the right stance. He says, I'm not David Duke's guy. I want nothing to do with him, etc. And for days, they're still hounding him over it. And he's still playing the, I don't know anything about David Duke. I'm not sure who David Duke is. I know nothing about him. Fuck you. You've already disavowed him. You've been hearing about him everywhere you go in public for days. And you're still playing the, I don't know this guy card? You do now. You do. Like, you need to change your tune. That's a lie. Heck, 2 nights ago, he was giving away Trump steaks. Oh, they're acting like all my businesses failed. You want some Trump steaks? I got them right here. No, Trump steaks went out of business. You just grabbed somebody else's steaks, packaged them up in a Trump label, and you're acting like this isn't a... Go on.
Wait. He serves Trump steaks at his places. he serves Trump steaks. The places his restaurants use Trump steaks. So you're right. Maybe they're not. Maybe nobody else is, but he's using Trump steaks in Trump restaurants. He's using Trump water. Trump magazine, I'm sure, is in Trump hotels. It's not on the newsstand, most likely, but it's not defunct.
It seemed misleading to serve Trump steaks and act like this was still a viable business.
But if you went to a Trump hotel or casino or nightclub, you could order a Trump steak.
They're just steaks. Like
No, they're not.
What makes them
They're
Trump
more
steaks?
expensive.
Yeah, like
I mean,
Chiz,
Chiz, will you please research what's special about Trump steaks?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Makes-
They're served at his facilities. They're literally
Google?
from the Bush brothers. Every pundit has been discussing this, and I've read up on it. They're from the Bush brothers farm. He takes them, puts them in his facilities, and slaps the label Trump steaks. He does not raise cattle in any way, butcher the cattle in any way. He's literally, it's like a private label steak company.
If
cares?
he's not out there.
But it's not a
hammering
steak
fence
company. It's
posts
like
as
if
a
you go to his
billionaire.
place
Here
and
at
order a
Trump
Trump steak.
steaks, I slaughter every single fucking cow.
It's
but
not a
No,
steak
you guys
company,
you guys
though.
are full of crap.
It's not a
Like this
steak
isn't
company.
fair. You know, like the Hilton steaks. You can't be like these are Hilton steaks. No, it's just a restaurant that serves steak. It doesn't really make it a Trump steak. Like he used to sell steaks and now he doesn't. And he just pretends that they're Trump steaks because they're at his restaurant, which I guess
That's
they
like-
kind of sort of are, but he
The
doesn't.
magazine is more real than his steaks. He has a magazine called Trump Magazine. They publish things and release it. The steaks are false. He just serves them. They're not his. He doesn't have a steak company.
He doesn't
What?
have a steak company. He has a restaurant. And I don't see like every other restaurant pretending that these are Woody's steaks or, you
He's
know.
got a Trump winery. Apparently, biggest on the East Coast. He said, "Beautiful. It's beautiful."
I'm sure it is. But he lies real casually. Hey, the thing about seeing thousands of Muslims in New Jersey celebrate 9/11, right? That to me, like it, I don't like that. Oh, let's see. So Chiz has an article here.
Yeah, I just.
There you go. The water, the winery, the steaks, the magazine, the airline. There you go.
Oh, he didn't give away the
Isn't
steaks? He
VR
charged $50 a steak?
Yeah, he said that.
I thought he was giving away
I
the
think
steaks.
members got steaks, like members of his club in Florida that he was at.
He
Wait,
said
so
something
they
about
are a
the
real
wine-
thing. So he gave them away. So he has Trump steaks. He can label up a Trump steak whenever he wants and sell it, right?
But
Which
yeah.
means that it's a real thing.
No, you
I know
can't
that
buy
it's
his
just
Trump
a
steak
piece
if
of-
you try
No,
to.
you can't. You have to be at one of his facilities.
Yes, and if I want to buy, Kirkland brand bottled water, I have to go to Costco.
It's not the same thing. That's a store. They produce that product, though. He's slapping a label on something at his store. It's
If
no
I
different
want a
than
big-
buying a
if
Hilton
I-
steak.
No.
No,
If I
that
want a Big Mac,
Dasani-
if I want a Big Mac, I gotta go to McDonald's. They're getting the beef from Australia and they're grinding any cheap cow they can up to make it. But the Big Mac comes from McDonald's. They don't make Big Macs at McDonald's, but they sell Big Macs at McDonald's. I don't see the difference. Those are Trump steaks.
Yeah, this just seems like a little squibbling.
If you
thing
want to
that
choose
people
to
are- just
ignore the
another little
facts, like
thing
many
that
other
they're-
Trump supporters, you by all means do
Yeah,
that.
the
I
thing
linked
is,
an
he
article
used
that
to sell
debunks
Trump
it all.
steaks. It
He
used to
used
be
to.
you could buy a packaged Trump steak and cook it at home. And that business didn't make any money. So now he just pretends that there's Trump steaks because they're at his restaurant.
Well, it sounds
me
like
ask
they
you this
changed the
question.
business from business to consumer to business, where they're selling it to even if it's just his own
That's
restaurants.
not what business to business.
Can I ask this question?
Yeah, his restaurant from his production facility for the steak.
He doesn't have a
I bet-
production facility for the steak.
Not anymore,
I bet you they're viable right now. He needs to get that shit up and rolling because he's made such a big deal out of it.
Oh, yeah.
Billions and billions.
He
needs
makes
to get
more
that
than
shit
Carson made off
rolling.
his fucking book.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to get all that shit rolling. That might be his plan. He might they might give him the nomination. He's like, you know what? I changed my mind. Fuck all of you. What if he did
Yeah.
that? What if he won the nomination and he was like, you know what? Fuck you all.
But like,
Fuck you all.
I mean, you can't expect me to take the presidency. Trump steaks are taking off right now.
they would too. Trump steaks would kill
just-
it right now. I'd want to try one.
Last week
Brand new
we
line of
acquired
ribeyes.
Dasani, Aquafina, Fiji water. They're no more. It's Trump water.
Dude,
Like, he takes over.
you're
all the
right,
products
man.
blow
If
up.
Trump steaks, if he started selling them right now, they'd sell. He just needs to freaking go to
want
Shopify, take some orders, and put a label on any fucking steak he can find. He could get already cooked steak at Chili's, put a label on it, and people will buy that.
Get those things on QVC ASAP. I will order some Trump steaks right now, I'll pay $50 a pop, especially if they like grill his face onto it. I'd love that.
I don't want
his
his face
merch
on
is expensive. I was looking at his merch shop last night because I thought Trump hat would be kind of ironic, but they're like $25 a pop, and I'm not doing that. I wonder if they give them away at the rallies. I want to go to a rally. I want to see what it's like. It seems like there's a lot of energy there and a lot of excitement. It seems like a real spectacle. I think that's the perfect word for it. I want to see it. I want to be part of that. A stadium full of maniacs, like cheering for Trump.
But it's like the policies Trump's outlined are not too far from where I'd like to be. But the man, he just lies a lot. And also his demeanor is an issue. Like, that is a thing. If the president says the wrong thing or, even insinuates the wrong thing, he could start a war, crash a stock market, etc. People watch what presidents say really tight. Maybe they change the rules if Trump is a president and stop taking everything they say so seriously. Or maybe not. And every little slight against some small country is a major issue. I don't know.
I can imagine Trump getting into some trouble. Although, I don't know, we see lots of social faux pas from our politicians anyway. I think Barack Obama touched the Queen, and Joe Biden's always getting grabby with everybody's female relatives. I mean,
even if they're 9.
Yeah, a guy like Trump has been in the company of, I'm sure he can handle it. I really do think he can. I feel like he's rubbed elbows with plenty of high-class, sophisticated people around the world for decades, right? He wouldn't be able to do the business he does. Nobody would want to work with the man if he were a real nut job in private and when he's actually working. I guess, right?
I don't know.
I think he would do much better than people are anticipating at just speaking and conversing with foreign leaders. He's not going to go into talking to Putin like it's an episode of The Apprentice. I think a lot of people really believe that he's going to go in there and start critiquing the decor around the fucking palace in Moscow. Oh, what are you thinking over here? He's going to go in there like an asshole. He's not going to do that. He's going to be way more couth.
I think he will. He did a victory speech on, I think it was Super Tuesday, and everyone really liked it. He sounded presidential. It was great. And then the next day, or whatever, soon after that, Mitt Romney started attacking him. And his wife said, be presidential, right? Be that guy. Everyone loved it. They received so well. And he's like, honey, I can't. I've got incoming. When you've got incoming, you can't be presidential. And it was like a learning moment for me. It was like, yeah, maybe you do take the low road every now and then. Trump is winning America with the low road right now.
Oh, the lowest of roads.
The lowest road in recent presidential history, and Chiz wrote in the chat here that it didn't work for Rubio. Rubio took the low road, and he's just doing worse and worse. So I guess you have to have a knack for pulling off the low road.
Yeah, he admitted he regretted that. He said his children were embarrassed, his wife didn't like it, he wished he hadn't done it.
What a big thing to say.
Who said that? Rubio did?
Wrong.
Rubio said that to
Oh,
Megyn
never
Kelly.
mind. Yeah, well, not impressive then. They're talking about Trump. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
If anything, I think that was really shitty of him to do.
Just backtrack because it's Rubio.
Admitting he's wrong, manipulating the view.
Little Marco
seems
and
weak and small, robotic and low energy, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm. I bet I bet his hands are really clammy. I bet you need a bounty towel afterward to kind of just wipe it off.
If I could
viscous
meet
little membrane.
If I could meet Trump, I'd love to take a picture of us hand to hand. I don't even care if I'm bigger or smaller. It would just be the greatest presidential shot ever. It'd be fantastic.
Why? I'll say, oh, his hand thing?
Yeah, he's got this whole thing about how big his hands are and how big his cock is based on the size of his hands, and there's no problem here.
That does seem like a weird thing to even go off on a tangent about. I can't imagine a way to bring that up.
All right, well, you're missing part of it. So Marco Rubio comes out and says, and look how small his hands are for such a big guy. He's got tiny hands, and you know what they say about people with small hands? You can't trust them, which of course is him taking a shot at Trump and saying that Trump's got a little dick because he's got little hands. So Trump just comes back and says something like, and he went after my hands. Nobody's went after my hands before, ever. Look at these hands. They're beautiful. And basically, he insinuated that if I've got small hands, I must have something else must be small. let me assure you, there's no problem. No problem. And it was just like, I didn't feel like he was taking a super low road. I didn't feel like he was being that nasty. I felt like Fiorina going out there and telling lies about babies being chopped up on tables while people negotiate the price was much more of a low road than
Abortion?
Trump just
Hell
defending
yeah.
his dick size on stage. I mean, don't attack him for defending his dick size if you're going to let the guy slide when he attacks Trump over dick size, right? Like, at least get them both.
Abortion?
No, I was saying that
Hell yeah.
Rubio bringing it up. Like, I don't know how you would even go there. Like, what was happening in his head to even make the dick reference, you know?
Because Trump said that Rubio's hands were sweaty. He's like, well, while we're talking about hands, I'll tell you what I noticed about Trump. You know, he's just trying to get down in the mud with Trump and just sling it right back at him. It was that sort of thing, if I remember correctly. Yeah, she endorsed Cruz, as Chiz just pointed out. And it appears Carson is backing Trump tomorrow. His endorsement will be out tomorrow, which is pretty big. It's the other outsider candidate, right? You know, that helps solidify things a bit for Trump. I think Trump's going to win Florida handily, and I think he's so close in Ohio. It's kind of a coin flip, but if he takes Ohio, I think it's a wrap.
Yeah,
I agree.
Chiz, hop in here and not on text. This is your cup of tea, man. You're very knowledgeable.
There's a path for Kasich to be the next nominee, and I don't know if everyone's watching it, but so if Trump beats Rubio in Florida, which seems likely, and Kasich wins Ohio, and he's favored, then all of a sudden Kasich passes Rubio in delegates. So if Trump doesn't get enough delegates, it becomes a brokered convention, and the establishment, whoever that is, picks who the next president or who the Republican nominee will be, and Rubio becomes the establishment's lead pick. Now I think
Kasich.
Yeah, what am I saying? Am I saying it wrong?
You said Rubio.
You said
He's
Rubio.
out.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Kasich becomes the position that Rubio used to have, right? Rubio 3 weeks ago was the guy that the establishment was backing. And you can't hear me, Kyle? Can other people hear me, Taylor? No one can hear me. And the call got wrapped. Just one moment, please. I'm checking my internet to see if I'm DDoSed. And it doesn't look like it. So I don't think I'm being DDoSed. It could be that is the cause, though, or there's something going on there. Oh, you guys are watching me. We'll get this back. Hang in there a minute. I think that's what happened. So, I lost the call. Let me get rid of. There. So now you don't see all the behind the scenes chat for a second. Let me try and get this back. I'll try calling everybody. Interesting. So for two of them, the call instantly failed, and for Kyle, he didn't pick up yet.
Buongiorno.
Hey, Kyle. We're back to where we were before.
You still streaming, I assume?
I am still streaming, which implies that I didn't get DDoSed.
Yeah. Chiz says his internet went down, and it does not look like a DDoS situation. So I would imagine he'll reboot and recall us all and get the.
All right. All right. So we'll just work from there.
Yeah.
Chiz, you're
Chiz.
back.
Yeah. Start the call for us.
Yeah, Chiz, could you call?
Yeah.
We'll sort this out in just a second.
And there we go. That also fixed. I had this terrible audio issue with I don't know, white noise on the line, and it's only when you were hosting there, and
Yeah.
it's gone.
Yeah, I don't know what's up
Bizarre.
with that. So why don't we have Taylor? We'll get this sorted out soon. I think I might be able to put Kyle on. It's mostly working. You're just small. Whatever, it will work. When he comes in, we'll format everyone in the right boxes, and it'll be good. So, what was I gonna say? Chiz wrote Taylor in all caps, like as to yell for him louder.
And fixed it.
And it worked.
Fixed it.
Yeah, I should have wrote it in all caps.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
yes.
we're all good.
All right.
I can't
we're
see
live.
Woody, but I'm sure it'll fix
I hope
itself.
so.
Anyway, what were we talking about? Politics, I'm sure.
Do you want to go to
The Trump
pot?
train, the wall,
I want to go to pot.
MAGA.
So, did you guys read this article about the Colorado towns who are loving the tax dollars but not liking some of the other problems that pot brings?
I didn't read that. Let me take a look. What are some of the big problems that they're talking about?
Let's see. I'm trying to scan it and get some cool stuff. So, the sales tax from pot is helping us stay afloat. But the town people don't really like the marijuana. Colorado isn't alone, et cetera, et cetera.
Do the town people not like it, or is it like a small contingency of easily annoyed assholes? Because sometimes that's all it takes to get articles like this read.
Colorado pot stores collected $29 million in marijuana taxes, with $11 million budgeted to pay for regulation, enforcement, and drug prevention. The rest went into the city's general fund. A driver who told police he was under the influence of cannabis and alcohol caused a fiery 6-car accident in Denver. I think he's under
Doesn't
alcohol
count.
too. Yeah, right. I feel the same way.
Yeah, that's.
He was also wearing shoes.
It's been difficult but not impossible to get our arms around what the impact is in Colorado. I don't know if the revenue gained will outweigh what the social costs are. I'm trying to find it right. School counselors told researchers who compiled law enforcement report that so many kids are high, it's impossible to apprehend all but the most impaired. In one instance, a counselor reported that a father allowed 2 brothers to smoke a bowl before school. Others noticed an increase in the number of parents showing up to school stoned. At Montfort Elementary School, 4 10-year-olds were caught buying and selling edible candy bars they stole from their grandparents. I've seen it. I've often said I've seen it all, and clearly I haven't, says Gates, a former police officer. So as everybody sort of points out and loves to mention, the cannabis tax is a windfall, and it's great. But in here it mentions a bunch of emergency room visits for people who are too high.
That's just people panicking. Like nothing bad is going to happen.
That's actually been down, by the way, since they added their 10 milligram rule
for edibles.
thing. They've had less people visiting than initially when they just said, go do whatever you want with edibles.
And I read someone's account that there was somewhere where you could get these 1,000 milligram bars and stuff, and maybe that's true. But I drove all the way across the state.
Medicinally, you can.
Okay, medicinally you can, but recreationally is what we're talking about anyway. So it's completely immaterial what's on the medicinal side. I mean, it has nothing to do with.
I never
pretend. This article is they have this thing that says, so a driver who told police he was under the influence of cannabis and alcohol, that same one. In Colorado, about 20% of 2014 traffic fatalities involved drivers who tested positive for cannabis. Cannabis stays in your system for like a month plus. That's like if you got pulled over for rear-ending someone and they tested you and they could tell that you drank like a 6-pack 3 weeks ago, they'd be like, oh, DUI.
That's not
like,
exactly
sucks,
true.
Sorry.
I just, the only reason...
That is how...
I have a little bit of expertise in this because I follow the UFC so tight. And there are some fighters who are just known to be on cannabis all the time. But because their body fat's low and they're so active, it gets out of their system in 2 to 3 days.
Yeah, it's stored in lipid cells.
Right,
So
but that's
the heavier you are, the more...
Yeah, pro athlete.
If you're a pro athlete,
thousands of calories a
Look,
day.
I admit that these guys are in the extreme end of the scale, right? They've got so little body fat and they work so hard. Just 1 second. But also, not everybody is on the other end of the month-and-a-half scale, right? Like, there might be a
3
lot
weeks
of
is the
active
average.
people. Oh, 3 weeks.
It's
so that's
even
half
bigger
of what
than
Taylor
that.
said.
Because like you're not just taking you're taking a subsection of the population, not the whole population. We're talking about pot smokers' fat lipid levels. like there are this is the guy who's cramming a bag of Doritos every
They're
night.
thinner.
He's not gonna burn it.
No, I pointed this out to Woody the other day.
Yeah.
And actually, studies show that you're less likely to gain weight if you're a constant user. And I said, with that, you look at anecdotal evidence. Do you see many super obese pot smokers that do it on the daily?
When I picture
No,
a
it's
pot
for a
smoker
different
in my
reason,
head, like remember the guy who, what was his name? Social Strain?
Strain Central.
Strain Central,
Josh.
right? Yeah. So Josh from Strain Central, he was on the show. He is in my head what I think of as a pot smoker. Or for those of us that were there, Kyle, remember the guy when you were like, you look like you know where to score weed at paintball? That guy wasn't fat. Like when I think of a pot smoker, I think of a guy who, for some reason, is a little taller than average and thin and
Maybe into extreme sports.
Could be, you know.
Yeah,
Not,
like
you might.
and not
Thinks a lot of
necessarily.
things are rad.
I don't actually, and I'm not going there, but like, I don't think of them all as extreme athletes. But yeah, I do think of them as kind of thin and looking good with clothes on. Like that to me is, if their hygiene was better, that's a stereotypical pothead in my head.
I only think of I know that kind of pothead. I have friends who have been that kind of pothead where they honestly would skip meals sometimes, where we'd like go to Qdoba after class in college or something and be like, "You're not getting a burrito, man?" He's like, "No, dude, I'm going to pick up some, pick up an 8 in a little bit." It's like, all right, well, that's fucking weird. Like, you're going to go spend more money on pot that you're already high instead of just getting a burrito and eating like a human being.
Yeah,
and then
he
there's
wants
a
to
different
get us.
level of pothead that I also knew where they're not smoking all day every day, but they smoke pretty much every day at least once, and they would be heavy, no problem, because they just have their one daily smoke. They're not blowing all their money on pot, and then they just feast on pizza or wings or something that's not that great for you, as opposed to the really skinny ones who are just blowing all of their money on pot, and that's like their modus operandi. Like everything is to get high, and it's like it's a weird track to watch someone rationalize their way down that rabbit hole, because counterculture has gone so far in favor of weed that now tons of people can't see there are any problems with it ever, and so they just take every opportunity to get as high as possible all the time.
That's always been. There's two things I want to point out. One, I'm for recreational marijuana being
Absolutely.
legalized, right? Like sometimes people get the wrong idea because I'm not like 100% on board with everybody 24 blazing it, you know. But in terms of whether it's the right call in terms of prohibition or not, why are you laughing at me?
Because
I was
you
laughing
said
at
something
24
silly.
Blaze It.
They made such a big deal on the subreddit that I can't stop it now. But like I'm not for.
24/7 blaze it.
Is that
24/7 Blaze It.
Thank you. Thank you.
am I saying it wrong? Is that what's so funny?
It's 24/7, and apparently you said 24/7 420 Blaze It, which is like the most. Somebody commented in the subreddit that thing that Steve Buscemi where he's like, "Hello, fellow kids." Like that's kind of what you were like, where you're like, 24/7, smoking all the pots, blazing all the reefers, smoking that devil's lettuce.
I've been pretty consistent on this. Like I'm for it, but I'm definitely on the outside of this. I'm not pretending to be an actual pothead, but so I'm for it in terms of like, should we have a modern day prohibition and stuff? No, I think that there's more bad that happens from enforcing these laws than good that happens from cutting back on pot use. But one, I get a little irritated at the people who act like pot is like a health drug. Like, oh yeah, it's kind of like celery, and it's negative calories.
Yeah.
It makes you better.
No count.
Yeah, no. Chill, bro. It's not actually great for you. Oh, Chiz and your benefits. And then I was gonna say something else. I've noticed a trend, and I don't know if it's an actual trend or it's just my awareness of something that hasn't changed at all. But it seems like people are going towards higher concentrates. Like I see things online where they're like, I figured out how to make a dab, or I figured out a wax thing, or we've made. I talked to a person who said that the butter they made. I guess that's how you make like edibles. Like you first you get it in the butter and then you use the butter to cook. I'm not even sure, but the butter they made was so concentrated and so effective that it was a point of pride for him or her. And I've just noticed like an intensification of how some people are smoking. It's not exactly like it was before, where like a joint or a bowl was the only way people really did it. And I don't know if that's bad.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all. Drink all the alcohol you want, all the marijuana you want, nothing wrong with that. Speaking of alcohol, if you're anything like us, then you know exactly what you like and how you like it. Except when you're in the wine aisle. Tannins and terroirs mean nothing to you unless you happen to be some fancy pants professional sommelier. Well, with Club W, the guessing game is over. Club W is the world's only personalized wine club, and your wines are sent directly to your door. Not only does Club W send you the wine, they send you the wine that you'll love drinking. That's because Club W's easy 6-question quiz figures out your palate so that every bottle you receive is perfectly tailored to your taste. Club W is leading the grape-to-glass wine revolution. They work directly with vineyards to cut out the middleman, which saves you money. Club W even offers a no-risk guarantee that you'll love what they send you or your money back. And right now, Club W is offering our listeners 50% off your first order when you go to clubw.com/PKA50. Wine should be fun, not pretentious. Start learning as you drink at clubw.com/PKA50. You'll even get 50% off your first order.
I don't think I'm doing 50. I don't know.
You're not.
Club W.
But dude, check out like seriously, while you're watching this, go open up a fresh tab and check out the Club W questions because it's pretty cool. Like they don't ask you, "Hey, do you want a rosé or a Tannanite?" I don't even know my wine. They're like, "Hey, do you like your coffee black or with sugar? You know, do you like what kind of syrup do you put
like
on
your
your
steak
pancakes?"
medium rare or medium well.
Right, does a perfectly grilled steak taste a little bit like the grill or whatever? Like the questions are questions that non-wine people can ask. They don't ask you if you want it dry, right? I don't know what the fuck dry wine is. Like I keep saying
It's
this.
gross is what it is, unless you get the right kind, apparently.
It's obviously a liquid. I hear dry wine, I expect something powdered. No, turns out that's not what dry wine is. And but the questions are geared toward people who have no idea what. So go check them. What is it? Club W. Go check out Club W. At the very least, go through the questions, and I think you'll find them interesting. And how they figure out what kind of wine you want.
Something about wine to figure out, kind of like cigars, where it's like there has to be a reason that so many people are super into this, like, and I'm just missing it. Like cigars. Every time I've smoked a huge cigar, if I get halfway through and it's like, oh my god, like this is. Like, it's starting to get gross, kind of an endeavor now. Wines, I bet there's a ton of fucking good ones out there that you just need someone to point out the right one instead of just going to the wine section and being like, oh, Cabernet Sauvignon. Well, there's a $6 bottle, and there's one that's $25. I'm going with the $6 bottle.
We have a when you get older, you have these like family friends. Like I really like the husband. Jackie's lifetime friends with the wife, and our kids get along. And that guy's super into making wine. He has his own like wine basement thing and his own grape press and stuff like that. And every year he makes it. I hate 90% of it, but he's like, you know what? This is the one that you'll like because he's like a sommelier. Sommelier, I'm sure that's it. It's totally not. Do you know what it really is? It's close to that.
Yeah, it's sommelier. That's what the word is.
Screw you, it's not. I don't believe you.
Sommelier. There is a documentary on Netflix about sommeliers.
I have a feeling you have a twist on it to make me look foolish.
No, look it up.
It sounds just like the people who would pirate your sailboat. Sommelier.
Sommelier. Let's see. SOMMELIER. A sommelier or wine steward is a trained and knowledgeable wine professional. Normally, ... and that's where I have to actually click on the Wikipedia article.
Okay, I'm going to play the thing.
Sommelier.
So we were very close.
Very close. Don't appreciate you co-opting my success here, though. Sommelier. You're like, is it a Samsonite? Or something like that. And then I say it, and you're like, oh yeah, sommelier. Well, let's see how close we got. All right.
In my head, I got you 90% of the way there,
Yeah, you're
and then
like
I took us the last 10, and
It's just like that South Park episode where Jimmy comes up with that really funny joke, and then Cartman remembers it every time of him giving Jimmy the idea to come up with it, and then at the end, Cartman really thinks that he came up with it. That's funny. Yeah, but that's probably a cool service. I'm gonna check out Club W. See if maybe there's a kind of wine I like. I'd like to find a red wine that I like because I feel like that's fancier.
I think Kyle was somewhat goofing when he was like, drink all the alcohol, smoke all the pot, until they run out of fish or whatever. But where do you stand on this? Do you think it's a dangerous trend that like wax and edibles and what is a dab is becoming like a more popular thing?
In what way?
It's kind of like how you can drink beer or you could drink whiskey. It's the same thing in there. There's booze in there, ethanol, alcohol, but the effects of it are going to be drastically different just because one is so much more concentrated. Like, it's a different world because if you drink a fuck ton of rum that's 90 proof or something, you could get alcohol poisoning and die if you drank too much. If you smoke way too much pot in the form of wax or dabs or whatever the correct nomenclature is, you're not going to die, but you will have like a full-on panic attack.
I could argue it's safer, if anything. If you're smoking higher concentrated weed dab is a vapor. It's not even smoke you're burning. But if you're smoking higher concentrated, bud, for example, then you have to smoke less. So you're smoking less of the carcinogenic properties of burning those leaves and stuff like that. Whereas before, at 4%, you have to go through like several ounces of weed to get where you'd want to. So you're burning less carcinogenic properties, which are the bad parts of burning marijuana.
That's also possible.
I'm not an expert.
My thought process. Go ahead.
Okay, and Chiz makes a good point. But in terms of the THC consumption, right? Like if you had a population that tended to drink beer, and then you had another population that tended to drink vodka, I bet the vodka population would have more alcohol-related problems.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, but can you give me several examples of the marijuana-related problems?
No.
Because one is just getting to the end goal quicker. If the equivalency, let's just use basic terms, I have to smoke 1 joint of the good stuff and 5 joints of the bad stuff. My end goal is to get to a certain level of highness.
I just
if
feel
you want
like
to do that, I think that's fine. But it's also like, see, this was my rationale for it, is that if someone starts drinking and it's their first time drinking, do you hand them 2 fingers of Macallan 18 Scotch whiskey, or do you give them a Bud Light? You give them a Bud Light because you need them to be able to feel that feeling as it's going on and being like, okay, I will have another can of this, drink it, getting drunk a little slowly. Way better that than, oh, I drank way too much of this whiskey. Oh, now I'm fucked.
Sure,
Well,
if the argument is getting someone into it, yeah, you shouldn't hit it out. You shouldn't get into a Formula One race car if that's what you're going to learn to drive on. I agree with that. But as far as a daily user, there's really no difference as far as what's bad for you as opposed to something like alcohol, where you do get a physical dependency on it, and you can actually overdose and damage your liver severely.
The thing is, Chiz, I feel like I don't know how to measure how high you are, but let's pretend there was a blood alcohol content equivalent. You're much more likely to overshoot what you would have otherwise hit with less potent stuff.
But when you hit, but the worst case scenario is, all right, I'm having a bad time right now. It's not like alcohol where
that's the worst case scenario that night. And I agree with you. It's not the worst thing, right? Maybe you get too much anxiety, you feel paranoid, you call the police on yourself or something,
people will have a full-on panic attack sometimes if they're not used to it. Like, it's not just a joke thing. Like, if you see someone who's not used to pot and they smoke way too much wax or some of that crazy intense shit, it's not just like, oh, guys, I'm a little too high right now. Maybe I can't come out to the bars with you. It's like some of those people like go ghost white and are non-functional for hours.
But what I was trying to say is,
so
for that night, they might have a horrible experience. But if it's really easy to get to that level consistently, then, I just don't know what the long-term effects are of using more THC on a regular basis. Are they going to have that like little memory loss thing that sometimes people get? Are they going to... I don't know. It just, like I said, it's like using vodka. You're much more, you can so easily hit the far side of your goal that perhaps it's a negative thing.
And the tolerance, to kind of piggyback on the point that Woody is making on tolerance, just like alcohol, like if you get into drinking a ton of beer all the time and getting drunk on that all the time, it's going to take you way longer to build up your tolerance on that than it is if you're just crushing vodka every day, and eventually your body's just like, oh well,
but that's assuming you're having the same quantities of these things. With marijuana, you're going to smoke a little because you have such high. What you're smoking is so high.
That's not necessarily true. I know enough people that moved over to wax and those kinds of pot products because they're like, oh, we're going to save money. Like, it's way more expensive, but we'll smoke like one hit instead of a whole blunt. And what inevitably happens is they take one hit of that thing. They're just as high as they were. They're at their peak. And then they're like, let's take another one. Let's push the limit. And eventually their tolerance is so out of whack that they need those intense kinds of pot to actually get high. Like smoking just like a doobie like you see in a movie from the 70s. They just laugh at that and be like, yeah, I want to get high. That wouldn't even
Sure,
Yeah,
that's
but-
just tolerance.
but they could
that's
take
just
a
tolerance.
tolerance
But
break
the
for 2
argument,
weeks and
the
be
argument
fine.
initially, yeah, what Kyle said too. It's not that hard to reset that. But the argument was the adverse effects of starting out so high with, or just consuming the super high potency stuff. The negative effect I keep coming back to is, what is that negative effect? Oh, their tolerance is high. Big deal. Take a break. Come back to it. You're not going to kill yourself. Like I said, you're smoking less carcinogenic properties because you're starting out the gate smoking more higher quality stuff.
Yeah, the carcinogenic stuff is a good point because you're dodging some of that.
And like, you know,
but I
the
also
dabs
think
and
that
stuff,
Taylor
it's,
and I
you know,
are right
burning
on this
anything.
notion that you're gonna build up your tolerance. If it's so easy to consume a large amount, then you're more likely to consume more than if it was hard or slow.
Well,
you know?
that
Too much
comes
of
down to
anything-
an opinion.
It comes down. What it comes down to is too much of anything is a bad thing, whether it's ice cream, alcohol, or marijuana. If you're a fool, you're going to end up in a bad state, no matter what your drug of choice is, whether it's hot wings or heroin. It's all about responsible use, and literally with anything and everything. You could responsibly use heroin. I'm sure it could be done, right? But nobody's really able to, and to a lesser extent, not. There aren't nearly as many people who aren't able to use marijuana responsibly or semi-responsibly. You know what I mean? That it's a small percentage of, I think, the marijuana users who get into that inevitable like wormhole or whatever of just higher and higher tolerance, more high, bigger high, and double it, triple it, quadruple it until their tolerance is outrageous and they're literally smoking all day, every day just to feel normal.
I think for the most part, you're right with that. Yeah, most people aren't going to fall into that.
Yeah.
But some do. Overall, yeah, I agree with you, Chiz.
Yeah, the people that smoke daily do take tolerance breaks to reset
The
that.
positives far and wide outweigh the negatives, I think, of marijuana legalization. Those cartels down there, anything that hurts them seems like a good thing. If there's a modern day, group of people that we can all agree are awful, it's those Mexican drug cartels. So I got that Casper mattress,
Oh, how is it?
2 weeks ago. I'm going to be honest. I swear to God, I wouldn't say this if it weren't true. I'm getting such good quality sleep that my sleep schedule is better than it's ever been. I'll sleep for maybe 7 hours on this thing, and it feels like 10 hours on my old mattress. I had a habit of sleeping in and like sleeping till noon sometimes because I would wake up and not feel rested. But I got to say, I really do like my Casper mattress. I got a king-size mattress, which was an upgrade for me. And it was really cool when it comes rolled up in a box, much smaller than you would think, heavy as hell. But I put it where it was supposed to go, and I slowly start cutting the box and cutting the wrapper until I got to that crucial point where it had enough power to like rip itself from its own enclosure. So I just stood back and watched.
I
as
wish you
tears all this
videotaped it.
plastic.
How fast
I
did it
do
go?
Fast. I didn't record it because Kitty made it out to be this thing where like I should do it a day in advance and let it like unfurl overnight because she had a dog bed that was memory foam, and it was like that. It took a long time for it to like poof up, but this thing like unraveled like one of those snake firecrackers that just continues to grow and grow and grow. Ripped all this heavy duty plastic wrapping off of it, and there it was. And I gotta say, it really is better quality sleep. So Casper mattresses are obsessively engineered American-made mattresses at a shockingly fair price. And now you can get $50 toward any mattress purchase by going to casper.com/PKA and using code PKA. That's what I did. Got $50 off. Listen, you spend about a third of your life sleeping. Let's make sure that you're doing it on a good mattress. Casper brings together two comfy technologies at the same time for better nights and brighter days. Latex foam and memory foam combined. So they've got just the right sink, just the right feel. No bounce no matter how you sleep. That's what I really like. Like, I get up sometimes in the night. My girlfriend usually wakes up before I do. And we always wake each other up in a standard mattress, but there really isn't much motion transfer. So I don't even notice when she gets up.
Plus the
Like,
size
have you done
probably
that
helps
thing
too.
where you put a glass of water on it and you try and move it?
I've had stuff on the bed that would normally topple over on a regular bed. I didn't get so risky as to get a glass of wine.
If you're
but
sleeping
they've got
on like a full size or a queen size now, stop being a fucking peasant. Call up Casper Mattress and upgrade. Back me up on this, Kyle.
I love it. I love it so much. There's so much more room, and the little dog, like, it has its own place in the bed. The dog loves it.
What's he been
they've
saying?
What's he been saying?
Number one, I love a new mattress. New mattress is wonderful. Before I needed a boost to get into bed, but now I can just hop What? The hell?
What?
It likes
What's
a
the
lot. They
name of
got a. That's Fee. That's Fee's voice.
Yeah, the dog
He
doesn't
sounds
need a
like he's
boost
always about to
because
swallow his tongue.
he didn't buy a bed frame for it yet. So this awesome mattress is sitting on the ground.
Yeah. So the little wiener dog's able to like huzzah and like hop right up, which to her is like a monumental effort to jump this high. But they've got a risk-free trial and return policy. They'll deliver it straight to you, and you can get 100 days. If you're not happy, they'll pick it right back up. At the store, maybe you'll get a minute or two to try out the mattress. But with Casper, like I said, you get 100 days to actually sleep on the thing. It's $500 for a twin-size mattress, $950 for a king-size mattress. Comparing that to industry averages, that's an outstanding price point. So get $50 towards any mattress purchase by going to casper.com/PKA and using code PKA. You will definitely get a better night's sleep. I guarantee it.
So
Guaranteed.
I saw an article on Live Science. I think Chiz might have linked it. Did you read the one about magic mushrooms altering your personality?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I
apparently,
heard that
I so don't know my drugs very well. Are mushrooms? They're not LSD, right? That's
No.
No.
shrooms are
LSD
just
is
shrooms,
acid.
right?
Shrooms are just
Yeah.
mushrooms.
Shrooms are toxic for you, and that's what causes you to hallucinate.
Okay, thank you.
So is alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah. But apparently, taking shrooms even once altered people's personality for an extended period of time. At least 14 months is what the article says. It makes them more open. And open is a psychological term referring to an appreciation for new experiences. People who are more open tend to have broad imaginations, value emotion, art, and curiosity. That kind of burned in with me. I want to say it twice. People who are open tend to have broad imaginations and value emotion, art, and curiosity.
You know what other personality trait it causes is it makes it so that for that full 12 months, they will not stop telling everyone they meet that they have changed recently and that ever since they did shrooms, man, you've just got to try it. Like the whole world opens up differently. Like I don't even think the same, man. Like that's the biggest personality change is the subtle, I do this kind of drug and I'm holier than you. And I see things that you can't, you cog.
It's related to veganism in some way. Or CrossFit.
It's gotta be, you know? Yeah.
I would be up for trying mushrooms. That sounds interesting.
It scares me. I'm afraid that
I would
That
want a
scares
lot.
me too. That scares me.
I don't know if I want a personality change. Like so here's the deal. Part of me is like, I think part of the reason, say, Joe Rogan is so successful is that he has that built into his personality. I don't know if it's shrooms related or not, but that like appreciation for new ideas, even if they're crazy conspiracies, that openness, right, is a big part of who he is, and it makes him more interesting to have. Like I feel like if you tell me 100 ideas, 90 of them are just hit by my bullshit filter, right? Whereas if you tell a guy who's done mushrooms, maybe only half of them get filtered out to the bullshit, and they're just appreciative of art, and it changes who they are. On the other hand, I don't know. I kind of feel like I'm doing well right now. Why would you mess with that?
Yeah,
You know?
why take a bunch of ayahuasca and risk going crazy and ruining what you've made for yourself? You know,
Right.
suddenly you're wearing a sandwich board screaming about how the end is nigh when you could be a multimillionaire living in a compound off a Minecraft server. Like, maybe that's the thing that sends you off the edge, is that little bit of ayahuasca. I don't know, though.
I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of those things freak me out. Those, like, especially DMT. That's the one I know the least about. I know your brain produces it when you're dreaming.
Oh well, if it's natural, it's safe.
Yeah. Oh, don't you love that? That was what I had one friend in high school who got super into DMT, saying that it was like opening his mind, and that he every time he would do it, he would go to the moon and he would see this alien, and he would have conversations with him about the world and about this and that. And every time I'd be like, "Wow, what did he tell you, man?" He'd be like, "I don't remember, but it changed me inside." And it's like, wow. So it's like exactly the same kind of thing I could say after the first time I saw The Return of the King, kind of changed me a little bit, made me happy, but at the end of the day, not that fucking big a deal, maybe. I don't know. That kind of stuff is, I feel like
Won
people
10 Academy Awards.
They try and make it seem like they're way more impactful positively than they are, maybe. Or maybe I'm just missing the boat, and these hallucinogens are hugely effective at opening your mind.
Let's do some hallucinogens. Stop being a
That
pussy.
freaks me out.
Let's get some acid. Let's do some acid. Let's get in one of those those sensory deprivation chambers. Get in there and like completely blank out. So we're just going on some trip throughout our own like insecurities and and like mental issues, and we go into like this terrifying realm within ourselves.
Should we live stream our DMT
Fuck
usage?
yes!
We could combine that
long
with the next survival trip in the woods.
How long does it last?
Like 12 hours, 8 to 12 hours.
Oh, that's
right?
a long
DMT.
time.
DMT is about
No,
5 to 15 minutes.
No, I'm talking about
Oh.
LSD.
Oh, LSD, yeah, 12 hours. The problem is it might last 5 to 15 minutes, but you're not aware of time. It could last days in your own head is the issue.
Yeah.
So anytime that argument's brought up, it's like, yeah, that's great, but it feels like I've been here for a month. That's kind of what it feels like. No, you should do that and live stream it so you can capture every time you shit your pants while you're on ayahuasca.
Wait, is that a thing that happens?
On ayahuasca, you'll throw up and shit yourself. It's pretty common.
These are not
Really?
desirable
And people
effects.
still do that for fun.
Yeah.
Robin Quivers tells the story of traveling to this, this man in the jungle or in some hut or some shit,
Probably Peru.
and going through the ayahuasca ceremony and drinking it, and how it made her violently ill and the whole thing. And she described the taste and the look, and it sounded like a really terrible experience. Of course, Howard's the opposite. He's like a germaphobe, like well, I wouldn't call him xenophobe, but terribly a bit agoraphobic. He's terrified of travel. He's not going to leave the country ever. And she's the opposite. She's the one who goes out in the jungle and does ayahuasca. But she had a very awful experience doing that sort of thing.
She had a one-night stand and did anal in a bathroom.
Bent over her sink, actually, in her apartment.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, I don't know. I remember Howard was helping her sell her book, and Howard expertly read that part to us over the radio.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that story. Yeah.
So, good on her.
So I made a phone call yesterday.
A prank call, some might say.
I was being a little silly, I suppose, but Chiz got on the line with me because I feel like I really need an audience when I do these things. It's really awkward when it's just me and them, because like I feel so awkward doing it because there's not anyone for me to entertain that's present.
Yeah, you don't know what's hitting and what's missing. Like, it could be working in your head, and then nobody else thinks it works, maybe.
I don't know. Having Chiz there, I just felt like the gears were spinning a little faster.
Yeah, you need someone to impress,
It honestly is that. I need somebody to play off of and play up to. I need an audience to please.
And you
So you wanna roll
recorded
this?
and edited this prank call, and we're ready to play it for our crowd now, right?
We certainly did.
All right. So
what
I
version
have
will you be listening to?
The edited version.
Okay. There's about 2 extra minutes on Kyle's version.
Hey, I like that part.
Taylor, are you queued up at 0?
I don't have the link. Could you relink it for me?
I don't have the link either.
Oh. There, thank you.
Now I've got it.
Wow, 52 megs?
Jesus. Give me 11 hours.
It's because he put it in a
and
wave
I
instead of an
will-
MP3.
Let me see if I can upload it somewhere.
My file's an MP3.
Oh, who edited
Give me-
it? Who edited it?
So I sent Chiz an MP3 that had a little extra stuff on it that I thought was kind of funny, but wasn't part of the prank phone call. And so he re-edits that out of it and sends it to you in a
Made
wave,
a wave. Silly Chiz.
file. Like an amateur.
There's an
a
extra
wave
30% that is Kyle trying to get his Skype to operate.
Yeah, but I'm being funny, charming, and clever,
All right.
and
So it looks like it's going to take a second.
sexy.
What does your download time say?
3 minutes,
minutes.
4 minutes, 4
I'm going
minutes.
to cancel, and mine does too. And hopefully, it didn't
Oh,
cancel-
just take down to 3.
Did that cancel everyone's or just mine?
No.
All right, so
Stuart's
I'm
on.
one less person leeching off him because I have it already.
All right, so while that rolls, let me just tell everyone about our tried and true sponsor, Dollar Shave Club. You guys, I figured it out. I've discovered the key to an amazing shave. It's simple. Excuse me. That's exactly what DollarShaveClub.com does and why I'm a proud member like millions of others. DollarShaveClub.com/PKA delivers amazing razors right to my door for a third of the price of those greedy razor corporations charge. Both my wallet and my face finally get some relief. Joining DollarShaveClub.com means you can afford to shave with a fresh blade anytime you want, which feels fantastic. And for the smoothest shave ever, use the fresh Dollar Shave Club blade with their Dr. Carver shave butter. That stuff really is great. I've mentioned it a few times before, but the biggest thing to me is that it isn't like a shaving cream that foams up like white and foamy, so you can't really even see your face anymore. It's clear, so you can actually see the hair on your face that you're slicing off with a razor blade, which seems like a good idea. It's not your average shave cream. It has high quality ingredients that make your skin feel soft, smooth, and moisturized. Your blade will just glide gently across your skin. So, if you want the most amazing shave possible, take it from me. Use a fresh Dollar Shave Club blade and Dr. Carver's shave butter. 2 reasons to join dollarshaveclub.com/PKA today.
I feel like between our mattress sponsor, our wine sponsor, and our shaving sponsor, we are really helping people get some action here.
We're going to get a
I think we
marijuana sponsor. We're working on it. Don't worry.
I mean, God, if you shave well with a good mattress and a good bottle of wine, you're gonna have a good night.
Oh, let's talk about the knives a little bit while that download goes. So
Yes, good
some
idea.
of you are probably wondering what's going on with the PKA knives. This isn't one of the PKA knives. This is just my little knife. Our knives are better that we're going to do. So you've got a link there, I think. It's the CRKT Ripple. I think that's the one we've chosen for the PKA branded knife. We are going to have, I believe, about 100 of those. So it's a pretty limited quantity. We're going to have them laser engraved with our emblem and logo and all that stuff. And we're definitely going to get a big price break for our fans. So I think it's a $70 retail knife on their site. And we're definitely going to charge less than that for the knives that we laser engrave and do the limited run for the fans.
Yeah.
We don't currently have everything set up
To order it.
Yeah, they just have gotten the knives in stock. That's why that's where we are now. So we're about to move forward with getting them going, and I would say within a week or two we'll be ready to point you guys in the direction of an Etsy store or something like that, a web page that you can go and purchase these, and I think it's gonna be really cool. We all looked at the knives that we liked, and I think we all agreed that this is the coolest one.
Yeah, it looks cooler than I thought it would be, honestly.
Dude,
It looks like a real, legit knife.
It is. It's a $70 knife that we're going to sell for a big price break off that, a significant price break. And we looked at everything in the lineup. I'm kind of a knife guy. I'm sure there are knife guys out there with their $400 Benchmades who'd consider me a lightweight, but I've been like into this for a year or so now. And this is something I would love to have in my pocket. And it's going to be engraved with, I think the engraving is going to be PKA with the pill, like you guys know the logo. And we're going to get that engraved into the knife, and it's going to be the same knife but cheaper with the PKA engraving. And I'm pretty excited that it's happening like in real life. So
and the hot sauce. Let me go over that because that'll only take a minute, and I've virtually got the thing downloaded now. So I'm going to Wings of Redemption's house tomorrow. Did I mention that early in the show?
Yeah.
I think we maybe did.
Oh, I guess I did. So no need to go over that.
We could go over the whole thing again, though.
Yeah, let's just do it again. No. Okay,
So,
so I've
where you
got
headed
the
Are you bringing anything cool?
all right, so I have the video queued or the audio queued at 0. I don't know if Taylor has his downloaded yet.
I'm very close.
Oh, this is nice. The chat is hearing us talk about the knife, and it has positive reviews. The people who have it already are like, yeah.
Add to
that's
group call.
Awesome.
Perfection.
Stop it. Whoever's playing it through their speakers, stop. You're doing it wrong. Taylor.
I've got it.
All right. Is he going to play through your speakers anymore, or are you all set?
It's all set.
All right. Ready, set, play.
Add to group call. Perfection.
Southern Night.
Hey, do you guys have DVDs?
Yes, we do. We have DVDs, VHS, toys, lubrication. We have an arcade, mail enhancement, pretty much everything you need for your Triple X play.
I wanted to know if you had a couple of DVDs that I'm looking for.
Do you know the name of the DVD and the production company?
Well, I definitely. So I'm looking for like belly button fucking porn, like when they get like a big fat chick and they actually fuck her belly button. You sure? Is there any way you can search by title? Because like I got that. There's big beautiful belly button banging bitches. There's
I can tell no belly button fucking movie.
There's you never know. Sometimes it's in there and it'll be some regular shit, but they'll fuck a belly button out of nowhere. There'll be lint-filled holes, an erotic journey, super obese sluts, volume 9, The Reckoning.
Because I only have a small BBW section.
Shit.
Hold for 1 second. Just hold for 1 second.
I don't know how much more I can hold out. I need my DVDs. He's got VHS too. That'd be nice. That'd be good. Go old school with that shit. Mess up the tracking a little on purpose.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
Am I still talking to the Southern Nights video?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So the last guy couldn't find the videos I was looking for. I was looking for some belly button fucking porn. So I had a few titles here. I guess maybe you could search them for me. There's Crisco Cunts 3, The Fourth Hole Incursion, Super Obese Sluts, Volume 9, The Reckoning, Lint-Filled Holes, An Erotic Journey. That's my favorite. That's an old one. That one goes back. He said y'all had the VHSs?
I've got VHSs, but none of those, baby. I know for a fact I don't have any belly button folks. I might be able to look them up, order them for you. If you want to buy them.
Yeah. See what you can get for me. See if I really want big, beautiful belly button banging bitches. That goes back to 1995, and if y'all could get that on VHS,
Probably not available.
my daddy had that, and I would sneak that out of his closet, and forevermore, that is what I'm into.
Okay. What's the name of it again?
Big, beautiful belly button banging bitches.
Big, beautiful belly button.
Banging bitches. The 6 B's, Daddy always
Banging
called
bitch.
it.
Uh-huh.
And lint-filled holes, An Erotic Journey. And now, if y'all can get them on VHS, I'll pay whatever it takes.
Oh, I can't get them on VHS, baby.
Oh,
I mean,
I think my
No.
uncle said he's got a way that you can convert the DVD over to the VHS, so we just be doing that. That'll be all
yeah,
right.
no, no, we can't get VHS anymore.
Yeah, I just get the DVD and then I'll convert it myself because I like that old school feel. I like to get the tracking and mess it up a little so you can't really see real well. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'll check these, give me your name and number, and if I can get them, I will call you back.
My name is Lefty Purcell. That's Purcell.
Okay, phone number?
You can call me back at 706 356 44.
Hell no.
Okay. I'll see what I can find.
Thank you very much, man. You scour the internet for that belly button fucking porn, because I'm going to tell you, I ain't been able to find that. I go to them trade shows, you know, and you run into some weird people there when you go there. I don't like that. They be into some weird shit. You know, I don't like to be around no weird people into all kind of nastiness.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll see what I can find.
Homosexuals and furries and
Okay. Okay. I'll see
tarot
what I can
card
find.
readers and
All right. I'll see what I can find.
Democrats. Democrats.
I don't think I can co-sign that.
Democrats, Republicans.
Oh, she was like, I don't think we have any belly button fucking.
Well, I'm glad you found another way to tie it in.
Yeah, 5 shows in a row. Belly button fucking. All right. I think we need to get a meme and a T-shirt for that. I want the T-shirt to have like where your belly button would be under the shirt. Put a hole right there and somehow like work that into the design of the shirt. Like make it say like 4th input here or something like that. I don't know.
So you want something that would like get rejected for being a factory irregular to be the shirt that we sell. It's just a
Yeah.
hole in the middle.
I want you to just superimpose a vagina right where the belly button goes or something like that, or make it say stick it here. I don't know.
Yeah, his and hers belly button holes.
Ooh, I've never. Oh, is there gay belly button fucking? Now that's a good question.
Well, we're not going to look that up again because if we do this again, then we're teetering on low class here.
Little low brow for you, is that it?
Yes, we
Fair
are a
enough,
razor's
fair
edge of class, and we are about to fall into that chasm of
Fair
garbage
enough.
again.
I think I'm gonna do a few more of those next week. I've got a few more little ideas. I had to work belly button fucking in, but I need an audience when I do them, so I gotta get one of you guys on there with me because I've tried it before by myself and I never go far enough. It usually ends up being like just a polite conversation.
You're like, oh, you're selling dogs, right? Well, yeah, I'm selling some dogs. Oh, well, how many interested in getting rid of? Wow, that sounds really great. That's really nice of you to go out of your way. You know what? You have an excellent day. You have an excellent. No,
Need
I'm
to
not
revisit
interested.
the puppy stomping.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was
I
gonna
don't
ask
like.
for you to dry clean my KKK hood, but now that I'm talking to you for real, you seem nice. Like,
I'll tell you what I'll do. I just spitballing off the top of my head. You mentioned KKK. It would be funny to call like a city hall and try to get a permit for a KKK cross burning somewhere. I think that would be funny.
It would be funny to get a KKK outfit and vlog it as you tried to get it dry cleaned.
That's been done.
Oh.
someone did that.
Yeah.
the Amazing
He's
racist.
caught an ass
Nothing new
whooping.
under the sun.
Yeah, it's dangerous dressing up as a Klansman these
You
days.
wouldn't
Go
be
figure.
wearing it. You'd just be getting it dry cleaned.
I don't want any part of that. I
No.
don't want-
No, that's asking for trouble.
Yeah, and I think that like if you had a Nazi uniform, I feel like even if someone took offense, you could be like, I'm gonna play. But if you've got like, if you've
Not
got
only
a
am I a
Klansman's
racist, I'm a
hoods and
murderer.
robes, and it says Grand Wizard on there or some shit, like I got a feeling, I don't know how to put this, but the kind of person who might take offense to such a thing might be difficult to talk down and reason with once they've seen that you're a Klansman anyway.
That one
actually
black guy in the
involved.
NHL, we got to get
So
him.
it seems
the
like a
hell
real
out of there.
recipe for an ass whooping.
Yeah, not a good idea. That's on par with those fake pranks. Like, you kind of deserve what's coming at that point.
So let's talk about some TV. We can either go Game of Thrones. I know it's a little early. I don't want to discuss the trailer. I didn't watch it. I hear it's
I
full of
didn't either. I don't
spoilers.
want to watch that one.
I've heard
So,
it's very spoilerific. I actually
Yeah.
did watch it, but it just caught me at the wrong time. I was working late. It was like 5 a.m., and I don't know what I saw. I think it's better that way.
Good. Yeah, I have not seen it. Don't plan to. I'm excited about it. The other thing would be Better Call Saul. I started watching that. I'm all caught up on that. It's Always Sunny. Just wrapped their season.
On the Game of
It's,
Thrones
left
thing,
season.
I didn't even watch it, but there was a like montage. It showed like an image from the show every frame for a couple seconds. So there were like 74 images or something like that. And
Yeah.
people on Reddit have like taken it, grabbed every still, put it on Imager, and you can see all the like screens. I don't know if they spoiled it or not. Like I really didn't know what I saw, but
Well, see, it would be very easy to spoil it if you're as involved with the show as we all are. For example, if I saw Stannis Baratheon in any state other than decapitated, I would then know that Brienne is not going to behead him as was alluded. If I see Jon Snow in any state rather than lying dead and cold, I know that the Red Woman has
you
brought
could
That
him
go
back.
ship has
further.
kinda sailed,
Like you
though.
could see that. Is it? What's her name? It's not Ariana. The girl
I haven't
who
watched
becomes the
Sansa.
assassin.
Arya.
No,
Oh,
Arya
Arya.
is what I'm going for. You could see Arya and say, "Oh, she left that city." It seems, and that would be like a minor spoiler for people who know it.
Yeah, I don't want anything. For example, the Khaleesi last time we saw her, she's being surrounded by a Dothraki horde, and if we saw her in any situation other than being like there, we would know what comes next. We would know, oh, she got her way out of that horde surrounding situation.
Taylor,
They didn't
we
just
know
rape
what
her
comes
to death.
next, right?
I don't.
You don't, but I think in the book they actually cover that. Yeah, so I have a good clue. I won't tell you, but
Yeah. So, well, we know what happened in the book, but they certainly have diverted that in many ways.
that's why I
so
called
who
it
knows?
Clue. Yeah.
Yeah. So, very excited about the season. I have not watched. I mean, for months and months, I've avoided spoilers, clips, trailers, images from behind the scenes, any of that stuff. So I don't know anything at all. Very excited about the show. I'm gonna hedge my expectations though because of last season's little issues here and there. Though, of course, I read, like I told you guys, they hired some master swordsman who's just this world class, top tier guy to I think play one of the roles of a great swordsman that's going to be portrayed this season. So that seems like a bright spot to me if that's accurate. I read it many months ago now though. It's Always Sunny wrapped. I think we got mixed reviews among us about what we thought about the season finale. I liked
it. I thought it was a good finale.
I haven't
I thought
watched
it was-
it. I followed your advice to not watch last week so I could see it back to back,
Ooh.
and it's
great
still in front
job.
of me. Yeah.
Okay, well, no spoilers. Let's just, it was a little different, but I really enjoyed it. Lots of funny moments. I don't think Chiz thought so, but
Chiz thought it was shitty. He thought last episode was good and it dropped off.
The penultimate episode, I think, is far superior, and I think I would have liked it more if I did what Woody's about to do and watched them in one continuous flow, because that waiting for a week, I didn't feel like it was worth the payoff, me waiting in anticipation for the conclusion.
I
It had
suppose
its
not-
moments. It definitely wasn't the worst. Like, the first 4 are the roughest episodes of the season.
Woody, have you ever seen The Shield?
Is that the one with the short, bald guy who plays a
Michael
cop?
Chiklis, yes.
Yeah, I've
Yes.
seen some of it.
So, are you familiar with the black actress who's on that show? Her real life name is CCH Pounder. She's got braids that she pulled back into a ponytail. She was pretty abrasive and loudmouthed. She outranked the Michael Chiklis's bald, white, kind of chubby guy character. Do you recall this actress?
Nah, just barely.
Okay, it is imperative before you watch It's Always Sunny that you familiarize yourself with what her voice sounds like on that show. If you got Amazon Prime, you could pull up any given episode of that show, or maybe search YouTube, although I've had a little difficulty doing that. I pulled up an episode because someone in the episode does an impression of her, and it is so perfect that it had me just rolling laughing and just astounding at how good it was. And then it's almost overshadowed then by another character's impression of something else that's just the antithesis. It's a real big funny joke, but it's important that you know what that black actress sounds like going in.
Okay. What are the other shows? Oh, Better Call Saul. I am really enjoying that show. I
Really enjoying that show.
dude,
What a fuck up he is, though. Every time he steps in it, I'm just like, no.
I'm back at sometimes, and it seems like in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, I really, really appreciate good videography. You know, the people who do that purposely set things up in reflections. They purposely set up shots. What they do with the color correcting is amazing on it. I feel like I notice stuff in those two shows, Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, that I don't always observe in every other show. You know, some people love The Revenant for its video work, and I guess it wasn't my cup of tea because I thought, well, I recognize that it's good. I wasn't like micro observing stuff like I do in Better Call Saul. That show is just fantastic. I really like it. I wish that I could have binge watch it instead of it coming out weekly.
Yeah. I just started last night, actually, so I think there's 3 or maybe 4 episodes, so I got to watch those in a row. And then it was like, oh no, there's not an... Oh, and then I didn't search because I didn't want to know. But when does the next episode air, Chiz?
It's every Monday at like 8 p.m. So
Dang.
there's 4 right now. 5 will be next Monday.
Well,
Better Call Saul.
Yeah.
That happened to me.
Very
I'm
good.
loving it.
Game of Thrones in season 1 when it came out, like it got all this meme activity, you know, winter is coming and stuff on Reddit, but I hadn't watched the show. So when I did, I just like binged watched season 1 of Game of Thrones, and I was so excited. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. It was cracked to me. And when I finished it, I was like, time for season 2. And I didn't realize that I was current, and I've just been fucked ever since.
Isn't that disheartening?
Yeah.
You finally
I don't
catch up.
recall. I don't recall if I had 1 season to watch or 2 seasons to watch when I first got into it. I think I might have had 2 seasons, so that was pretty nice. But whenever you run out, it really is just you're like, fuck, what do I do now? God damn it! Like every time it happens, I look at my girlfriend and I'm like, well, now what are we gonna do? You know, whenever we finish a show, it's like right now we're watching the X-Files. I let all 6 episodes of this 10th season, mini series come out before I started watching, and now I'm 2 episodes in, and I'm a big fan of the X-Files. I watched it as a kid. You know, when I was a 5th grader, I was having discussions with my 5th grade teacher during class about the X-Files because we both watched it. I loved it then. I still love it now. I've seen all the episodes many times. I really like this new season. They kind of flipped the script a bit. Kind of rebooted what his conspiracy is about and what his journey is about, and they did it in a smart way, a cool way, and I like it a lot. It looks like the budget is pretty substantial for this thing, because in maybe the 1st or 2nd episode we get to see sort of an alien spacecraft, and it's on the ground levitating, and they're touching it, so it's not some like out in the distance CGI. It's right there in front of you, and it looks real. It's quite good. So I've really been enjoying the new X-Files thing. That's what I'm watching now.
And then House of Cards, unless you don't want to talk about
wow.
House of Cards, but everybody here's seen it.
We have all seen all 12 or however many episodes there are of House of Cards. 13, right?
52 we're at now.
52 episodes, 52 cards in the deck of playing cards, which is why I thought this was
I
the
had
final
heard that
season
too,
for some
but
reason.
it's confirmed that there's another year. So
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome. Because, man, Are we going to talk
That
spoilers?
would be hugely disappointing if
I
they didn't have
think-
another season.
I think we should talk
Hugely.
spoilers. But if so, what do you think you should like do something with your hands to like prompt people when to listen and rejoin if they don't want to hear spoilers, or you could not do spoilers. But I feel like it's hard to really have a discussion about anything if you're not going to talk spoilers, other than saying it was good. You know, it's up to you guys though.
You want to do spoilers for maybe 2 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Um,
I'll go
All right.
like this when the spoiler talk is over. If you guys want
Yeah.
turn
All
off
right.
your-
So starting now, you should mute us if you don't want any House of Cards spoilers. So let me jump into this real quick. I think this season was one of the best seasons, maybe the second best season. That first season was excellent with the whole original cast that started there. Kate Mara is just so gorgeous, so hot, and she did such an amazing job with her character. And the Peter Russo character also just
Do
gold.
you know she's rich. She comes from money. The woman who
That's
played Zoe.
God, what a 10, right?
perfect.
Right? She got even hotter.
Yeah, 1,000 times hotter. I really enjoyed this season. I thought that last season Frank Underwood really had the world by the balls. He's the sitting president. He's got time on his hands. He could really he didn't struggle to get what he wanted done. He just
It was the
got
worst
stuff
season.
done.
It was a boring
Yeah.
season, and a lot of it focused too much on Prime Minister Wifey, and
It
that
sure-
whole
it sure did.
dichotomy was boring.
Yeah, this season, however, Doug has really stepped up. Doug is my favorite character this season. He's all the things you want, and sort of
A henchman.
he's not an ant.
An
a
office
henchman. Thank you.
soldier.
He is as loyal as the most loyal Kingsguard member in Game of Thrones. His loyalty knows no ends. He will kill. He will steal. He will lie. He will intimidate. He will assault.
Chiz's
whatever it
role at
takes.
Woodycraft.
Yes. Yes. Whatever.
I
it
would
takes
not
to-
give my liver though for anyone. I'm sorry. I agree with Kyle. In
We
that
don't want
when-
your shitty liver.
when the doctor was like, well, he doesn't need part of a liver, he needs a full liver, and Doug kind of like looks away and he starts doing research on how to get Frank higher on the list. I agree with Kyle. I was like, is he gonna off himself to give Frank his liver? Because he would fucking he goes to the end of the world for Frank.
He's
Yeah.
crazy. He's crazy.
I love
in
that
some-
about him. He's right up there. He's one of my favorite characters in that show. I thought that the whole dynamic between Frank's wife's character and her mother, that was really entertaining. I really enjoyed that. I feel like we've gotten insight into the upbringing of Frank and Claire, and we see why they're awful people now. I also like that in the final episode, Claire breaks the fourth wall with Frank. They both are clearly he's like, we don't bend to terrorists, we make the terror. And then they both kind of look at each other like, she's like, yeah, that's what we do, we make the terror. And it was almost like that Breaking Bad moment, like, I am the one who knocks. He's like, we don't bend to terror, we make the terror. And it's just like, fuck yeah, that's Frank Underwood. That's
what I liked in the new season was when they were doing that whole spiel of like who's gonna, all the states throwing their votes around, seeing who's gonna get elected, and then the Louisiana guy just ruins it for everyone, where he's like, "Oh, the state of Louisiana is gonna throw all 61 of its votes for whoever the fuck that character was," and it's
Kathleen
like,
Dunbar or
and he just
something?
ruined the
Yeah.
whole convention.
Sarah Dunbar.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Sarah
she
Dunbar.
gave her votes for the Secretary of State to be the actual
President.
presidential nominee because it was an open convention. They can do that.
I think that if we're
Fuck
having an open
VP.
nomination on the VP, we should have open nomination on the presidential side of the ticket as well. And they're like, that's not what we're doing. And it just really blew up in his face. But of course, he handled it like he always handles it. And the big cliffhanger to me, and maybe I misheard, but what I think happened was the president tells Doug, go make it right, go fix it, and make it 100%. And so Doug goes out. He seeks the comfort of his female companion. But if you watch him, he's keeping his eye on that clock. It's almost 9 p.m. and he's got stuff to do, miles to go before he sleeps. He's got a lot of shit to do tonight. And I don't know what he's doing, but he's going to kill someone, or maybe a few people. He's going after that Herald reporter who just can't keep his
See, the reporter,
fucking-
he's not going to touch the reporter. The reporter is safe because of the article he released. But he will kill those testimonials. He will kill Jackie and Ruby Danton. I'm calling it now. And I don't think he kills the president, Walker, the ex-president that got voted out or impeached
Yeah.
out, because that will draw way too much suspicion. But the other two people have been behind the scenes very often. Jackie is no longer running for president. So he'll kill those two and turn Walker away with aggressive force.
Oh.
Who knows?
Walker
What
should
was
have a
that
Secret
thing
Service
where
detail.
What was that thing where he got on top of the guy and just put the glass over his mouth and blocked one of his nostrils? How intense was that?
Mhm.
That was a very
You're my
interesting way to
dog now.
subdue someone.
Obey
That
me.
was stupid. Like
It was really stupid.
Every bit of little grab, like that's just not. So position before submission, right? That guy didn't control his body at all. You can't hold a glass on somebody's face, and they have to stand still to allow you to do that. You could turn your head. He had no control over what was going on. There's a reason that move never exists in real life. I wanted more reality.
I didn't mind. I felt like the White House, chief of staff beating up what's the
Press
other guy's
secretary.
title? Press secretary. I don't think he did too much jits to get it done. He seemed like the kind of guy who hadn't done much hand-to-hand combat. He was just shocked that the White House press secretary, his boss, is tackling him to the ground. Does he fight back? Is he going to hit his boss? Not just his boss, but an angry physical boss who's attacking him. He's like, whoa, stop, wait, boss, don't. You know, he's not in a position to like immediately start throwing. It's what I'm thinking. So I agree with you. He certainly just kind of like pushed him to the ground like a big bully and did that glass thing. But that was interesting. Just the glass technique. That
Yeah,
he
it
gonna
was.
leave him
You
with
could
the
see
straw.
it was a real visual way to show that it was doing some sort of air choke on him.
And I think it should be accepted as the same kind of ludicrousness, like when in a kung fu movie the guy like catches the shuriken like comes right in his head. Like it's silly, but you can put it out of your mind.
Should we end the
maybe
spoiler
Woody
talk
can.
now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so you guys can come back if you muted us for spoilers. Come on back. All right. Does anyone have a new topic or ad read? What do you want to do?
Are we due for an ad read?
Well,
Kyle?
no.
Ad man? No,
Over
I guess not.
95% of home break-ins happen during the day. And burglars almost always start by ringing your doorbell to see if someone's home before pillaging your possessions. With the Ring video doorbell, you can see and talk to anyone at your door from anywhere in the world using your smartphone. Ring's advanced motion detection alerts you, even if someone doesn't ring the doorbell. It's like caller ID for your home. With Ring Video Doorbell, you can talk to delivery people and keep an eye on your package. If someone tries to mess with it, you'll get an instant alert and HD video of the whole thing. It's like having a neighbor keep an eye on your home 24/7 without the judgment. Installing the video doorbell takes minutes, and it works with either your current wiring or the built-in rechargeable battery. That's what I'm using, and that thing lasts forever. Put your mind at ease and protect your home with the video doorbell. Time Magazine and USA Today named one of their top 10 gadgets. Our listeners get free expedited FedEx shipping when you go to ring.com/PKA. That's ring.com/PKA. With the Ring Video Doorbell, you're always home.
It's pretty cool. It's a doorbell. You can either hook it up to your current one and use your house's existing doorbell, or you can just put it on there and it's like a live stream thing to your phone. So you know what, if it's the UPS guy or a bad guy or your milkman or whatever it is that you've got going on, you don't even have to answer the door if you don't want to, because you know who's there.
Yeah, I'm digging it. I'm pretty lazy, and there are some people who I just want to answer the door for, and it's nice to be able to weed those individuals out. It's like an answering machine for your door. That's what it really is.
Yeah, very cool.
Have you ever done it yet where you see someone and you turn your TV volume way down?
I've hidden many times. You know, if some people will come and it's just some bullshit, like they're just wanting, Jeremy has shown up before, and I've hidden from Jeremy, just not wanting to deal with this bullshit because he always wants something, wants to borrow something, get something, or whatever. I've definitely hidden from people who want me to sign for packages and shit like that. I don't like dealing with them. And if I'm not dressed, I'm just not going to the door.
Have you ever had to double back? Where I had this habit in my apartment where, like, when I would open the door, like, you just kind of glance out the peephole, open the door. This is back in college, and then you greet the person that's there. I had ordered a pizza, and it was like 25 minutes later, and the doorbell rang, and I was like, fuck yeah, it's the pizza. So I walked over, undid the deadbolt, like that loud, like, click, that, like, you can hear from the outside, and then I went to, like, open the door and did the little peephole check, and it was Jehovah's Witnesses. And so I just relocked the deadbolt and didn't open the door, but they clearly could hear the two, like, unlock, doors tearing, gonna open, then, oh no, fuck you, no pizza. Yeah, those people are the worst, those Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
No consideration.
I had a guy come to my house this week. It wasn't a Jehovah's Witness, but he was just
Mormon?
trying to drum up business for his church. And apparently, it seemed like politics. Like, he got my name from a list of people who recently moved to the area. So he has, like, demographic data on me. He's like, I figured maybe you didn't have a house of worship yet, so you can come to my house of worship. And he's like, do you have a house of worship yet? And I'm like, no. He's like, well, maybe you could come to mine. I'm like, I don't see that happening. And, and like, I was upset that he disturbed my peace. You know, I'm always upset. Not that I take it out on people or anything, but
Put a sign up, no solicitors.
we're thinking of doing that. Like, we have this, we have two brick art with like an iron arch over the front driveway, and I was thinking of like putting some sort of brass, like antique-y sort of no solicitor sign
IET.
on one of the brick columns. An IET. But like the dogs
They
go
believe in
wild
heaven
and they're
anyway.
barking and they're jumping around and they've just disturbed my peace. Like, this is my fucking compound and you drove all the way up my driveway, which is like a private thing, and you're knocking on my doorway because you want me to go to your fucking house of trickery, you know, like, oh yeah, we all believe in this invisible man, and you give me your money so that we can talk about him weekly. That's like kind of our gig. Like, you fucking scam artist, snake oil salesman, bullshittery. Like, you are an evil, evil man, ridding people of their precious resources in exchange for nothing but fakery and lies. And you're
A predator.
They are predators, these people, and they attack the old especially. You start getting old, you start getting a little more religious. They're cramming for finals, right? They're hoping to get into heaven because they're about to go there. And I see this fucking, you know, piece of Satan bullshit on my front drive upsetting my dogs, and it's like, would you, like, I was much nicer, but in my head I'm like, just fucking die in a fire, you shithead.
My dad was talking about this just the other day. We were talking about the evils of these televangelists and their crazy lifestyles. And he told the story of when his brother was dying of cancer. I was I think 2 years old when my dad's brother died of cancer, and it was terminal cancer. There was nothing they could do. He'd sought out all the medical help they could, and they ended up going to some faith healer somewhere in the country. They flew to this place, and Dad's telling the story about how this thing went down. He's like, they're up there shouting. The preacher is. He says, "Who's got $100 bill for the Lord? Who's got $100 bill for the Lord?" And Dad says, "Well, you know, you're sitting there, and I like to think I'm an intelligent person, but when he asked that question, everybody started pulling those $100 bills out and waving them, and you didn't want to be the one who didn't have a $100 bill for the Lord, you know?" And so we all had a $100 bill for the Lord. And it just described this whole, like, scam artist bullshit. And, of course, my uncle died, so.
That's the worst kind of person.
Yeah.
Preying on the desperation of someone who just doesn't want their loved one to be gone forever. Where it's like, it's horrible.
Dude, there's a whole industry that gives, like, false hope to autism parents, and they just, oh yeah, trust me, sweeks in our program and your kid's gonna be fine. And I remember looking at these things like, am I an irresponsible parent for not putting $100,000 towards this thing when there's a chance that this might be a fix?
Yeah.
And like,
But it's a scam.
It's a scam, but you're wrestling with these decisions, and you're like, man, should I have sent him to fucking, you know, Whoosie Watts' 6-week autism camp? I don't know. I don't think so. Looking back, it was
no, you shouldn't.
Bullshit.
So it's good that you did not.
But they pull on your heartstrings, and they are experts at it. And so are churches. They're just fucking fantastic at separating you from your money. That's their whole thing. And it's a business that exists. They sell nothing in exchange for cash, and trick you into it.
So I understand that they're currently looking at whether or not they're going to declare what ISIS is doing in Syria to Christians and Christian minority groups genocide or not. They're looking at the definition. They don't want to call it genocide, of course, because when you label something as a country, when the United States labels something, stamps it as genocide, then they're sort of contractually obligated to intercede with said genocide. So they want to say, no, that's not exactly genocide, but I listened to them quote the definition of genocide today on the radio, and then describe the horrors that are going on over there directly to the Yazidi, I believe, are one of the ethnic minorities, and the Christians and Catholics that exist over there, the extreme minorities. The Pope's come out and said he thinks it's genocide, but our government has not. But they're weighing that decision right now, I think. Be interesting if it comes, if they do label it genocide, because we might see an escalation in what's going on over there in Syria.
Hope not.
Another thing that could perhaps play a role in our current political race, when you've got Donald Trump saying, don't trust those Muslims. Most Muslims hate us. There are some good Muslims, but the Muslims hate us. Most of them do. That's what he's saying tonight, right now. And then you've got Hillary Clinton preaching, the opposite, basically. A lot of inclusionism, let the men don't judge an entire billion people by the acts of a few. What if this thing keeps heating up? It keeps getting bigger and badder. I feel like Trump has a road to victory. And then SNL is great for the next 4 years.
This is not a motivation factor. You know what? I wish Jon Stewart was still in his seat. I feel like, and I'm a stupid follower for saying this, but I feel like he would shine a little wisdom on what's going on here. Yeah, he might make Trump look ridiculous.
It would be the same thing he always did. Mm-hmm. Makes a joke pretending to be really conservative, but it's really attacking a conservative. Then he gives you like an eyebrow raise of look how clever I am. Then he kind of shuffles his papers and everybody laughs. It's the same thing. It's like the same show between the Daily Show and Stephen Colbert, except Colbert is funnier. And Colbert's better.
No, there's a difference. I'll tell you why. Stewart, I like Stewart a lot more because he can go toe-to-toe with anybody on the planet on these issues. When he beat Jim Cramer at finance, when he takes these like Wall Street reporters or New York Times reporters and talks about their role in a financial crisis, when he brings in these world leaders and like this is how you covered up or sold the Iraq war, which was really based on lies. Jon Stewart, he would win all these Republican and Democratic debates, I feel. He was just brilliant at it. Whereas Colbert...
How big is his cock?
Because
that's going to matter.
No, it's uncircumcised, I'd guess. Wait, no, Jewish should be circumcised, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Proper American. He's a tiny man. He might have tiny... Trump would probably use that. He's this tall. How are you going to vote for him? But, Stewart was brilliant and informed, and he's an excellent speaker. And he could go one-on-one with people who were like that. And I like that about him. Colbert, on the other hand, was funny, maybe even funnier, but definitely not able to really get to the... Like, when it was serious time, Colbert came up as a lightweight. When it was serious time, Jon Stewart was not. And this new guy, I haven't watched enough of him. Like, I feel like I should hold judgment. But what I do get from him is so much, I'm an outsider. Look at me, I'm from South Africa, and I find this to be awkward. Again and again and again, to the point where I'm like, well, maybe you're just not the right guy for the job.
Have you watched his stand-up? That's
it's
what
the whole
most
thing.
Of his stand-up is.
Yeah, his whole stand-up routine is, I came from somewhere else, and I find these things about your culture to be ridiculous. For an hour and a half.
Oh, in South Africa, we do this and that. Oh, here in America, you guys are doing this and this. Oh, my goodness, cultural clashing. Watch me on the Today Show. Like, I don't know. I don't think he was a very good pick as a replacement, mainly because I think he's too young. And if it's going to be a show about American politics, I kind of want an American to be the one talking about it. Like, I wouldn't think, and I don't think that's douchey at all. Like, if there was a show about politics in the UK and the host was some dude from Michigan over there, like, I would understand them kind of being like, what the fuck? Like, you can't put one of us on there, like, the people who are from this country talking about it that might have a little more insight. I don't know. Maybe I'm totally wrong. That's just kind of my gut feeling for maybe why he's not as popular as Stewart was.
Is it Jim Jeffries, the comedian who has the anti-gun thing, who says there's two reasons you don't like me? One is you're closed-minded or stupid, I forget, and the other is I'm not American. And there is a hint of truth to that. If you're not American, back off on how Americans should do their gun laws. Like you shouldn't be just criticizing from the outside. I don't do that to Australia's gun laws. I could give a fuck. I wish you would. I couldn't give a fuck. They caught me doing it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I don't do that in reverse. And I kind of feel like maybe they hired the wrong guy. But I know he was like their fourth or fifth choice. God forbid on any political forum an American
say, like, I really don't think the way you do that over there in the UK or in Australia is good at all. That's really stupid. You'll just be shouted down, and you have so many fucking problems. Talk to us when your gun issue is solved and whatnot. And meanwhile, people can just talk about America and shit on it carte blanche as much as they want, and Americans will just be like, oh yeah, just kind of kicking the dust around their feet around. Oh, you know, we do fuck up a lot. Ha ha ha, bunch of fat idiots. That's us. I don't know. I don't like it. It's
I've
not
talked
fair.
about this before too, and I'll just repeat it. I get really frustrated that people believe anything negative about Americans. You know, if you just say Americans
some
are
stuff out
stupid, Americans are bad at math. My favorite example was Americans are dehydrated. Oh, the typical American just doesn't drink enough water every day. Oh, fuck off. Really? This is the land of milk and honey. On one hand, you're like, we eat constantly. We're the fattest people on the planet. On the other hand, you don't drink enough, right? I think that you guys are just the whole nation of dehydrated people. Fuck you. America has its issues, but I don't think dehydration is one of them. We are a well-hydrated nation. But if you just lay it out there like, oh, typical Americans doesn't drink enough water, people just like, yeah, because they're just
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, they're apt to believe that Americans do bad shit. And yeah, no, that's a real one that someone told me, and I came back with that rant.
I had no idea. That's such a pet. You're doing pretty all right if the biggest critique of your country is, hey, you know that resource that you guys have in spades? Well, you're not even taking advantage of it as much as you could. It's like, it's a decent problem to have. Like, you know, all those, you know, corporations that you have in your country creating delicious beverages for all at a reasonable price. You guys are enjoying those so much that you're not even drinking the free shit out of the sink. Like, yeah, like, fuck it. So what if we're a
The
little
chat
dehydrated?
right now is like, well, Americans' piss is too yellow, right? Like implying dehydration.
every once in a while, for the most part, do you have like I don't have much middle ground between like a freaking really yellow apple juice pee and just water pee, because as soon as I have that like awful stinky apple juice pee, I just drink so much fucking water that the next one comes out like, you know, Crystal Light, just perfect.
I don't really pay much attention. I drink mostly soda, and like the amount of water.
I drink a lot of soda.
I don't remember the last time I drank any water. I cannot. I swear to
We were
God.
just talking about how dumb that stereotype was.
I swear to God. I swear to God. I don't remember the last time I drank just water. You know, I really don't. I drink a lot of soda. Right now I'm on a root beer kick, the A&W style. This is delicious. But I drink milk, I guess, occasionally, you know, in cereal and, you know, if I got some cookies or something. But that's the only other liquid. Maybe a little apple juice mixed in there, but no water. Certainly not.
I drink
Not
a
lately,
lot of
anyway.
water. I hope that I drink mostly water. Sometimes with a meal, I'll indulge in something that's whatever, liquid candy like soda. But throughout the day,
All I've ever seen you drink is lemonade. Lemonade and Gatorade, and
okay.
you rarely get a Coke.
Oh, you're talking about at restaurants?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, you can't adequately judge my diet based on what we do on trips, because I don't observe
That's
a diet on trips.
That's very fair.
Yeah, when I'm on vacation, it's like steak tips for lunch, steak for dinner. You know, like, can we get some steak for breakfast in here?
Trump
Got any
steaks on
fucking
Trump steak.
lemonade?
right. Whore. That's just, she's a waitress, so you assume.
Yeah.
But at home, I mostly stay hydrated through this Nalgene bottle, and with meals, it's not as uncommon as it should be for me to have something sugary to drink with a meal. That's how I actually eat. And how you stay so thin, Kyle, is beyond me.
How he stays so thin is his borderline eating disorder style of eating, where it's like like when someone who's really, really fat watches Kyle, or listens to Kyle rather, talk about like, yeah, I go to Taco Bell and I get $30 off their menu, and then I go home and just sit down and munch it. Like, that person's sitting there eating that same $30 meal being like, well, why am I not skinny? And what they don't show is that after that $30 meal, Kyle fasts for a while. Nothing but, I'm sure, soda and the occasional homemade fries, you know, for a full day.
I usually get pretty shaky around 5 or 6 p.m. because I haven't had anything to eat in like 18 hours or something like that. But I can usually, like, you know, have a soda, and that'll take the shakes away. And
No,
at least
at
take
5
the
or 6
hunger.
p.m., have you been up for like 4 hours now?
Nah, I've been up all day. I get up around 8:30, 9:30, something like that in the morning. That Casper mattress really does. It's a higher quality sleep. Like, I can't stay in the bed any longer than that. I'm just laying there like, I'm done. I'm charged. So I've been getting up a lot earlier. But yeah, I eat like shit. It's been pretty rough for a long time. Today I ate a box of potatoes au gratin. I ate a double flamethrower burger and fries with a root beer from Dairy Queen. I ate half of a family-sized bag of sour cream and onion chips. I've had 8 of these root beers now because I started with a 12-pack, and I noticed they're pretty much gone now.
That's unbelievable.
I'm not done yet.
This is a splurge day.
No, this is a day, and I'm not done yet. I'm going to eat more later. I eat a lot. Last night I ate Five Guys. I got a the double meat burger, bacon and cheese. I get pretty much all the toppings and a large fry. My girlfriend was like, I told them I ordered the large fry, baby, and they said, "Are you sure? Because that can feed 5 people." And she was like, "Yeah, he eats it alone." And I do. I eat the whole fucking thing by myself.
That's ridiculous. I tried the Michael Phelps diet, like 30 eggs for breakfast and a half a dozen pancakes. It didn't look like Michael Phelps.
No.
Yeah,
I don't know what went wrong. I followed it like item for item.
To the T. Yeah.
No,
3 dozen eggs.
Yeah. But
I skip a lot of meals.
My issue is sleep
I do
schedule.
too.
I feel like when my sleep schedule's in sync, then on target, then my diet gets more on target, my exercise gets more on target, everything. Like lately, Woodycraft is doing a factions reset tomorrow if you're watching this live. And it's Friday for those who aren't. And I've been up like between 4:30 and 6 every day this week. But I wake up at like between 11ish, and that's just a shitty sleep schedule. 6 to 11, like that. It's crap. But
Yeah. Not ideal.
yeah, we work so hard, and my players will shit all over me for some tiny little thing, because that's the nature of factions, and you need thick skin.
So, have you heard about this 10 Cloverfield Lane movie that's coming out with John Goodman?
I haven't. Are you excited about it?
I am excited about it. I heard him on the Stern Show talking about the film. I know a little bit about it. I think it's a J.J. Abrams produced movie, just like Cloverfield was. And if you remember Cloverfield and fast forward, it's a POV film. It's shaky handycam footage the whole time, like a found footage movie is what I should have called it. And basically, it's like some young 20-something-year-old
penis hidden erection.
friends, and they're in a major city. I don't remember if it's New York or New Jersey. Yeah, and basically a gigantic monster, like a Godzilla-type monster. What do they call it? Kaiju. A giant kaiju starts ripping its way through their city, and they kind of are trying to escape the city the whole time. Now, I've watched the movie a few times. I know a little about it. At the beginning, you can see the kaiju coming from, like, splashing down in the ocean, way off in the background. 10 Cloverfield Lane, from what I understand, doesn't have that monster in it. It's something completely different. It's sort of and from what I've seen from the preview, it looks like it's kind of a psychological thriller with basically John Goodman and a couple are locked in a bunker. John Goodman has the gun. Nobody else does. Just like Charlie said. But I've already got the gun, and it looks like there's something outside the bunker that John Goodman does not want this couple to expose them to, and that's kind of the mystery and the whole thing that's building. I think it's going to be really good. I want to see it.
That does sound
Anybody
good.
else have any?
I'm looking forward to the Superman. Both the Civil War movies drawing me in, and the Superman Batman movies.
What's the Civil War one called?
Captain America: Civil War.
Oh, fuck.
That's going to be good. Spider-Man's in it.
You thought there was a Civil War one.
I thought it was like a battle or a movie about Gettysburg or something, like a fight, not Captain America romping around with his shield.
But don't you understand? Spider-Man takes the shield. It's very exciting.
Oh my god! Oh man! Gonna pre-order those tickets. No, so it's Spider-Man versus Captain America.
No. I don't know if it's Spider-Man first.
It is.
But it's kind of a civil war, so I don't know where Spider-man falls.
He's
in
on
It's
that.
definitely
Maybe-
not pitched as Spider-Man v. Captain America. It's Tony Stark and
Stark
Iron
versus-
Man's side of the Avengers and superheroes versus Captain America's side. And Spider-Man, I think, is projected to be on Iron Man's side of things in this.
That doesn't make
debacle.
much. That doesn't make much sense in the grand scheme of things, because I remember several instances where Spider-Man was like he kind of had a hero worship thing for Captain America. Like when they meet up, he's like, "Oh, gee whiz, you're Captain America," you know. Because think about it, Spider-Man's like a teenager who just got out of school, and Captain America is a super soldier who's been alive since the 40s. So he's kind of like a patriarch.
Well, they are taking civil liberties with the source material for this movie. They've already said that.
If the leader of one is Iron Man, fucking Iron Man, and the leader of the other one is Captain America, and Iron Man has Spider-Man, and purportedly other real heroes, that's looking like a real one-sided fight when Captain America is going to be calling in those, like, periphery superheroes. Like, oh, here's, Super Steve. Always finds a parking spot. Here's Rad Rich. He did my taxes 30 minutes last year. Got way more back than I would have thought. My return was exceptional. Just stupid little thing. Oh, this is
You're right though. Like
always knows
Captain
exactly
America's
this
side
with the Q-tip.
has his like brain fucked friend also from the 40s with like Captain America, and I don't know shit about superheroes, but I'm gonna try and get this as right as I can. Who has similar to Captain America skills without the leadership. He also has a Hawkman who is just a regular fucking dude with wings on his back. Which is bullshit.
Hawk.
Like anyone who's played
hasn't-
Call of Duty knows that running around through the air gets you shot in a heartbeat.
He's also got
He's
super
also
vision.
got Black Panther.
Oh my God, really? So you mean he can do something that we can do with regular vision? I've got contacts right now. I could go get some binoculars at Walmart right
That's
now.
how I feel about flying. I feel like flying is a crappy superhero or superpower.
I've got a passport. Yeah, I don't need it.
Yeah. No, it solves a problem that I don't have, transportation. Like I can get around anywhere. And then it brings in a lot of problems too. Like flying to me, I imagine to be like riding on a motorcycle. Like, oh no, I hate flying in the winter. It's so cold. Like it sucks, I just don't think flying's great, especially their variety where you use the wings and shit like a regular bird. That's like Superman flying, is at least next to teleportation almost. But Hawkman
You know what
flying.
person I want to see on on Captain America's side on his superhero team is a super massive Marty, like a giant fucking fat guy like the Blob, but it's not a useful fat. It's like they have to move him around in a wheelchair and get a special van to bring him from fight to fight, and he's just a big obese waste of space. He's with them. Like when the Blob comes out and he's wrecking buildings, they just put supersized Steve in a chair right in front of him. You show him.
Have you seen the Lozon video where he can't hit that guy in the side hard enough?
Yes, I have. Really pounds him.
Taylor,
That body armor.
I think we should watch this as a group. I'm very excited about this. Give me one moment.
All right, when we get back, I want to talk about Ghostbusters.
Oh, okay.
Looks horrible.
The video's about a minute and a half.
It looks
long.
awful. Embarrassing.
Here's his channel. And the body armor video. Hippity hoppity. I didn't realize I hadn't. Oh no.
In the meantime, Kyle, who else should we know about?
Oh, there's so many different people to talk about. Let's talk about a movie since we're kind of on the subject. Sony Pictures Classics presents the hilarious new comedy, The Bronze. The Bronze stars Melissa Ranch from The Big Bang Theory as Hope Ann Gregory, a gymnast who was once America's sweetheart. A decade ago, that is. Hope's inspired performance on a ruptured Achilles at the world's most prestigious gymnastics tournament clinched an unlikely bronze medal for the U.S. team and brought glory to her hometown of Amherst, Ohio. But in the years since that epic third-place victory, Hope hasn't done a whole lot of anything with her life. Still living in her dad's basement, she spends her days at the mall milking her minor celebrity for free food and favors. Hope's routine is upended when she learns that she must coach Amherst's new gymnastics prodigy, Maggie, in order to receive a sizable financial inheritance. The hard-edged yet insecure Hope is faced with a serious dilemma. Does she jeopardize her hometown hero status by devotedly training this rising star to achieve the dream she never could, or does she attempt to sabotage the impressionable Maggie to ensure that she remains the one and only star in Amherst? The bronze medal stars Melissa Ranch, Gary Cole, Thomas Middleditch, Sebastian Stan, Cecily Strong, and Haley Lou Richardson. The Bronze opens everywhere on March 18th, only in theaters. The Bronze. There's no place like third.
That sounds like fun.
Mm-hmm.
I'd watch that.
I would sabotage to make sure I was always the best. That would be my approach.
That
I don't think they're going to do that in the movie, though, because that's pretty mean-spirited.
I bet you she starts as sabotage and then changes her mind and helps her
and then,
achieve
then
success.
she probably has a change of heart.
Mhm.
She realizes that she's not being as kind as she could be, and she rectifies it. Yeah.
That's how I bet it plays out, but we will see. Do you guys want to watch this video?
Don't try this at home. Sure.
Yeah, I promise you'll like it. All right, are you ready?
Yep.
Ready, set, play.
All right, so this is Lorenzo. He trains in my gym, and we're talking about how he's got a little bit of body armor here. So I'm gonna try to blast through it with a hook. I probably can't, but we'll see. Hey.
You get lower and more in front, so you need to get his liver.
Wait, is he wearing body armor, or is he just
No,
attacking?
he's just fat.
He's a
Look at
beast.
Joe try it.
Can't chop him down. If he hit him like that.
Take a fucking knife.
Wrap your hands.
So hard.
Is Joe left-handed?
No. He injured his right in it first.
Damn, he's throwing that hard.
He's like, yeah, I'm fine.
Wow. He is throwing that so hard.
I never thought of fat like that as a real tactical advantage in a fight.
That's not how Houdini died. Houdini died letting a guy punch him in the stomach, and the guy hit him twice. The second time he wasn't prepared.
What about Houdini?
Houdini died letting the guy punch him in the stomach. He tense his muscles and take the punch, but the guy hit him when he wasn't prepared. I think he ruptured his spleen or something like that, and he died.
Wow.
Yeah.
What an awful way to die. Because
Yeah.
you probably don't know you're dying until it's too late.
I don't remember the specifics. I remember that's how it happened, though.
When was that? What was
Right?
that? Like, when was he around?
When was Houdini a thing?
1920s.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
20s.
Chiz knows because that's when he got his hat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a Houdini
Touché.
original. Part of his spring collection.
Who remembers what Houdini's brother's name was?
Chip.
Harold.
I mean,
You
Harry,
think that his name? They had two Harry Houdinis.
yeah,
Fuck.
right?
I messed up. All right.
Get your brother Harry, Harry.
Herman.
Herman? What was it,
Kane.
Kyle?
Is
I don't
Iggy.
know.
Ah, fuck you. I like George Foreman had like 7 kids, all named George Foreman. And when they asked him that, they were, they're like, "Why would you name all your kids George Foreman?" And he's like, "Well, that's the best name. Which one would you want me to slight?" I gave
that's
all my
not-
kids
that's
the best name.
He gave him that name because he didn't know his own father's name. He said, "This way, they know who their daddy is.
Mm-hmm.
That way, they all know what their father's name is because he didn't know."
I'm going to Google this because I know that he said my thing at one point or another.
Or maybe he ate some.
He has
undercooked
had a lot of
nasty
head
meat on
injuries,
that
so-
grill of his.
I
It
mean, at
was-
this point, if you asked him, he'd be like, "George who?
Yeah.
George who? Y'all want some grills?"
Yeah.
Like-
If you haven't noticed, I'm a boxer, and I can't even spell my own name, much less my children. Yeah,
Oh, the-
there's those people do not stay sharp for very long. Houdini's appendix ruptured, not his spleen.
Oh, thank you.
Well, now you know. Have any of you had an appendix removed?
I have not. No.
I haven't either. I'm just hoping that it stays. I don't know what it's supposed to do, but let's hope it doesn't do what I know it to do, which is explode and kill you.
Chiz was born with an appendix.
Kyle is
Wow.
right. According to Google, he named him because if he ever got separated or divided, he wanted them to know that his dad was really him or something like that. So
Yeah. A big part of his training regimen was chopping down trees. He used to go out there with an axe and chop trees. And now I keep reading that boosts your testosterone levels substantially.
I think just because of the way it feels. You know, you get your nice flannel on, some denim, you get out there in the woods, start chopping.
I've been splitting wood. Like probably every other day I get out there and split wood for an hour or two. And I just like being outside.
How's Colin, by the way?
He's good. So we took Colin to the doctor yesterday, the surgeon that worked on his foot, and he took it out of the boot. He took the stitches out and the gauze off of it just for a little test. He had him move his toes, and they're all connected and they all work. And We touch them. I was worried about nerve damage, so I touch them very carefully. My wife used an artist paintbrush, and they seem to be just normal toes now in terms of feeling. So it takes 6 weeks, which we'll call, it's 42 days, but we'll call it 40 days. And today he's 11 days into his 40-day period, and then the boot comes off. 40 more days, and he's full strength.
So that's all great to hear. I'm glad that he's progressing well. So the Ghostbusters trailer came out the other day. I watched this thing. Let me preface this by saying the Ghostbusters was one of those movies that we had on cassette, right? It was one of the ones we had in our collection. So that meant I watched it many, many times, Ghostbusters 1 and 2. One's obviously a much better film. You've got an amazing cast, though. Originally, Ernie Hudson's role, the black guy role, was supposed to be filled by Eddie Murphy. But I think putting Ernie Hudson in there was even better because you've got 3 white goofball scientists, all of SNL alumni, and then you've got Ernie Hudson in there as the everyman role. That's what Chiz just threw in there, and that's true. He's the one there to be the audience's role. He's there so that Egon can explain this shit to Ernie, but really Egon's explaining it to us. And Egon's just wants a job. Ernie Hudson's character, the black character, just wants a job. This new thing, it looks so disgusting. It looks so awful. Mm-hmm. It looks like such a betrayal of what the Ghostbusters is about. That I'm just sickened by. It has nothing to do with the fact that it's women. I'm perfectly comfortable with a female cast taking over that thing. But that black caricature of a character that they've produced in that role is awful. The Melissa McCarthy character, I don't like her doing anything. It's just
she's not the black character.
No, I know she's not, but I don't like her character either. And the chick who's licking the fucking pistol, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Like you're a scientist who's fighting ghosts, but you find time to lick a pistol. It just seems so stupid and so dumb.
It's
and
really
I know it's a movie about
in.
fighting ghosts, but it used to be a movie about fighting ghosts that you could kind of suspend your disbelief and be like, yeah, they're fucking fighting ghosts. The ghosts look like shit. The old ghosts look better from the 80s. This looks like I don't know what it looks like.
Scooby-Doo movie ghosts.
Scooby-Doo movie ghosts.
Perfect.
I
actually
really
do have a problem that they're women. I feel like these people are somewhat action heroes. And if you cast an all-female action hero movie, there'd be a lot of discussion over what,
Charlie's Angels.
I feel like it's silly. And this is silly. They're all fat girls, too. No, they're not all fat, but a couple of them are fat.
No.
A couple of them are very fat.
A couple of them are fat. Half are
A
fat.
couple of them could not jog around my house without being completely winded.
Yeah.
No, they could not.
But Ghostbusters isn't an action movie, by the way. It's it's more science based than anything.
Here's the worst part of all this.
I mean, they need
Think
at least
of
the level of
movies.
athleticism.
They're not running around doing things in the Expendables or anything. They're walking and sauntering around with their guns and stuff.
I feel like I need to remind you of them getting sucked into the river of ooze and hopping aboard the Statue of Liberty and using it to smash open the museum and roping down in to fight this giant thing.
50 flights of stairs or something to battle that thing at the top. They were tired.
They climbed a lot of stairs. They fought a god.
Fair enough.
Are you a god? No. Then die. And Bill Murray's like, if someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes.
The biggest problem I had with the trailer, I don't know if anyone else noticed it, at the very start of it, it opens on a black screen and says, 30 years ago, 4 scientists saved the world, which is one inaccurate, like you just pointed out, it's 3 scientists and an everyman guy. But this is not a sequel, it's not a prequel, it is supposed to be a remake. So when you allude to that, go on.
You're wrong about that. Bill Murray is in this movie.
Yeah, as a cameo role. But they've said it is not a sequel. It's a reboot of the franchise. I can read you it right now. It's a reboot. So the problem is if you're alluding to that in that universe, it doesn't make any sense.
Hiding Bill Murray's cameo because he's the one producing the ghosts. He's the reason that there are ghosts. That's the whole secret to the movie.
Furthermore, that it shows it's not a sequel or anything. If he's in there producing the ghosts,
well, I
it's
don't
straight
know.
up a reboot of the series. That's the issue with this.
Not necessarily, but in any case, looked like shit. Not interested in it. I saw that it got tons and tons of downvotes.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a sexist thing at all.
It's practically
it's
Rebecca Black's Friday.
It just doesn't
about
seem like it's going to be very funny.
No, it doesn't. They took something that was a real classic. I mean, that I really care for the Ghostbusters a lot. It's one of my favorites. It's not a perfect movie. It's not a well acted movie exactly, but it's a good, fun movie to watch, and I like every bit of it. And this remake looks disgusting and like a mockery of my childhood favorites. So I'm not excited for it at all. I will not ever watch it. I will not ever watch it.
You won't even torrent it.
No, the same way I don't watch the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movies because, like, I didn't come to stare at Megan Fox's tits. I want some Ninja Turtles, goddammit. And they've got ninja weapons, so there should be a lot of blood. I want an R-rated Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I want that rat to get out there and be grabbing eyeballs and shit. Should be real.
I was in high school when they like got big, and I just wasn't
he's a rat.
into it. Yeah, there's never been a time in my life when the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles weren't stupid.
I was 4 years old, right? Christmas comes around. There's the turtle van. It shoots fucking pizzas. I got Donatello, Leonardo, Michelangelo, Raphael. They're all backing me up. We're going against the Shredder, right? He's got the brain inside that body. They're tunneling up from underground. And my little imagination's just going as I pit them against one another with my, 100 green army men with their bazookas backing me up.
If you were 4, I was 17, and I'm like, this shit is gay. Get me some girls.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I just,
makes a lot of sense.
I was... it missed me. So
when I was around 4 or 5, I liked the Power Rangers a lot too.
Yeah.
In addition to the Ninja Turtles.
Somehow
I was around for.
So I wasn't into the Power Rangers. Again, too old. But I never had an issue with it. It was just like, oh well, that's for kids. It's not for me. Whatever. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, on the other hand, like I somehow had an issue with that. The teenage version of me was like, no, that's too stupid. That's stupid. What's their superpower? Liking pizza or something? They're just they're Ninja Turtles who eat pizza. Like, this is so dumb. I just.
Oh, did you ever watch Street Sharks?
Yes.
I loved Street Sharks.
Street Sharks.
Yes, the Street Shark figures, and in the action figure battles, where you'd have like all of little kids' action figure battles. It's basically like what an adult is. It's like fan fiction. Where it's just like people from every storyline just fuck it. You get it. Power Rangers, you're in here. Turtles, you're in. Street Sharks, you're in. And they would always be the bruisers because those action figures were huge and those were ripped shark people. Oh, those were so cool. I wonder if you can still get those. Yeah, Street Sharks.
Read it. I don't get it. The Bolton family is strong in Street Sharks and Game of Thrones.
That's the family in Street Sharks.
Oh, so you like Street Sharks too, Chiz?
Street Sharks! Yeah. They literally swim through asphalt and emerge to fight their father's enemies who mutate.
Street Sharks wasn't a retarded show, just built to sell toys like Power Rangers and Transformers and shit. It was a good show.
I like Voltron.
Masters of the Universe.
I'm probably too old.
This is horrible.
That's too old for me, Kyle.
Come on, nobody was into He-Man?
I was.
Oh, I liked He-Man.
I had the He-Man sword, okay? I was the master.
You spoiled child, you.
We had to hunt for this thing. I remember. I'm 5 years old. I got the sword, and this thing, like the He-Man and the Master of the Universe sword, was electronic. When you hit shit with it, it made noises. So it'd be like. So I'm walking around. I'm fucking He-Man, and I'd say, "I have the power of the universe."
Of Grayskull, I think.
And then I'd fucking hit my aunt like she was Skeletor. And fucking try to kneecap her ass, and she's just screaming, and I'm just like, I was He-Man. I love that shit. I watched the movie. The movie's terrible. Dolph Lundgren.
Awful.
It's real bad. It's real bad. But I had all that shit. I had the toys. I had the castle. I had Castle Grayskull. It's got I had Castle Grayskull. I had all of the henchmen. I had He-Man. Whatever that big cat he rode was. It was some sort of like alien tiger thing. It had a name. All of the characters, I had them all, and I'd make them fight, and then it all got stolen from me. There'd always be like, I never had any kids that were on the friends that were kind of on the same socioeconomic level. So I always had these poor kid friends who would like steal shit from me, and you couldn't trust them around toys.
It still exists to this day.
Like you'd leave your like plate. Yeah, it still does. Yeah, I can remember like I had this huge Play-Doh thing when I was like 6. Like I had the Play-Doh factory with all these things it would do, and I must have had like 50 different colors of Play-Doh all organized and shit. And we moved, so it had to be in storage. Fucking cousins got into it. All my Play-Doh gone, left out, hardened, ruined all my shit. Took my Castle Grayskull.
That's why they're poor. They can't take care of their stuff.
Damn right.
Did you ever get into any trading card games? because those were the worst if you had poor friends. They would just
you couldn't
fucking,
trust your
they
friend.
just, no, I don't leave you alone in my room with my cards because you'll fucking swipe one and I won't notice several days down the line. Fuck you.
The worst is paintball, because that's what I wanted to play as a 12-year-old. I got my own gun. Hell, I got 3. I got 5 20-ounce air tanks. I got 2,000 rounds because I actually went and bought as many as I needed. Nobody else does. Everybody else has got shit guns. They don't have a parent to
Poor
help
kids
them
played
teach them.
airsoft in our groups.
They didn't have enough paint. I'd have to supply them with paint. Like,
Oh, that's getting expensive.
yeah. It's like, oh, if I want to play with somebody, I gotta like.
You have to
fucking-
host an event, basically.
I have to host an
for your
event.
childhood friends.
Yeah, it was absurd. So like I always had that issue. None of my friends were ever had the same cool shit I had. So I ended up playing by myself a lot, which I don't know if you could tell. It shaped me.
Led to mailbox
we can tell.
destruction and
That's why I keep
Oh,
this
and
little piece of onion here in case I have to show any emotion.
Yeah.
onion.
Oh, that was so funny. That was one of the best parts of that episode. I don't want to spoil anything.
Are we talking about Always Sunny in Philadelphia? You
Yeah.
ruining it
We're
for
talking
me?
about
You regressed.
You
We're actually
bastards.
talking about
episode.
We're actually talking about Prosper.com, because in today's economy, cash really is king. So instead of getting stuck with a high-interest credit card, you should go to Prosper.com. Prosper's online marketplace connects people who need money with those who want to invest. Invest in you. You can use Prosper to borrow up to $35,000 in as few as 5 days. With Prosper.com, you can borrow money for just about anything you want. You can pay off high-rate credit cards. You can fix up your house, even plan a vacation. Anything you want. It's your money. Prosper.com is the better way to get the cash that you need at a low interest rate. To check your low rate instantly without affecting your good credit, go to prosper.com/PKA. So for up to $35,000 in your account in as few as 5 days, go to prosper.com/PKA. That's prosper.com/PKA.
I think I was reading about this. Yeah.
Prosper's cool because you can, borrow, but you can also invest too if you want to play around with that, because they need to get the money from somewhere. It's almost like crowdfunding a loan.
You what's I gonna say? There's like financial independent subreddits and stuff, and some people are like, hey, I've got 50 grand. How can I get this much out of it? And services like this are one that they point them to. Like on the loaning side, you get a high rate of return, and it's no work for you. So I don't know. It's an interesting new world of like micro lending, or just lending outside what traditional banks have used to do. It's what do they call it? A disrupting market, something like that, where someone just attacks a problem from an entirely different angle and changes the game. And it'll be interesting. It's pretty neat. So prosper.com, check them out for all your money lending and borrowing needs. Did you type something in chat?
Yeah.
What'd you write?
Manny said a new low in advertising. I said, no, Manny, it's a new high. 6
Yeah.
motherfucking sponsors.
Suck a dick, Manny.
Jesus Christ.
Who's Manny?
No idea.
I
Some
don't know.
hater
He's-
on the internet.
Oh, kill yourself.
Yes, that is. I was going to try
So
to
they were
tie that into a
asking-
sponsor, but they probably don't want
Yeah.
murder talk and sponsor talk.
Kill
Like,
yourself with this.
Kill yourself with Dollar Shave
Get
Club.
alone.
Grab a razor. We won't go that way. everyone's telling Manny to suck a dick.
Fuck you, Manny. So where do we go from here? Let's see. We've covered it, the entertainment realm. We've covered.
If you had $500 to burn, what would you buy for yourself? What do you want in life in the $500 range?
Wow, that's pretty limiting.
Mm-hmm.
1,000, I feel like I could give you a better answer, but 500.
It's a lot of hats.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think there's anything that costs $500 that I want that I don't already own. I mean, I've got.
Yeah, right. It's like, it's not to say that's an insignificant amount of money, but
Certainly not.
For a lot of people, it's like, well, if it was at 500, I might have gone it by now.
I mean, this is about as good as I'm gonna get for a gun for 500. I mean,
Actually, I want a Sig P2000. 238, I think, 236. The smaller one that shoots a 380. It's probably 238. And I don't know. I just haven't pulled the trigger on it yet. I don't know quite what to do with it. I think, like you mentioned, it's not a fun shooter. It's just a nicer carry. Do I really want that?
I got a $500 watch. I've got a roughly $500.
I would get a Shure SM7B and a new mixer.
Ooh.
Yeah, it comes out to roughly that much.
Yeah, it does. I like the Shure SM7B. People have said that they hear me breathing through this because I'm too close. So I've tried to be a little further, and I put the big foam on it. We'll see if that helps.
Yeah, I really can't think of anything. I'm trying to think of something that $500 is extravagant for that item. You know what I mean? Like what? It's a $500 bottle of wine, of Coke, or a $500 like light bulb. Or
are you saying I have to spend this money? Like I can't keep it and save it. I have to spend it, because if that's the case, I also might buy a $500 like processor or something, like a CPU, because I'm not going to spend that amount of money probably out of my own pocket.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's not a lot of stuff on the $500 amount that I've denied myself. So like, what exactly do you want at that price point? That's what makes it interesting. If it was like, if you had 25 grand, then I'll pick a car or something.
Like
Taylor, if you had $500 to burn, what would you treat yourself with? What would you buy?
Ooh.
What have you denied yourself in the $500 range?
5,000 packs of magic cards. Roll the dice to get a Black Lotus. That's an investment.
No way.
Idea.
You could buy that many packs for that amount.
Of course. You could buy 5.
I don't know. I guess I would say it's not enough to like jump into a new hobby, so to speak, but it's enough to bolster another hobby. So I'd probably just buy a ton of ammunition, so I wouldn't have to worry about that for a long time. Which I'm sure Kyle and you probably have a ton of ammunition just laying around.
I'm pretty good. I'm low on shotgun shells, I think.
Those are so cheap though, like comparatively, unless you're buying like home defense rounds or something.
I have a lot of ammunition.
He does.
I would have bet on that. Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
3 bullets per gun, you have a lot of ammunition.
Like a lot of times, I don't know. I'll buy, like we did an M60 video a few months ago, and I bought enough ammo to make sure that even if there were multiple takes, I could have it, and didn't need multiple takes. So I got like a 2,000 rounds of 308 now upstairs. I got my 308 rifle out today and went and plinked a little bit, and that was fun.
I have I don't know. I bought a couple. I had this idea that I wanted a lot of ammo on hand for some of the different calibers I have. So in 9mm, I've got like 1,000 rounds in what does an AK-47 shoot? Help me.
7.62 by 39mm.
Thank you. I've got 1,000 rounds of that, maybe more. 223, or I think it's literally 5.56. I've got like 1,000 rounds of that. A couple hundred rounds of 380, and a couple hundred rounds of 50 cal, all tracer.
Yeah.
And
wow, that's pretty expensive, right?
How'd that happen? Why'd you get tracer?
It was for Woody's lab, and I thought it might make for more interesting videos if I ever made videos. So.
October is just a few months away.
I like the way you're thinking.
What you really want is incendiary, though, because the tracer takes like 150 meters to like ignite, because the bullets moving so goddamn fast. But the incendiary is what you really want.
Let me see what it is. It's not far from me.
If you show me what color the tip is.
How much is an incendiary one?
I don't know, because I was given a lot of it about 4 years ago, and I'm still using the allotment that I was given. I was given several hundred, maybe 800 rounds of 50 BMG, mixed in incendiary, armor-piercing incendiary, tracer, armor-piercing incendiary, just tracer, spotter tracer, Ralphos, slap T, little bit of everything. So I've got a lot of 50 BMG stuff. That's actually, you see that little barrel sticking up right there? That's my 50 cal back there. So I like that stuff. It's a lot of fun. I've got some 12 gauge incendiary rounds now, and they're pretty fucking outrageous. I was shooting those out of my candy cane gun today. It's that like 8 foot tall 12 gauge. Put a big 6-power ACOG on it, and at 100 yards, I'm shooting a plate about like this offhand, and it's just explosions.
So it came in these boxes.
American Eagle?
Yeah, is that bad or good?
Fine.
Fine.
I mean, it's not.
This is my
It's
It's-
fine by that. Like, it's not the worst, and
Yeah.
it's certainly not the best.
What would
Yeah.
you say is the best?
I'm not an expert in that, but I would get Hornady.
Oh, that's what my home defense are.
I think it was cheap. I think it was posted on some sort of sale, and I was like, oh, I'll stock up. So it is Tracer, like I thought it was. And we'll open it up.
Can we see around? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Try not to tear open the box more than I have to. Here we go. Looks like this in the package.
Oh, let's see the tips.
These are the backs. I'll get them out. Oh, it looks like they're all stuck together, maybe? They are.
Okay.
So what does that
Could you-
tip color mean?
The backs, interesting that they're different colored in the back to
Is
me.
it just brown on the tip?
Yeah, I'd call that brown.
Okay.
Yeah. Tracer, right? Oh, I think Kyle's going to break out something with more interesting tips, is my guess.
Are those the only 50 caliber ones you've got right now? Or you
It's
said
the
you have
only
hundreds of
kind I
those.
have, but I have a lot of these boxes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think I may have exaggerated when I said I had hundreds. I don't know if there weren't that many boxes back there. There's only 10 in here. But I've got a bunch of rounds at 50.
Enough. More than most. Yeah.
more than most, I guess. Yeah. I have the other stuff. Like I've got I'll grab one, ammo cans and stuff. This will just be a second.
Okay. Chiz, are you here? No, he's not. It's just me right now, guys. It's just me hanging out. Go over to my channel. Check me out. Like all my videos. Check out my pod. Check out the Truly
What's
Terrible.
your podcast called?
Truly Terrible. Check it out. Go over there. Do that. Spam the shit out of all those videos. Comment silly things and like it. And this is what happens when Woody leaves. And Chiz and Kyle. This is horse shit. This is just my podcast now. I would do things differently if I ran things around here. Oh, you bet your ass I would. Gotta be quiet now, though. Boss is coming
Jesus,
back.
where did everybody go?
I don't know. You
Like
know?
this
Just
thing?
me here.
I went away and everybody
Me.
disappeared.
This thing is legit heavy to like carry. I'm trying to prop my
Look, Kyle's got a belt of ammunition right there, racked over the couch. No big deal.
Oh, it went too far. I've got just a lot of rounds. I think you can't see with your thing.
Yeah.
But, shit. Managing the webcam is kind of tricky. But, I don't know. I'm ready for zombies. This stuff smells bad.
How come you didn't
Smells
just
bad?
How come you didn't keep them in the boxes? Is there like any reason why?
Yeah, it's
Just
not
quicker?
a great reason, but I watched Kyle load his magazines, and it was just so much nicer. Like he had ammo cans like this, and you know, just watching him, they're so easy to grab out of a can and drop in the thing. It was like, oh, that's way better than having them all like in the plastic, and like sometimes they come in. My 5.56 came in these like stripper clips for some reason. And you get to fight like every one of them out of the stripper clip. And Kyle had a pile. It was like, pile is so much nicer to just grab and load. So that's why mine are in these things, because I envied what Kyle had. So,
Ooh.
I couldn't find any with like good markings. So blue is incendiary. I think that these.
How much is one of those blue incendiary bullets?
I really don't know again because I've always gotten them for free.
Kyle, it's
I
called a
would
stripper
imagine-
clip, right? A stripper clip? That when you put them in the, like a Mosin Nagant, they'd come in a clip. Is it not called a stripper clip?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, it is.
They're all writing stripper like I'm crazy in the chat, and I'm like, I think I have it right. It's, if you make a mistake to gun people, they will tell you.
That-
But I think I have that right.
You could just call it a clip, but yeah, stripper clip works too.
Yeah.
I think that red and silver is probably armor piercing incendiary. It may be armor piercing incendiary tracer though. But in any case, it does a lot of stuff. Inside there's a steel penetrator that's really no joke. It really goes through a lot of stuff.
It makes a difference. Kyle has a a thick piece of concrete on his like shooting range, and if you shoot it with a regular 50 cal versus that, you're like, oh yeah, that it does a different thing, right?
Yeah, keeps going.
What will
in.
the regular one do to it compared to the
It'll
powerful?
So it'll blow out a spot about this big around and about that deep, but
Half
it's
an
really like
apple.
you hit it with. But it's really like you hit it with a sledgehammer. You know, it would just disperse the material. Just a hard impact, a punch. But the penetrator, it does that, and then that steel penetrator continues to burrow into the concrete in a way that normally, you know, lead projectiles, copper projectiles would splatter and deform. This keeps going on in, and it, you know, it burrows in pretty far, about this far, and I've dug them out with pliers and stuff, and they're pristine because that steel they're using is so hard. You can pull them out, and I've heard of people using them as like punches, you know, using the end of a punch and stuff like that. So yeah, and then the slap T rounds. I wish I had one. It's the point of it is almost like a pinprick, like it's very sharp, and I think it's tungsten. I think it's tungsten carbide. They also make depleted uranium rounds. You know, if you really,
It's really
want to
heavy,
shoot through some
right?
shit.
That's like the point of it.
I think the point is that it's really hard, dense
that-
material that penetrates well.
Isn't that what the tungsten is? Tungsten's just like a really, really hard material, right?
Yeah, they use it on like tooling and stuff. You know, on tooling and stuff.
It's an element, I think, right? Isn't it an element?
Yes.
We need Wings of Redemption for that. If you got a
Poor
metallurgy
Wings.
question, I like to refer to Wings. I think it's kind of like aluminized steel, like they use in the
Element
like
74.
flashlight. Thank you.
Element 74. Sounds like
Nah.
it sounds like a movie that would let you down.
While we're here discussing the elemental,
Element
let's
74.
see if we can disprove hell using the periodic table. I feel like that's the only.
Stop. I feel bad.
Come on, it's funny.
I don't even know what we're talking about.
There's a Wings of
I'm-
Redemption video where he used science to disprove hell, and I think, if I remember right, it tied into the idea of an eternal flame needing to burn atoms or something.
I recall this now. We'll
And,
just leave it
Yeah.
at that.
Eventually,
Yeah.
it's just all gone. No more carbon. And that's when I lost my
Magic is not on the periodic table, unfortunately.
Mm-mm.
Oh, I remember that Woody, myself, Taylor, and all of us, we were at the paintball event when that video came out. We all really enjoyed it. That was a good night. That was a good trip in general. I had a great time. Was that the same trip? You know, we went to Applebee's and had that wild, crazy night, and there were 2 or 3 meals during that I felt were like really fun. I enjoyed hanging out with everybody. I liked that trip a lot.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
The trips all
Going
blend
to,
together for me
this-
at this point.
That place with the skirt, that was fun.
Tilted
whatever
kilt.
that-
Tilted skill.
Tilted kilt. Yeah, that place was all right.
Yeah, I like that too. Yeah, I wish I'd managed to stay fucking sober so I could have maybe fucked one of the tilted kilts, but
But no, you were too kind with your accepting of shots bought for you, right? Just
Yeah.
couldn't say no.
I kept drinking. They kept buying me drinks, and I kept drinking them, and I definitely missed out on getting laid on that trip. That was a real bonehead mistake, and it ruined the evening. You know, I'm vomiting out the truck window on the way back. It's just a real.
Joe like legit held a grudge for me because I think I like blocked. He was photographing you in the side view mirror, and maybe I leaned forward or something. I ruined it, and he doesn't have video of you vomiting out of a car, which apparently he valued highly.
Yeah,
There's video of him doing it in the sink.
I had
the
that video. I
hotel.
deleted my copy. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna, but yeah.
So
It's not
but like vomiting out that window, it was just we were going fast too. I just hung my head out and just let it fly, and it was just vaporizing and like I don't know.
It's
You
just
ever
a
like
mist.
pour a bottle of water out the window and watch it just go and like go away? It was that but vomit, and it was like.
When Colin chopped his foot with an axe 10 days ago or 11 days ago, he had some like shock and he vomited out the side of my truck. And it's the passenger side though, so I never really think about it or see it. And every so often I go by and I was like, the rain hasn't taken care of that yet. There is a vomit trail on the side of my truck from when he got sick, and I
There's
haven't.
more character.
You're gonna want to take care of that because that can ruin paint.
Oh
It happened-
no!
Oh no, not paint.
No, it can. It happened on my Jeep when I was in high school. I was driving one of my friends, and they got hammered, and they were throwing up outside my passenger or my rear passenger window and like the initial like bleh got out, but all the remainders, just like, the first rush into battle made it, but the rest of them kind of just trickled out and just all over, both inside and out. And it wasn't on my side of the car, so I just left it for like a month, and I walked over there one day, and I was like, well, goddamn, look at that. That vomit is still there. And I walked back around, got in my car, and drove away. And like probably 6 months after that, there were just little paint peeling, ruined areas from this asshole's stomach acid. Really his fault, not the fact that I neglected it for half a year.
I agree.
One thing I'm sure of, Woody is very concerned about the pristine paint job on his beloved vehicle.
I think he should be. It deserves it.
You haven't seen pictures of this mode of transportation, have you?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Yeah,
We'll leave it at that.
Pretty.
I kind of don't want it to rust on the door, though. Like, I probably should hit it with the hose.
I mean, it'd be good not to have vomit on your car when you drive to places, at the very least.
I want to put my best foot forward. So
that's a good minimum standard to maintain. Like wiping your ass.
Yeah, you don't have to get the dirt off, but there's a level, all right? No vomit on the car if we're going somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I sort of went above and beyond when I got the blood off the floor mats to get the vomit off the side.
It looked bad.
Dude, I watched that video and I didn't think it accurately represented how much blood there was. Like, it was
a lot
dry,
of blood, man.
like sinewy by the next day. On day of, it was puddles. It was a lot of blood. Yeah, it was.
It's gonna hurt the resale.
Oh no! Yeah, no. I
How
every
much
so
could
often
you sell that truck for if you wanted to?
is
$1,000.
thousands, maybe
15,
two of them.
Yeah, twos of thousands.
About $3,000.
3,000 is actually the number I have in my head. I think that one in a 13-year-old Tacoma in good shape is probably worth like 5 or 6, and mine is probably worth 4-ish, 5-ish, if I were to bet. And a dealer might give me less than that, like on a trade-in.
You'd be surprised. I purchased a lot of cars on Craigslist, and I've been looking around there, and you'd be surprised some of the deals that are on there. We got Josh rolling for just a few $100s. Got him a Ford Ranger. He's getting himself. They're all the same, right? I don't even know. Like they didn't change that body style for like 30 years.
Hope has committed herself to driving by this summer. There are a couple things that she wants that can only be done when she can drive herself, and she's newly motivated. So I will have a car to buy. I think the plan is to buy my wife a car and give Hope the 4Runner.
I like that plan a lot.
It's a good plan.
Yeah, the 4Runner.
She's 16.
She is 16 now. Yeah.
What's the delay here?
She's not motivated to drive. I swear. I have a theory. I got it from the internet, but it made a lot of sense to me. Even you maybe, less so. But if you're 16 now, right, if you're currently 16 years old, you don't need a car to have a social life like you once did. So much of it happens over Skype and Facebook and whatever that I don't think she feels as out of the loop as 16-year-old Woody would have.
Bizarre.
Plus
it's not even just
volunteer.
that. You know what I love the most? I'll tell you. It was being able to go get my own food, because beforehand, if, say, the family went out for dinner and I wasn't able to get my order in, then I didn't get any food. But now I can go anywhere I want. Beforehand, if we're going to go get fast food or something, if Dad wants Wendy's, then he's certainly not going to take me to Taco Bell. But now I've got my own ride. It's Taco Bell time whenever I want it to be. It's anything.
Works all the time. Every waking hour of her, I feel like she works too much, and I pride myself on working. She comes home from school and just works until sleep, and that's like her normal thing. And when I say work, I mean she has 2 extracurriculars. She's captain of the speech and debate team, and she's in the high school musical, which is finished now, but that was something that occupied a lot of her time. And now she's found out that by May, she has to do 100 hours of community service, which is a lot of community service if she wants to remain in the National Honor Society. And I don't feel like if we added a car to her life, a driver's license, the only change would be she has to drive herself. What are we laughing at? I didn't tell any jokes.
I'm just remembering when I got assigned to have to do community service to stay in the National Honor Society, and I didn't tell my mom or dad until it was like 2 days, like literally not enough hours to do it if I did 100%, where I'm like, hey, Mom and Dad, you know that National Honor Society thing? Yeah, I need to do 100 hours of community service by tomorrow at 4. So either I'm not in this and I'm not putting this on an application to college, or you're going to sign this and say I picked up litter. And they were like, all right, well, we got us over a barrel here, Taylor. Well done.
Really? Did they even hesitate? Because I feel like my dad would just be like, don't do that, community service. Bring that over here and let me sign it. That would have been the mission from the beginning. Let me sign it. They're going to trust me? Maybe I can write a few checks here, too.
Yeah.
They're going to cash them?
But yeah, in all seriousness, she does seem to be occupied almost like I probably shouldn't put too much hope stuff out there, but at her last speech and debate competition, she lost her glasses. And it turns out she needed new lenses anyway, so I'm picking up a good portion of it. But she didn't need new frames, so now she has to buy the frames, which she is working off $10 an hour being my slave. And I had her do some data entry recently. She's got 1 hour knocked off already. She is going to be my new Chiz. I'm going to wire up the stable, and she's going to be my partner in this thing so that I don't have to run up and down the ladder and all that stuff. So she's my new stable partner. She's going to earn those frames, and I'm going to be psyched about it.
Poor child. That poor child. She has, I don't know, I guess on weekend she'll work, but I mean, I can attest to her schedule. I think it's almost illegal how much she works.
Woody, are you telling me that Hope is so brave, so fearless, that she can climb up one of those step ladders?
I don't believe.
Yes.
Are we talking about a full 3 feet off the ground?
I climb ladders, you cunt.
Really?
Many ladders and scaffolding. She is not going on the roof.
I bet you could count the ladders you've counted on one hand. You've climbed on one hand.
That's not even true.
Oh, wait. I don't know if it's true, but I do know that 2 hands, there's a strong chance.
Okay, you forget how many times I was on a ladder underneath the roof putting those 2x4s in the cross sections.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so there was a roof.
That's how you got the. That's how you got the
my
PTSD. That was the PTSD day. Yeah, you're right. I remember that. Yeah, the day
I don't mean to make fun of Chiz, but yeah. So what we would do is because I'm not an expert when we sheathe the roof. If people don't know what sheathing is, that's the plywood that goes across all the roofing joists. An expert would have had them fall right on the roofing joist so that 2 of them sort of landed there. Mine would sometimes be in the middle, so we had to support the middle with blocking so that it. If you stepped in the middle, it wouldn't bow. And Chiz would be under the ladder holding it while I was on the roof nailing it in place. And, so there's probably a lot of ladder time for that. But it's the sort of ladder you'd need to reach up and touch a ceiling, not 8-foot ladder or anything.
Fuck that.
Chiz is not a ladder guy. Is it the heights? Is it because you're way better at gravity and the the damage could be why is it that you dislike ladders so much?
My center of mass is larger, so if you take a line,
No, it's not.
You're right. But if you look at my shape, I stick out from a ladder more than you do. So my tendency to lean back from said ladder is more than yours. I do not like being up high. It is not.
Just admit you're afraid of the heights.
I am. I said that, but at the same time,
right.
it has to do with the reason I'm afraid of
Archimedes.
heights is because of falling. That is why. It's
My
from
mom,
the falling aspect.
When I was a teenager, my mom, she was heavier than she wanted to be at the time. She's thinner now, actually. She's lost weight. But when I was a teenager, she fell off a ladder. It was a step ladder. She was maybe on the second step, 2 feet off the ground. And she hurt her knee bad. I don't know what it was, somewhere on the level of a torn ACL. She couldn't walk for a while. My wife took care of her, girlfriend at the time. And the reason that she busted up her knee compared to what would have happened to, I don't know, Jackie Onassis, is she weighed more. And she took more damage when she fell. And when Chiz was cautious of that, I remembered that my mother had that issue, that she hurt her knee falling off a 2-foot ladder. I'm that could happen to Chiz. I see where he's coming from. Because he's better at gravity.
About the rate of falling, I will take more damage
Chiz,
than if Woody jumped off the roof.
Chiz is awesome at gravity.
Chiz, do you also suffer from osteoporosis?
No.
I think he might.
Why would he suffer from osteoporosis?
I don't get the joke.
Well, I mean, you described a
It's an elderly thing.
It's an old lady thing, yeah.
Woody's mom was in her prime when she fell, I'm sure.
Well, I'm just trying to make a connect. I'm just trying to make fun of you a little bit, Chiz, for not fun.
Well, while not good at going up, I'm very good at going sideways and knocking down walls with my massive center of gravity.
He would. I would be.
Again, it's the same size.
That's just nonsense words. That doesn't mean anything.
No, we would have to.
I use fancy words.
We would have to tear the siding off of the like the building, right? Because we were tearing it down. We did demo before we built it back up again. The siding was like rotted and had vines. And I would go to the top and like do like a Spider-Man thing where I'd like attach straps and stuff to it, and then Chiz would go from the bottom and like just sort of like pull backwards like a donkey maybe, and you know he'd just tear the stuff down. It was pretty good. That's we worked as a team. We got it done, and the barn looks stable. I guess looks excellent now.
It looks excellent.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's improved since the last photo you sent me, but man, it looks legit. Liked it a lot. I like the color.
Yeah, I bet I could show
Yeah,
a picture
it's
to the
nice.
camera. I could find one.
So what's our bet, Chiz, on the next on the election results? It was it's a kind of a multi-tiered bet. So I think I bet that $5 that Rubio would drop out before Tuesday. Doesn't look like that's going to happen, but $5, right? But it was I think I bet $100 that Trump gets to 1,287 delegates because I think he's going to win Ohio next Tuesday, and I think that puts him on a pretty good path to do so. And what was the other part?
So 5 for Rubio, 100 that Trump gets enough for the nomination, and 25 that when it goes to a brokered convention, so I'll lose this one by default if it does, if the first one pans out, that Cruz or Kasich will be handed the nominee.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Yeah,
And
I think
I'm
that's-
willing to take more too.
I don't know enough. I'm not taking any of those bets.
I gave one to Woody about the Democratic one too. I got.
Wait, did I take a bet? I don't think I have a bet.
You didn't take one. I proposed a bet.
What was the bet again?
That Sanders and Clinton will get all the way to the convention, and there will be 200 delegates. I'm not saying who wins because I would put money on Hillary, but I say it's a close race, and there's 200 delegates spread between the two of them.
I would take that vote if I weren't already going on the Trump train here. I think he's going to get 1287 because I think he takes Ohio and Florida next Tuesday, and I think that really just gets rid of Kasich, perhaps, and Rubio. And then when it's a 1 versus 1 with Cruz, at that point he needs to win about 50% of the delegates to lock the nomination if he takes Ohio and Florida next Tuesday. And I think against Cruz he can take 50% because he's, getting up there in the high 30s and low 40s in some of the polls in different states now. I looked at 6 different polls for Ohio. He was leading in every one as of 3 days ago. I've seen a CNN poll where Kasich is ahead by 5. It's going to go back and forth this week. It's a kind of a coin flip, but Kasich is very popular in that state. Very popular governor.
Polls just don't matter
I
leading
can't,
into any
well,
of these.
don't matter is a stretch, I think. I think polls are pretty indicative of who actually wins. But for some reason, Trump always seems to underperform his polling. Like not that he's losing, but if he polls at 40%, he wins with 36. If he polls at 50%, he wins with 45. And I don't know why. Maybe his ground game is weak compared to the experienced politicians or something. I don't know, but
I don't know. Sometimes it's not though, right? Sometimes, like in South Carolina, he wasn't polling very well, and he destroyed it. Same thing in Nevada. Sometimes he underpolls and over succeeds. I think it goes back both ways.
Maybe I have a confirmation bias or something, and I just see what I want to see. I don't know, but I bet he wins Florida, loses Ohio, and but at that point, like Kasich is so far behind. It's
sure he's not gonna. No one is. I'm betting no one gets enough delegates at this point. Like everyone else is almost mathematically out of it because they're not going to win any states. Trump is getting harder every time.
Cruz is the only candidate who can mathematically still win.
He has to win every winner take all, and he has to start winning decently in the other remaining states, which are winner take most.
Yeah, you got to be a close second.
Like I said to Kyle the other day, if Trump took every winner take all, that would put him about 40 delegates, 40 to 60, I forget, over the nominee requirement. And he's not going to win Ohio, and I bet he splits in Illinois with Kasich.
We shall see next Tuesday, my friend. I think he's going to take Ohio. I hope he takes Ohio. I've been fascinated by this whole election cycle. It's so entertaining, so entertaining. And it's all because of Donald Trump. The campaign that he has run is unlike anything else ever seen before, and it's just, I mean, it creates so many highlight reels, so many funny videos, so many memes, so many jokes, and it turns out that might be more important than a political background and a good plan, as far as the voters are concerned. So,
Chiz,
interesting stuff.
I have a question for you. How have you been getting guests that are so much better than PKA's ever had before?
Yes, I'm curious.
I work hard.
But like, what is the technique? Like, do you use your Twitter a lot? Like, do you have like a media packet that you send out to draw people in? Like, what do you do?
Sometimes I use Twitter if there's no other way to reach out to them, hoping I catch them when they're active. But otherwise, I try to find like an email or some kind of business contact through someone's agent or something through their website somewhere and scour around for an email. And I send over, I've got a pre-written out thing I send to everyone I'm reaching out to as a guest with numbers and why it'd be good. And then I have a media packet that goes with that. Just working real hard to get the day and make the show even better.
You're doing a good job.
Yeah, a lot of people
thank
have appreciated your...
I was on a guest hot streak, and then fucking Mr. POTUS over here threw that for a whirl. Hopefully we have
Still
Tim
a
Kennedy
guest
next
hot
week.
Streak. It's you.
He said yes. He asked for like the call-in information tonight, and I had to tell him like we're on Skype. Do you know what Skype is? And so hopefully get Tim Kennedy on camera. That'd be nice.
That
he
guy
was over
is
somewhere
interesting.
doing something for like
Is
2
he
weeks.
still fighting? Not.
I think so.
I mean,
well, he's doing something fighting related.
Fighting is a broad thing with him. So he's a soldier, and that was the aspect of fighting that I meant. Like,
right?
Do they ring him up when they need a couple guys killed?
I think so. I think he's part of some battalion or squad because he was just over somewhere. Like he took pictures of his cot, and he's got pictures of all these other guys with him and guns and stuff. Like, so wherever he was before for 2 weeks, he had like no internet or access of communication, and he was sleeping in a cot. So,
dude,
I think Tim Kennedy is still active in some regard to the military.
So, being in the public
Or
eye,
private,
he gets
whatever.
death threats all the time, right? Whatever. Even as a UFC fighter, I'm sure there's idiots out there who want to kill you for one thing or another. And he started, I guess, when they found out he was Special Forces, like the UFC was marketing him as a Special Forces guy, because he is. And he started getting death threats from ISIS. So the CIA reaches out to him and says, look, man, we're concerned. We've got like credible threats that there are people from the Middle East who are trying to kill you. And he's like, how concerned about this should I be? People try to kill me all the time. Like, that's what I do. And they're like, I don't know. Well, we're concerned. So Tim Kennedy's fucking response, he makes T-shirts. Like, and they say, ISIS, send whoever you want, but don't send anyone you want back. And it was just like, now he's selling T-shirts. He's got a brand called Ranger Up or something. Send anyone you want, but don't send anyone you want back. Well, shit, not scared. Man, it'd be pretty
Tim
cool
Kennedy
if he was
is
our guest.
He's an impressive person that's done a lot.
Yeah.
He's a great fighter, too.
Yes. Yeah. He's currently ranked like 7th or something. But I looked at the 6 guys in front of him, and I'd pick Kennedy like in 5 of those fights or something like that.
Well, I mean, I think they just pushed Bisping up to like number 4 in that division, too. And, he beat Bisping.
Yeah, he's beaten a bunch of those guys. Like a lot of the people that are ranked ahead of him, he's already beaten. So
yeah. It was funny. Tim Kennedy was like, this is the only time I'm rooting for Michael Bisping in the solo fight. He was rooting for him. A lot of people were. That was,
Yeah, a lot. Anderson Silva lost a lot of fans when he got busted for steroids or performance-enhancing drugs, whatever they were.
Yeah, fuck that Brazilian.
Yeah, I there seems to be a correlation there. I don't know. But then Americans do peds too.
Mm-hmm.
What was the tennis player that just got caught with the using the performance enhancing drug?
I don't know.
I didn't even hear about that.
The female Russian. Yeah, there's been like 8 more Russian athletes that have come out and tested
Sharapova or
positive.
something like that.
Sharapova maybe.
Yeah.
Apparently it's some medication, some heart medication, but you're normally prescribed it for 4 to 6 weeks, and this bitch has been taking it for 10 fucking years, and she's won like just dozens and dozens of accolades, and doesn't look good. But I saw that It's recently been added to the banned substances list, I think this year. But she's been taking it for 10 years. She tested positive. All of her sponsors, except for, I think, Head. Head is a tennis racket
They make skis
manufacturer.
Yeah, they make skis and yep.
Cool. Well, everybody but them seem to have dumped her. Nike, Tag Heuer, Porsche. She lost a lot of big money sponsorships this week, and they dropped
I'm sure
her
she's
quickly.
set.
Yeah, you would hope so, right? At this point in her career, but it's pretty disgraceful for it to go this way. And like I said, 8 more Russians tested positive for this shit. It's either 8 or 10.
Wow, it sounds like a Russian thing, kind of.
So it's like we need some of this stuff. Every time I hear about one of these like products that they're using, I'm like, how do I get some of that stuff?
Right?
I remember they were talking about the stuff that Mark McGuire was using back in the day, and we were all like, well, where do we get some? Yeah. I was like, I want to hit some fucking home run. Look at that guy's skull. Like, I want that.
Because I'm friends with Joe Lozon and he's a clean athlete, it's changed. Like, I'm really hard on these cheats. If I had never met Joe, I think I would have been for like an all steroid league, like, oh yeah, bigger, crazy action figure people, whatever. But now it's like, dude, fuck. Like Anderson Silva used this shit for a decade, broke records, made millions. How would the world have been different if all the steroid users weren't on steroids? I'm not calling any particular
Well, his
member.
retina would have been attached still.
You're thinking of Bisping.
Oh, sorry, Bisping. Yeah.
Like Joe has like 22 fights. Guarantee some of those guys were on steroids. It has to be. You just don't fight 22 UFC fighters and not run into a guy in the pre-USADA days who didn't take roids yeah, I think I said it right. Anyway, so yeah, I don't like the cheats.
I watched Miesha Tate on Fight Pass earlier today fighting a woman who looked like a man. Joe Rogan was like, for a 135-pound woman, she's got more power than I think Miesha's used to. This woman was like a really accomplished wrestler, but God, she was.
Did she lose?
Yeah, she lost. She had an incredible
Zingago?
fight.
Was that her name? Kat Zingago?
I don't recall. I just remember she had a great. He kept talking about her right hand, and she kept throwing this combo that like this overhand right, and then a little left to follow it up that she'd miss a couple times, but. First round, she hits Miesha with it, staggers her badly. She wins the first round, but then Miesha wins rounds 2 and 3 pretty handily on the ground. And they were making the point that the girl that Miesha beat, being such an accomplished wrestler, didn't have very much experience from her own back. She's used to being in a dominant position on top all the time, and then now all of a sudden, it's not collegiate style. It's jiu-jitsu, so there's strikes mixed in, and she's on the bottom, and she just couldn't handle it. There's elbows raining down constantly. And hammer
in
fists.
wrestling, of course, if your back is to the ground, you're getting pinned, and that's terrible. So, like, for example, let's say I was hypothetically to take down a wrestler. They would flip over and land belly first, like wide. They'd land like this because they're not going to, like, putting your arms out is dangerous in fighting because you're giving people gifts, and they can bend them the wrong way. But in wrestling, it's making sure you don't get rolled over. So they land on their belly like that, and that's giving up your back in MMA. So they don't spend very much time. They're just inexperienced on going to the pin position.
And Joe's so good at talking his way through what's going on in the mat and making me understand what's going on. He's like, she should have her arms inside right now. She should be pivoting her hips. She should be popping. She should be bridging up. Anything to get her off, and she's not doing that. And I was like, oh. Yeah, that makes sense. He was pointing out their leg work. He's like, she should be hooking that leg. She should be trapping it. She should be spinning around trying to get free. And it went the distance, and it went to decision. But it was a Miesha Tate win. I think Ronda Rousey had beaten the chick like just previous to that fight. But I just remember the woman that Miesha Tate was fighting looked very masculine, and her shoulders and arms were just terrifying. A lot of these women are just getting scarier and scarier.
Ronda looks scary
true.
too. She's right outside of fights. Ronda can sometimes look a little fat to my eyes, but when she's getting closer to the weight cutting, man, Ronda is she's born to fight. As soon as someone loses a fight, I feel like MMA fans turn way too hard. Conor McGregor is still amazing. Muhammad Ali lost fights, he came back and got stronger. Conor McGregor went up a weight class. Nate was long, and he's particularly good at what Conor's good at also. And lost.
And
the
it
fight.
was a close fight. It wasn't. It could have gone either way.
Connor, I thought, won the first, gassed out, and if I've watched the fight a bunch of times now, Connor. When I first watched the fight, I thought Nate clipped him, and then suddenly it was a changed fight and it was a big deal. After watching it more, I was like, oh, Connor didn't get ruined because he got hit. Connor got hit because he got exhausted, and just for whatever reason couldn't go as long as he had to.
It doesn't seem like there's any excuse for that, because that's the easy stuff. That's the stuff that you and I, given the time, could accomplish. Is cardio. Cardio is just cardio. It's doing rounds on the bag, or it's literally just running. That disappoints me when someone who seems to be so skilled, physically and have so many talents, and then it's cardio.
I don't know what it is exactly. Like, I've got a couple things going on. One, he had more muscle than he had in previous fights, I think, to my eye. And kind of like a muscle car, they just burn cardio more than a thinner guy. Whenever you see like the Yoel Romeros or the Hector Lombards in there, the guys who are just like jacked for their weight class, they typically run out of gas a little faster than the other guys do. So that might have been it. Or it could also be an adrenaline jump. That happened to Lozon. I forget which fight, but there was a fight where he gassed out after a round and a half or so. And all the haters were like, oh my God, too much time on your Xbox, as they type on their keyboards. And he since learned to manage the adrenaline dump. He came out there, he was like the super him, and then the adrenaline wore off and he wasn't anymore. And that's something that fighters have to learn to deal with. Maybe that hit him. It would probably hit me too. What do I know about UFC fighting? So I don't know. Sometimes fighters gas halfway through a fight, and it's not because they didn't train. It's because they gassed out. So
yeah, I enjoyed that fight. I guess it wasn't all that I had hoped it was going to be. I suppose I really thought he was going to win that for some reason.
I wanted Conor to win. I am a Conor fan. I like him. I'm a Diaz fan too, but I like MMA to have something great. There are times in basketball when you've got a Bird versus Johnson, when you have a Michael Jordan, when you have a greatness, and then there are times when there aren't. Like, there's a different MVP every year, and it's kind of balanced. It's fun when Jordan exists while you're watching. It's fun when you realize, like, oh, we have a Muhammad Ali right now. This is incredible. And to watch Conor in his weight class anyway, just knock everybody out except for Max Holloway in the first round or two, and talk the way he talked and backed and walked the way he walked, like, you're like, yeah, we have a Muhammad Ali right now. You are living through a Wayne Gretzky, and that only stays true if he keeps winning. And I that's how it felt, and I'm not saying he was the best fighter. I recognize he's a little one-dimensional and such. But in terms of like my excitement, look, I got excited to watch McGregor fight. I really like watching that dude fight. And I really like watching that dude hype a fight. Yeah. I know.
I like what
Go on.
So I like the antics in there. So what I don't get excited about is really boring basic stuff. Like if their technique is just something that I've seen 1,000 times before. If it's jiu-jitsu on the ground, they're shooting and trying to avoid takedowns, and then there's some stand-up, some dirty boxing. Oh, we're on the ground, elbow, hammer
long
fist.
Periods of time against the fence with ineffective knees. Right,
yeah,
that can be.
But when McGregor goes out there, he's going to do a cartwheel and try to do some sort of cartwheel spin kick. And he's probably not going to hit it. Probably not. I haven't seen him like really connect with.
I haven't seen any of those question mark kicks do a thing yet, but I like watching them.
I like watching him. I like when he like does a barrel roll across the mat, or like does some like monkey stuff, or it looks like he's doing some drunken boxing out there all of a sudden. I like that a lot. And it's all about being a showman, and he's found that really important medium there between being a showman and being a piece of shit like Anderson Silva. Like, I watched that guy go out there, and I know they play that clip of him, like, fucking dodging a
hate
dozen
that.
punches. Okay, sure, that's great. But you're dodging him because you wouldn't get anywhere near the guy all fucking night, and he's just frustrated. Like, like you've been running from that guy all night long for like 15 minutes or something like that, and he's just frustrated and tired. And his
Anderson
arms are
Silva,
slow.
arguably the best counterpuncher in MMA history, right? Great fighter, roid head, but whatever. But Kyle's right. You know, like, he's making you come at him, and I get a little frustrated by that. He's doing a dance as if he's clowning you. No, you fuck. You're doing that dance because you want him to come at you aggressively. And it worked, but...
And when it doesn't, it's the most boring fucking fight ever.
The
Take
Damian
the most
Maia
recent
fight.
one.
Yeah.
Or, yeah, that.
Incredibly frustrating. Is that the one where Dana White didn't even want to bring the belt in there?
Might have been. I'm not sure about that. But, yeah, and him against Bisping was another one where he just, you know, walked backwards for too many rounds and wondered why he didn't get the decision.
$60. People are paying $60 for that shit, and you go out there and clown around and be a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
When every time that happened, I was thinking, like, the UFC, the way it's kind of set up, it's a little bit Wild West, seemingly. I'm like, I wish Dana White would be like, you know what? Fuck you. 50 grand off. You lose 50 grand. We're going to refund that to the fans
it's
somehow.
bad for his
Like, you know?
It's really bad for his business if his whole business is charging people $60 to watch a fight, and that fight is shit.
Yeah. I'm glad Anderson Silva got caught with the roids. I'm glad Bisping beat him up. I hope he's out of the sport. I hope he ends up in some, like, bullshit league, like
Some 30 for 30.
I hope he gets some bullshit. I hope he's in some bullshit fighting league, fighting like Tank Abbott and like some 8-foot tall African guy and the Fridge Perry. Like, I hope he ends up in the freak fights.
Nobody finishes on top. You know,
Wow.
it's.
Nope.
I mean, Peyton Manning did, but it's super rare. Even like GSP, who finished on top, is going to come back and not finish on top. It's you can't do a comeback at 37
You know,
and like reclaim
I think
your title.
you underestimate how much Vaseline that man has at his disposal. He's gonna come in and they're gonna be like, "Where's GSP?" He's like, "He's that puddle right there. Get at it." He's just gonna be a little translucent puddle.
That's an
over in
old
his
school
corner.
reference there. Back when BJ Penn was one of the most
I
feared
didn't like
people in
that.
the world.
I
It was a
liked
bullshit
BJ
fight.
Penn. I
Yeah.
liked BJ Penn. I watched him in The Ultimate Fighter. I watched him. I think he fought Pettis. Not Pettis. Who was he? It was the older guy.
Pulver, Chris, Jens
Call him
Pulver.
Mighty Mouse. Or Jens Pulver. Yeah,
Jens
I watched him
Pulver's the
fight
guy.
Jens Pulver. That introduced me to Jens Pulver, and I started liking him a little bit. But I
That
really
guy's
liked BJ
a mess.
Penn because there was one of those things where, you know, they give the whole fighter's background and all of his accomplishments and his pedigree, and I was impressed by BJ Penn's. I liked him a lot, and they keep talking about his cardio and this and that, and I liked him. And so that GSP fight, I was like, this is going to be good, because even though I felt like GSP was overrated, I felt like BJ, as beloved as he was underrated, because he was coming into that as an underdog, and I wanted him to win so bad. And to see that he was just fucking cheating. He was coated. He was glowing.
So
He was
BJ
glowing.
Penn is very good on the ground. He has amazing grappling. And what GSP did is he coated himself with so much Vaseline or baby oil or something that even when you wiped him off of it with a towel, the sweat came out of his pores as a lubricant. And not just sweat, but like he was sweating oil and sweating Vaseline to the point where you couldn't prevent this guy from being greased up. And being greased up against such a great BJJ guy let him escape and pull his arm out when an arm with more traction or friction would have not pulled out. So
Bullshit.
yeah, it was bullshit. It was bullshit, and he won.
Bullshit. You wouldn't allow. I'm trying to think of a parallel for another sport, but I mean, you know, they catch that pitcher out there with some pine tar, they fucking throw his ass out of the game.
You had two
And
more cylinders in
Deflategate.
NASCAR. They're not okay with that. You know, it's a big deal.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I like watching MMA though. I feel almost guilty. Like, these guys work so hard and take some damage, and you know, it's what they do is superhuman, and I don't know. I'm almost not worthy to watch it.
I like it too. I really enjoy it. I get excited and a little afraid before the fight, even if I don't know the fighters or anything about them, because I know what's at risk. I know what's at stake for each of them, and it's not
You
just
picture yourself in there, right?
I picture myself in there, and the butterflies and the fear, and sometimes I see the fighters like while they're walking out, they'll kind of like yell really loud or like to get themselves hyped up or something, and I'm like, he's scared right now. That's why he's yelling. He's out there going ah, because he's like, ah, be scary because this fucking sucks. I don't want to get beat up.
Dude, sometimes I don't know why this goes through my head, but when Lozon fights in particular, in my head, I'm like making a decision as to whether or not Joe or I should take this fight. And I feel this sense of relief, like, oh, I'm so glad Joe's got this one. He's way more qualified. He's just like between the two of us, he's a much better choice to handle this situation. I don't know why I process it that way, but it's like, oh yeah.
I have a similar mindset. Yeah, like when I see those guys go in the ring, and it's like, I can't imagine the stress. And I couldn't stay focused. I feel like I could be a good like when there's no pressure on. Like I feel like I could remember all the things I need to remember. Like, okay, yeah, keep my left hand up. Keep your left hand up. Keep your left hand up. All right, move to the left. Move to the left. Pivot. 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 All right, rotate your hip. Rotate your hip. I might be able to remember that when we're in practice or we're in
hitting
my
mitts.
gym or your gym hitting mitts. But when we're in there and Bruce Buffert's fucking laying it out there, and I look around and there's flash bulbs going off everywhere, and it's just like I can feel that mat, and that I bet that mat feels different than the mat back home. I bet it's newer and rougher, or maybe it's all
tears
different.
You up. It's really scratchy.
And there's that guy over there, and he looks fearless, and he's been training for the last 6 weeks to kill me, and it's time. All right, fuck. Oh no.
Dude, the other thing is, like, fighting is the win-lose business, right? Like, every fight, one guy goes up the mountain and the other guy goes down. And every fighter is just about 2 or 3 fights away from getting cut from the UFC. If you're on a one-fight losing streak...
That's the scary part.
Yeah. And it's I don't know how to say it more. It's the win-lose business. Like, somehow you can lose in baseball and in football and stuff, and it's okay. Like...
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, you can't kick out a whole team every time they fail.
Right. If a team goes, I don't know, 6-10 this year, most of those guys will be back next year. Like literally, most of those guys keep their job. You go 6-10 in the UFC, you're gone.
You won't even get that far, probably.
Probably not. Yeah, it's the win-loss business, and it's super rough. It's
incredibly entertaining, though. I'm looking for will we ever step up to gladiatorial games again? Do you think that's coming?
No.
No,
never.
UFC already had their human cockfighting phase.
Oh man, I know we've talked about this before, but I think that would be highly entertaining. I
agree. Not going to happen though.
Roman style gladiators, swords and shields.
I don't see why, if you're sentenced to death, why not try to fight for your freedom? Come on.
I don't know.
Yeah,
at our entertainment, make Death Race real.
It would be fucked up. No, Death Race seems like a terrible idea, but getting them into a big arena with swords and shields.
No, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
that is a good idea.
No, the one with cars.
Contain the carnage, right? You're talking about a nationwide death race where we put these convicts in high-powered motor vehicles with weapons attached.
Can you compromise on Running Man? With Mr. Freeze and whatever.
No,
Chainsaw Dude on
Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero.
No, just plain zero. It's just like, who wrote this shit? I've seen The Running Man a dozen times. I love that shit. Schwarzenegger just doesn't give a fuck. And that Latina chick, wearing that onesie with the camel toe is so fucking hot running through there. It's great. That's a good one.
I'm a big fan of the camel toe. I think it's a good look, and that more women should do it because it's attention grabbing, and they love that.
I love the camel toe.
Mm-hmm.
This modern era of women wearing so many yoga pants and so many similar bottoms. Lots of camel toe to go around. I see it all the time. Tons of camel toe.
My next business venture is going to be women's clothes, right? Camel toes and then bras with perky nipples just built into them. So if they're not perky, it looks that way over your shirt.
That does not seem like it's going to sell at all.
Oh, please. It's the next big thing.
No, it's a sports bra. You don't understand. It's for when they're running.
Yeah, right. It'll be at the gym. It'll just be a sports bra with fake perky nipples. And telling you, everyone at the gym will wish they were with you.
Don't show that to the audience.
It's going to be a huge hit. Okay. I'm going to look at something, and I'm not going to show you guys. Wow.
This is the finest camel toe to be had.
She knows she's rocking the camel toe so much that she's covering her camel toe.
I mean, I think she's wearing a cup.
So that's Kate Hudson right there. If you search Kate Hudson camel toe, you'll get there. And there's a lot of related images that are really just as good. Lots of camel toe here. It's good stuff. I think there's a camel toe subreddit. Women in the orange. Yes, they are very hot. I think they are. Yes. Oh, they all have camel toe.
You know an awesome subreddit that I don't hear mentioned very much? Bikini Bridge. Bikini Bridge. Yeah.
And what is that about?
Is that about a vaginal mound?
No, it's
Or they're on a bridge.
I know what it is. Let me guess. Is it the bridge that is created between sort of the mound of the vagina and the hip bones?
Yes, but I don't feel like the mound of the vagina plays a role.
If she's lying on her back.
She's lying on her back typically, and the hip bone, I guess the belly is so flat that the hip bones protrude a little bit. And you don't usually see under the bikini, or at least not anything good, but there's like an imagination zone there. Where like, ooh, I can see in that bikini. Can't see shit.
Ooh, imagination zone.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, dude, check out the Bikini Bridge subreddit. Tell him what he sent you. And I swear you're gonna be happy for my recommendation. It's good stuff.
Maybe I will.
I prefer the camel toe subreddit.
It's good stuff. I mean, I don't mean to knock the camel toe subreddit. I just feel like Bikini Bridge is pro tip right there.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
All right, got at least 10 more minutes to go. So, Kyle, what do you do with the bulk of your day?
Today I got up at...
Oh, didn't you say you were working super hard recently? Remember you?
Yeah,
this is like a few days ago.
Yeah, I'm building a few things.
He's wearing jeans, so you know he was working today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually not wearing jeans.
Wranglers.
You're wearing pants, though. I saw.
Yeah, but they're sweatpants. These are my old Navy
fucking
sweatpants.
Phony.
They're very comfy. They're so comfy. Yeah, today I got up at 8:30. Took a shower, got ready, and then I waited on the cable guy to get here. Kind of made sure that got done, and then it was 11 by the time that was over. Went to my dad's place. I had 3 guns to kind of zero the scopes in. Did that. Hung out with him for another 2 or 3 hours. Went to a friend's house. Returned something to him that I had borrowed, some gun equipment. Came home. Watched 2 or 3 hours of TV. And what else did I do? I had a few phone calls to make, maybe an hour's worth of phone calls. I had to call one of my lawyers, and I had to call for some licensing stuff. I had to call someone from the state of Georgia and set a few things up. That's about it. Didn't really do anything too labor intensive. Last week I was building a lot of stuff. We built a porch and some target holders, and among other things.
My days have not been that interesting. I've been working late nights, which means I kind of sleep my morning away. You know, I feel like I'm waking at 11 and maybe even laying in bed till like 11:30 or something. And then, I don't know, oftentimes I do something around the house during the daylight. I might split an hour worth of wood, or today I went in the crawl space and looked at the insulation and some other stuff. And then, like, Woodycraft kicks up again, you know, check in with people, see what they need. We got a bigger hard drive because we have this Factions reset coming tomorrow. And I needed to get a bigger hard drive. And that's just, even though it's not me doing it, oh my God, you know, back and forth with the questions, that like, it's the support. It took like 6 hours of being on top of them to get it done. And that's, I guess, Woodycraft after I get up, like that kind of thing. So
yeah.
But tomorrow we have a reset, and I think it's going to go good. We worked really hard on it, so it should be cool.
Hope it goes smooth.
Thank you.
Well, I will be in. I know this is the third time I brought it up, but it's really present on my mind.
Are you staying at his house or at a hotel? Are you spending the night? Or are you coming back? What's up?
Probably going to spend the night at a hotel or something. I think I'd like that. It's probably what I'm gonna do. Depends what all we get into. Like I said, I'm gonna bring a flamethrower, and I think it'd be funny to make like a 30-second little like quick promo that I'd do the voiceover of later, and like just edit together myself, like made
that's a
from
good
the
idea.
finest ingredients in South Carolina. You know, just we could have some fun with it.
Really, you're Asian in this promo for some reason. Korean.
No, no, that was I don't know. We'll figure out a persona to be the voice, the hot sauce voiceover guy. But mostly, I'm gonna get his photograph wearing the chef's hat, holding a plate of hot wings, and get that for the bottle. Because we're
That's
ready
going to turn out cool. I'm excited to see those.
Yeah, as soon as I get the designs of that to the hot sauce company, they'll print them, ship them, and we'll have hot sauce in hand to ship out pretty soon. I think the hot sauce and the knives are going to come to fruition at virtually the same time, maybe within a week of each other or so. So that's going to be good.
Yeah.
Save your money, people. We got shit coming soon.
Yeah, it's going
Yes.
to be cool. I'm looking forward to seeing Wings. I haven't seen Wings since we did the FPS boot camp. So I think that'll be interesting. I haven't been to his house in like 3 years. I went up there January 1st, like 2013, 2012. I don't know which one it was, but Woody was with me. Went up there and had a good time. Got to meet the whole Wings of Redemption clan. I remember I blew up like a pound of tannerite in his backyard.
That was
Freaked his
my
neighbors
first
out.
time seeing tannerite blow up, and it was pretty neat. Like, I'd blown up firecrackers and stuff like that, even like biggish ones. Like, if you've blown up an M80, you might think like, oh my god, quarter stick of dynamite. No, dude, a pound of tannerite. Like, my hair doesn't move, right? Like, it's kind of helmet like, and this stuff, he shot it, and like the shock wave was just like whoop, it hit. There's like a hit to it. And I was like,
Yeah.
oh my god, like I just felt a shockwave. Like that was a thing, and it was really loud, and it was like a physical push on you, and it was my first time feeling that. So pretty cool.
Yeah, that was fun. I think that was probably Wings' first tannerite experience too. We did it right in his backyard. We were pretty close to that. That was good stuff.
Yeah, maybe 25 feet or something like
Yeah.
that. Like I don't know. Kyle seems to know what he was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way I look at it, you
I'd
only
trust
got a
him.
problem.
There's a
You only got a
facade of
problem.
knowledge.
You only have a problem if there's like something for the explosive to send back at you. Unless you're dealing with high explosive, then you got a pressure wave that could liquefy your organs. But we're not dealing with anything like that.
Mm-mm.
So the fear would be that tannerite would go off, and then like a piece of gravel next to it or a nail that we don't see in the ground is then forced at us with a lot of speed, and that hits us. But since it was just tannerite in its little container, and it just went poof, there's nothing going on.
I
Just
wonder
a
how Wings
shockwave,
is
some
doing.
air pressure.
Like, I wonder how he's really doing. I haven't had like a heart-to-heart in some time. Like, I know that financially he ran into a couple bumps in the road, say a year ago, but that's not now. Now he seems to be doing okay financially. Yeah, he's not under any like duress. But his videos imply that he's not that happy, that he's having a hard time just finding joy. And I don't know. I wonder what's going on.
Hopefully he's
there.
looking forward to this trip but Kyle coming over. That's neat. Maybe that'll have his spirits up.
Yeah, temporary, but cool.
Yeah, I think so. It should be fun. I'm not sure exactly what we're gonna do. I'm really not. I was hoping that Woody would join me on this trip, so that it wouldn't just be me by myself.
I'm sorry. It is the day of our factions reset at woodycraft.net, and I badly need to be
I know.
there.
So that'll be okay. We'll figure out something to do.
Maybe
I'm
we'll
not sure
go
how much
again in
it-
April.
I'm always down to go to Wings for Redemption's house.
That might be neat, and then we'll get some vlogs out of it and good stuff. So that'd
Yeah.
be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
That'd be neat.
You
Taylor.
getting close to the end here?
Yeah.
Oh, you got.
I just want to know, Taylor, what do you do during the course of a day? You have me curious.
Today. Well, I went to work for late morning, afternoon-ish. Came back, cleaned for a little bit, and then my brother was going to my other brother's lacrosse game, so he came over for a little while when I got back home, and we played some NHL 15, and then I had dinner, and then I have been talking to you guys.
So did
Since
you kick? I imagine you completely outclassing him at NHL 15. Like you could
Yes.
talk trash the
Yeah.
entire way. Did you take advantage of that?
No,
Oh,
just
Taylor.
wasn't being a dick about it.
I'm
When
disappointed.
it's a game like that, and there's not many people who play with you, you're very nice to all opponents. Yeah, because I'm
Ask
not about to hop
yourself,
back online and get.
What would
butt
Trump
fucked.
do?
He wouldn't
Dominate?
play. It's a Canadian game.
He would beat the other Canadian. That's how he's doing it now.
Yep.
My favorite thing about Donald Trump is that the people who don't like him get very upset if anyone else does like him, and I like that. And I like that the people who don't like him vehemently despise him. My dad was talking about this. He was at some store buying something, and some people he knew were just going on, "Oh, Trump's a bastard. He's a son of a bitch." And Dad's like, "So I just fall right in with him, you know. I like to fit in. Yeah, fuck him." And it's not, my dad's not political by any means, but you know, he just kind of knows what I know. I'm like, well, you know, Ted Cruz ain't a booger. You don't want him to be your president. And that other guy, he's a lightweight from what I hear, and I can't even spell that K-man's name. So that black doctor fell asleep about 2 weeks ago, so it's got to be Trump. Let's do it. And, you know, that makes a lot of sense.
Overlooked the Hillary argument and the Bernie one.
No. Oh, he had some choice words about Bernie. He didn't. I can't repeat them.
We try to keep Painkiller at X maximum as a rating.
Yeah, I can't. I literally can't repeat what my father said about Bernie Sanders. Did not like him. He thought that he was just as bad as Hillary, though, more or less. So yeah, that was his
in
feelings
some
on
ways
that.
he's worse, and in some ways he's better than Hillary. I feel like
Sure.
he's an honest man doing what he thinks is best. I just don't agree with what's best, and
Agreed.
that's where I am with that guy.
That's how I feel about Trump too. Just an honest man doing what he feels is best, and
Absolutely.
That's the trouble.
leave
with
it
me.
right there.
Yeah.
Trump train, Trump train.
No.
I love it. I love that they hate it. It's so sweet. Their tears. I love it. I love seeing the people who are so frustrated with him. And
I got to vote for somebody on the 15th. I don't know who to vote for exactly.
is it an open election? Could you vote for Sanders? Can you vote
Yeah,
for who you
I
want?
can
Is that
vote
how it
for
works?
anybody, I think.
I think you should vote for Sanders. I hear North Carolina could be in play for him. It's within 10.
But that would make Sanders that much closer to winning, which is not something I want. I feel like there's other people.
Oh, he's
I
not
want.
going to win. But you want him in there as long as possible to take as much. You don't want Hillary going to general election mode anytime soon. You want her spending her money, time, resources dealing with this Sanders guy and trying to focus on that. As soon as she starts pointing her guns toward the GOP, it doesn't bode well for the GOP. And I mean, anything but Hillary. Anything but Hillary. If there were like a Nazi party, like I'm gonna be like, well, you know, yeah, anything but Hillary. Hillary is on the bottom of the list. I can't deal with it for a lot of reasons. I
I'm
feel
not
like
a
she's
single issue voter, but the way her stance on guns, like, you know, I'm more anti-gun than you. Oh, you can't handle how anti-gun I am. I'm the most anti-gun guy ever. It's like, you're not selling me. You know, it's like a Republican bragging about being anti-gay.
Yeah.
No.
You know what Trump said tonight? Maybe I misunderstood him. For while we were doing the show, I opened Fox News and it started auto playing this thing, and I heard him. He was talking about. He said there will be no better friend to Israel than me, and he goes on to say that he's got a daughter who's Jewish, or she's married to a Jewish man, I think, and she's an Orthodox Jew, and his granddaughter's Jewish, half Jewish or whatever, and then he was like, last year. I was in the Jewish Gay Pride Parade in New York, and I was like, when have you ever heard a GOP candidate go up there and say that, well, hey, last year I was the main guy in the Jewish Gay Pride Parade in New York? Like,
yeah, he's the GOP without some of their ridiculous religion stuff in it.
Yeah, I like that.
It's
I like that stuff. I feel like you can only go on what he said recently. I feel like you should ignore a lot of that stuff he says. Look, he's Donald Trump, but he's the best chance we've got that's not Hillary. And I can't have Hillary. And I just can't have Hillary. So anything is better. Anything is better than Hillary. And if that means Trump, then I'm on the Trump train. I don't vote anyway, so who gives a fuck?
Same boat.
I don't know. I might vote for Kasich over Trump. But he's so anti-Planned Parenthood, that's not my cup of tea either. I just feel like all of them have showstoppers with me. I don't know what to vote for.
Don't you want the wall, Woody? Don't you want the wall?
John McAfee. I'm voting for John McAfee.
I want that wall. I want it bad.
He'll make a firewall.
Nicely played. I like it. I like it.
Ended on that high joke.
Yes.
High
All right. So that was Painkiller
Bill
already,
Wall.
episode
Bill
273. Jesus.
Yeah, Jewish gay pride parades are a thing. Look it up.
All right. Hillary for Prison, 2016. That guy's on. He's got a thing.
I don't care if people get pissed off. Infamous reflex.
Bye all.
Good night, everyone.